I have the fast track, which means you go straight, no crewing. If you want to crew, you go off to the left or the right, cool your horse down. When your horse is 64, you present at the vet-in. Then we've got the trotting lanes. It works after the trotting lanes where we are standing now. They go into their hold for 40 minutes.
And you've got a team of stewards here also ensuring that everyone's complying with the rules. And it's 4 people, I believe, per horse in terms of crew that can support them.
Yes, out on the course, it's 4 at the crew points. Crewing area, it's 4. In the vet gate, it's only 2. And that's a combination of 2. It can be the rider and a crew. It can be 2 crew. It's up to them.
So it's only 2 people that go into the vetting area, but 4 people that can assist them in preparation for that vetting?
Yeah, before the vetting and after the vetting, it's 4. In the actual trotting lane vetting, it's 2.
Okay, and we're then stood here now at the end of the vet lanes. So they've passed the vetting area and they've come here. What's this area all about?
This area is rest and recuperation for the horse and for the rider. And there's a clock behind us, Harry, and there's a large display clock on the way out. So they're getting ready for the next loop. When they are deciding to leave, they go along where we are over here to the departure. There it will tell them countdown for their time for the next loop. There it will show them what colour the next loop is. So everything is there geared to help the rider.
And the next loop, the white loop, you talked about it a little bit then, but the white loop is known as being the most challenging. Why is that?
It's to slow them down. Here you've got the brain power that says, I can do 23, I can do 30 kilometres in the desert because it's flat. It's not like Dubai, it's not like Abu Dhabi. It's testing. So it's a bit of deep sand, there's a bit of uphill, downhill. It's testing for them. It's a tactical race, this, pure tactical.
So does that mean that it plays to the riders who ride it cleverly and are intelligent in how they approach it?
Absolutely right. This is purely tactics, how they do it, how they've done their homework, how they've looked at the map, how they've listened to what we've told them. It was all done on the briefing and the meeting. It's a very tactical, it's like Formula One. Your pit stop, the crew points, that's it.
And we've got Maria Alvarez-Ponton and Omar Blanco-Rodrigo. We saw them playing a very tactical race last year. They weren't ever in the leading group, but they're here again, looking forward to the championships. And hopefully they'll learn something again about the track that they can apply in 2026.
Absolutely right. And it's strange that some of them are doing the 120 and the 160. So they want to win today, but they also want to be here tomorrow to test ride the 160.
Absolutely, very strong and dedicated riders. Brian Dunn, Event Director, thank you very much.
Harry, you're welcome. Breakfast time.
Brian Dunn, true legend of the sport of endurance, and there he is standing in the middle. This was the start earlier on, 7 o'clock this morning. The riders out for, 31 minutes so far. They're about halfway through the first of the loops. 189 went. And remember that they have 15 minutes to start. So there's the leading pack, and at the moment it's led with the first and fourth by Saudi Arabia, Bahrain tucked in there, UAE tucked in there, and China, the top 5. But they had 15 minutes to start. So they're all just getting their position, and that's what it's all about. There's the leading group going off, and now the horse is pulling, and then these are the ones that are just as we heard Harry talking earlier on about last year. The winners and the second and third came from the second and third group. So it is all about tactics and knowing your horse, knowing the terrain and riding safely and sensibly and understanding what your horse can and can't do. Some like the deep ground, some like the hard ground, and it's all different for every single horse, and that is the beauty of this sport. So they're out on the yellow loop to start. 34.4 kilometers with the 3 crew points. Those crew points we'll talk about later on, but very, very important. They're allowed to crew in various stages throughout the course, horse welfare, and there is water every 5 kilometers with ice in them as well. And here is the course here in AlUla. So they start at the venue, started out of the start, and they go off on the yellow loop, as we heard Brian saying, one of the trickiest distance, 34.4 kilometers. Then they come into the vet gate and they have that 40-minute hold. There are the water points in blue, the checkpoints in green, the police doing all those, and the crew points, 3 crew points. That is where the 4 crew, all with their correct bibs, are allowed to go and help the horse and rider, pouring water down the horse's necks and down the flanks, and also all over the rider. So the crew points are in purple, they're very important. The checkpoints, that's where they'll see the race and go back to race control, ride control, and then the water points, that's all for the horse welfare. Not allowed to crew very much at the water points without the crew points, if that makes sense. And look, here are some of those breathtaking scenes of the hot air balloons up and over the mountains here in AlUla. Our riders really are so lucky to be able to ride in this. And as we heard Brian say, it's not like Dubai, it's not like Bahrain, it's not like Jordan, it's not like Oman. This is a very, very technical course. It's perhaps more similar to some of the courses that we see in Europe, with the hills and the twists and the turns and the changing terrain. And that's where the rider's brain has got to go and be completely and utterly in tune with their horses. It is all about teamwork. So you've got the rider, you've got the horse, and you've got the crews. And then you've got the whole support network around it. And they'll be back into the vet gate, we think around about 8:05, 8:10, something like that. That's the start. They'll be coming back up the hill into the finish. Then they go into the crewing area where they can get watered down. And there's the leaderboard. Yep, it is Saudi Arabia 1 and 4. They'll be riding as a team. Then just tucked in there in the group, it'll be the United Arab Emirates, Salim Al-Habi, and Bastaki from the Kingdom of Bahrain. And then Sui from China in 5th. And as we said earlier, China, one of the emerging nations of the sport of endurance, and they're sending a lot of horses to this part of the world, to the Middle East, to prepare for the 2026 World Championships. It's all about teamwork. But that leaderboard can change almost instantaneously. The horses may not pass the vets, they might not be sound, and the leading groups, well, it's all about tactics. There it is, there's the hold area. That's where they go after they've been into the vets with the hay, the water. The vet writers, they're all coming out. They've been prepared and they'll be ready. The vets, well, they measure the heart rate, the metabolics, and the trot. So they're getting ready. They know that in the next 20 minutes or so, the leading pack, the leading group of the Fursan Cup, the keeper of the Custodian and the two holy mosques, they're just getting ready. The crews all with their bibs on, and you can see there are the chocolates for the riders. So it's all nearly set. Harry Ingram is one of the best in the business, and here's his guide to endurance.
So this is Zain Zodiac. It belongs to JR Endurance Stables and is the mount for Rebecca Jane Pinder in the 120-kilometre two-star competition. A very consistent performer, Zodiac has completed 6 120-kilometre races, and this will be his 7th. Perfectly built for the sport of endurance, a purebred Arabian in the home of Arabia. A lightweight frame, nice big deep chest indicating a big lungs and a big heart. You know, these are the marathon runners of the sport. In terms of tack, this is a Setsi saddle, so it's very lightweight. My tack and body weight need to be 70 kilograms for the 120-kilometre competition. Rebecca's kindly lent me the horse to go for a ride, so let's head out onto the track. Just being on a horse in this absolutely breathtaking environment is enough to give you goosebumps. But imagine this with 200 horses on the start line. As a rider, I've got to make sure that my horse, my mount, is nice and calm and relaxed before the start. Zain Zodiac is an absolute pro. He's done 7 120s, but there's going to be other horses that are much more novice at that start line. So keeping it nice and relaxed, a nice long rein, riding relaxed. The more experienced riders will have a routine at the beginning. And you've got to make sure these horses are warmed up, their muscles are ready to run. Once you've done that warm-up, then it's time to race. 20 kilometers an hour. That is the speed that the leaders will be doing. And at that speed, the horizon comes on you very quickly. As a rider, you have to be able to adapt to the situation. You might be tagging onto a horse in front of you. You might have a string of horses behind you. But it's important you ride your own race. The texture of the sand can change in an instant from being rock hard, almost like concrete, to being very deep. And it's my responsibility as a rider to react to that and adapt how I'm riding. On the hard ground, I might be riding forwards like this. But if I hit a big pile of deep sand, I'm only going one way, and it's down there. Instead, I want to be sat up. Maybe my legs a little bit beyond the point of vertical. 70% of the horse's weight goes through the front feet. So if I'm sat back a little bit, I'm physically lifting the horse out of the deep sand and propelling them forwards. If I ride this race really carefully and I pick my way, then I'm more likely to conserve energy for those all-important last kilometres. If I've picked the going and I've left enough fuel in the tank, then I've got enough energy to make that final dash to the line before the all-important final veterinary inspection.
So well done, Harry. And Harry has got a very important member of our officials panel here with him now. Yes, so Harry, having got off the horse, is now with the treating veterinarian, Tom Eaton-Evans.
So I'm here with Tom Eaton-Evans. Tom, you're a veterinarian here today, but you're not on the panel. So if you could just explain what your role is here today.
Yeah, absolutely. So the way FEI Endurance is set up, there are two groups of vets looking after the horses. Have the panel, who are going to be in the vet gate behind us here, and their role is to check the horses during the competition, make sure they're healthy and fit to compete, fit to carry on. And my role is here as a treating veterinarian. So we're there to make sure the horses are healthy outside the remit of the competition. So we look after them as they arrive in at the venue, and we make sure we're here to look after them after they complete the competition, or for the horses that are eliminated during the competition as well.
So if we break that down, the first part of your work is arranging all these different horses coming from all different corners of the world and checking them into stables, and a lot of rules around different quarantine procedures and etc.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, this is a particularly complicated one that we have horses coming in from, I think there are 58 different countries represented, something like that, from all over the world. But I think regardless, the FEI with horses coming together and mingling take the health of the horses very seriously. So we have rules in place to make sure that we check the health of the horses, that we're not going to risk spreading any diseases amongst the horses. So yeah, so when they arrive, they're inspected by a vet. There's a lot that's now digitized. We have an app that helps us so that the owners, the trainers of the rider can make a health declaration about their horse. They take temperatures of their horses for 3 days before they arrive, and then we check the temperatures of the horses on arrival and the whole time they're stabled here at the venue. They obviously have to be vaccinated as well. There are rules about how often they're vaccinated against equine influenza. So yeah, there's a lot going on. In this particular setup, the horses are all divided amongst different barns depending on their region of origin as well. So all to keep these horses healthy so they can come along, have a good competition, and then we'll get them back to their originating country safely at the end.
And the facilities here in terms of the treatment setup, just talk to us a little bit about how that works in practice.
So we have an on-site veterinary clinic here. and that means that anything that the horses need treatment-wise, as I say, before or after the event, we're able to provide on-site for them. So, I mean, if you like, we can talk a little about the challenges that the horses face, what the line vets are looking at, and then perhaps how we deal with those.
And out on course, will there be vets? And if we need to take a horse from the course back to the treatment, how do we do that?
Yeah, so as well as the vets in the clinic, so that's my role today, we have vets out on course with horse ambulances as well, which are specialised horse trailers that are able to load horses up and bring them in. You know, if they get to a stage where it's unsafe for them to continue out on track, so we can bring them directly into the clinic and treat them there. We hope they're not needed, but like all things, you know, you prepare for the worst and you hope for the best.
So it's a precautionary measure to maintain horse welfare. Tom Eaton-Evans, treatment vet, thank you very much.
Thanks, Harry. You're very welcome.
So well done, Tom, from Newmarket, one of the foremost endurance veterinarians in the world. And yes, we can see some training horses out there. Different colour bibs, as you saw earlier on with the start. The orange bibs, very much the training. These are out on the training loop. They'll be getting ready for the 160. Now that, as we heard with Brian Dunn earlier on, 6 loops tomorrow. Normally in a 160, in a non-championship 160, it's 5 loops. Tomorrow it's 6. These are just getting themselves ready on this dedicated training loop course. They're getting ready, preparing for tomorrow. You see the green and white corded flags there, and they're out on what's called the training loop. 5 kilometers of a training loop, different type of terrain to get the horses used to these tough testing conditions here in AlUla, and very technical indeed. So they're out for a nice morning hack, and what better place, can't think of any better place in the world to be out for a morning ride. And we're expecting the leading groups to be with us round about 10 past 8. And that's when it gets very, very busy in the vet gate. You will see on camera suddenly all the crews that are in, as we saw earlier on, in the hold area, all the crews will leap up. Their horses are coming in, and if we swing sort of right-handed, they'll be looking towards, that's it, they're going into that vet gate, into the crewing area where the water butts are, then they go into the vet, and then they walk straight forward once they pass the vet, or even if they haven't passed the vet for either a metabolic or unsoundness, they go into the hold, and then if they have failed, they'll probably then go and see Tom Eaton-Evans to make sure that absolutely everything is fine. It's all about horse welfare, but it's all about sport, and it's all about distance riding. That is the magnitude and the magnificence of the support of endurance. So there's the water, and very soon that will become deluged with water to get the heart rates down to 64 in 2 minutes, and then they'll go underneath those canopies into the vet gate. We saw that on the animation. Welcome back, Harry, and that was a very good interview with Tom. Tom is one of the foremost equine vets in the world.
Yeah, he is a 4-star qualified treatment vet, so he has, just like the riders, they have to earn their star rating as veterinarians, depending on the number of competitions that they've done. And as a 4-star vet, he can be a treatment vet at a championships.
Yeah.
And a line vet.
He is unbelievable. Newmarket Equine Hospital, I don't want to give them too much plugs, but they are one of the greatest endurance veterinary practices in the world, aren't they?
Leading the field.
And Tom is leading that.
Yeah.
So we're fortunate. We are all fortunate to have Tom Eaton-Evans. So the local riders, Harry, we featured that for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia here in AlUla, and the Amalti family are very, very famous, not only in show jumping, but also in endurance. And Ryan, he is one of those stars, isn't he?
A very good friend of mine, and Ryan is just flying form at the moment. He has won twice here in AlUla in this season, and also won the Saudi Cup. I think all with the same mare, who he is riding in the 160 kilometres tomorrow, but he's riding the 120 today.
Can I just ask you, what's it like to ride in a 120 to a 160, Harry? How can you do that in 2 days?
Incredible stamina as a rider.
So you must be going into huge physio. You really, really must. I can't imagine anything worse. And we caught up with Ryan earlier on.
I am Ryan Al-Mubti from Saudi Arabia. I have participated in 5 World Championships with the Saudi team, and we are here for the Al-Fursan Cup. The endurance, I think, is the best sport in the equestrian life. This needs a lot of experience with the rider, because you have up and down, and some hills, and you have deep sand, and you have hard grounds. So it's very, very, very important. Every rider should have a plan. If you do the plan and follow your plan and try to get everything perfect, that means it's intelligent rider. For us, the perfect horses is the Arabian horses. I think we care of the horses more than ourselves. Yeah. It's like more than love. More than love. The name of the horse is High Speed, and this horse is very special to me. So this year he was the star of the season. Now he's ready for AlUla. All the riders are here. Be sure, if you saw some riders here, be sure that they are the top riders in the world. So for that, the event is very big. I will do my best. I'm ready. This year I'm ready, yeah. We have a good chance, yeah. Okay, if they are top riders, but we are top too.
Definitely a superstar of endurance, but definitely a superstar of the local area here in AlUla, Ryan. And he is such a lovely guy. His brother actually is jumping in Abu Dhabi this weekend, representing the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in the League of Nations there. So it's a truly equestrian family, but he is a superstar of endurance and a superstar of AlUla and here in this region.
Yeah, he's a great ambassador for the sport, an overall really nice guy, and has been all over Europe riding. He's learnt the trade and he's brought it back to his home country, and year on year we are seeing that improvement in the ability of Saudi riders, and I think they'll be on the podium at the World Championships in the years to come.
Yes, he will be. He certainly will be. And a true equestrian family. And he says, quite honestly, that endurance is the total test of horse and rider. And there's no doubt about it, it is. His brother Khaled will be jumping his horses, and hopefully for Paris 2024, his brother Khaled will be jumping his horses for 2 minutes. Okay, it doesn't start there and it doesn't finish there. But Ryan is riding them for 10, 12 hours and trying to get the horse home with the 5 vettings or the 4 vettings that we're seeing today. And that's the truth about endurance, is it is all about in the mind and where you're going to go.
Yeah, and I think the difference as well is Rayan has ridden this course and he's won over it, so he knows this inside out, and that has got to give him an advantage over some of those other competitors who are perhaps here once a year or riding it for the first time.
Yes, but you say he's ridden it and he's won here, but it's not like jumping the same show jumping course, or it's not like doing the same dressage test. That condition changes in a nano, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's impacted by the weather, the density of the sand, the whether the other horses have ridden over it or not, but also I think the atmosphere, it's like the psychology of it plays into it, because this is such an important race, or so many horses, it changes things, and riders can get a bit carried away with that atmosphere.
Yeah, and this is the biggest field, 189 horses. This is a monster field. We heard Gianluca saying this is a world record. I might challenge that from Euston Park. But the horses, the huge amount of Arabian horses that we've got is unprecedented here in AlUla, isn't it?
It's incredible to have so many Arabian horses in the home of the Arabian horse.
Dali, Godolphin.
Yeah.
Those two sires. That's where it goes all the way back to.
They are perfectly suited to this sport. And that's why they've been the chosen mount. It's not just a coincidence. It's because they are better suited.
So there are some Arabian horses out there in the desert just getting ready for tomorrow. And we caught up with Gianluca all about the Arabian horse.
Arabian horse is a generous horse with a very good character and very good mental ability. Arabian horse have a very big heart, an horse that is perfect for endurance. When you ride Arabian horse, you can't ride another horse. For the welfare to the horses and to prepare a competition, we need work very hard every day. It's important training. It's very important that the horse is in a good relationship with the other part of the team. In our stable, we give the food to the horse three times a day. We check the trot every day. The groom in endurance is also the crew during the ride. And it's very important there is a feeling with the horse and all the team play together in the same direction. Don't forget that the Arabian horse, endurance horse, are generous. They give us more than they have. And when you start to training the horse, because in endurance we started when horse have 4 years, it's very important that you start very slow. You must keep calm with the endurance horse. If you give time the horse, you can have the chance to have a big champion. The road is very long and we can cut our road. No shortcuts. Give time to your horse and you receive from horse all that your horse can give you. When you finish a big ride and you win, share with your horse, you feel inside you that you are the king of the world.
Gianluca Ladesca, General Sport Director here in the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques Endurance Cup and trainer of a European champion, trainer of so much with his incredible academies, not only here in AlUla, but also in his home of Tuscany in Pisa.
And incredible that they've been able to replicate what they've been doing in Italy around the academy and taking it here and bringing the same concept of investing in a small pool of riders and really upskilling them and matching them with their horses.
So very shortly, we reckon in about 10 minutes, we'll see the first, you can see the crews now, they're getting ready. The information is coming back to them that the horse is getting closer. Only 4 crew are allowed. The staff delivering all the crushed ice, not cubed, crushed, it melts quicker. So it can get the temperature of the water down in those water butts far quicker. And they're getting ready. There are the heart rate monitors. You can see them just holding them in their hands. And they're the portable heart rate monitors. Those are the ones that the vets will be using, the trainers will be using to make sure that the horses are at 64 beats per minute, heartbeats per minute, before they can go into their vetting. So the tension now starts to build at an endurance ride. It really does, doesn't it, Harry, with the start of the approach of the first horses coming in off the first loop. That's when you start to see how the race is unfolding. There's the vet gate, there's the crewing area, and let's have a closer look at the vet gate. The crew, 84, 97, the cleaners are all ready. Here come the officials, they're getting ready, and here's the vet gate.
My name is Sharon Duplessis. I am from Botswana in Africa. I'm the appointed technical delegate from the FEI at this magnificent event in AlUla. The technical delegate has all authority. We check the track, we check the venue, we familiarise ourselves with all information that's been given out to the riders, and we are also the link between the organising committee and the FEI. We have all these vet inspections. In a 120 endurance, the horse will pass 7 to 8 vet checks, and for a 160 more than 10. And all the vet checks will happen in exactly the same protocol. So the riders will come from the loops and cross. There will be a line here, so they will cross, and the time is being taken here. The rider will be weighed, and he at all times must be above the minimum weight. At this 2024 rules now allow a rider to lose up to 1 kg if he's being weighed for the first time. The horses pass the arrival line now, and they go into the cooling down area. In this area, they will try and cool down the horse as quickly as possible to present to the vet inn where the time will stop. So this is kind of part of your riding time. Next, the horses will move into the vet lane, and this is the line where the time will stop. So the horse crosses this line and then has to move forward to the vet lane.
I'm Nicola Pilati, an Italian vet. I'm here as the veterinary service manager and resident of the treatment vets. The first thing that the line vet will do is to check the heart rate. It has to be under 64 beats per minute. After that, he will do a trot around 50 meters back and forth. We are looking for any irregular gait that can concern us, that the horse cannot keep going on the track. When he comes back, the line vet will check all other parameters that will give to the line vet a picture of the metabolic condition of the horse. If the line vet is happy, the horse passes the examination.
We now are at the vet out. This is where horses depart to the holding area after passing or failing to qualify in the vetting area. When a horse fails to qualify, the rider cannot appeal against a veterinary decision. All the riders want to leave the vetting area as quickly as possible so that they can have enough time to look after their horses in the holding area. The FEI rules and regulations are written to protect our horses.
Member of the Endurance Technical Committee, and I would strongly say possibly the most experienced official in the world of endurance, Sharon Duplessis from Botswana. And there are our vets. We heard Sharon talk about it earlier on. Just getting the briefings, you see the heart rate monitors, the heart rate hanging on the side there. And we have just heard, you just had a bit of an update, Harry, that they're riding in at about 24, the leading group.
Yeah, 24 kilometres an hour. This is an update from Fabio down on the timing team, and he's getting some data back. All the horses have got GPS trackers on, and so 24 kilometres an hour. We expect the horses back around 8:20 local time.
8:20, and the vets just getting ready in their brown bibs. See their stethoscopes. And Harry, let's talk about this. Let's talk about the 3-card trick, because we will see some of that in a few moments' time, in 15 minutes' time maybe. If there's a problem, if there is a decision to be made, it is the vets that make the decision, and the ground jury has the overruling responsibility.
That's right. But it's not one vet on their own, and that's the key, isn't it? It's 3, and if you're going to remove a horse from the competition, it has to be 3 without conferring. So if they are questioning the horse's gait, then they'll call a 3-card trick. It'll be overseen by the ground jury. Each member of the veterinary commission will be handed a piece of paper. They'll be asked to vote on whether they think it's a pass or a fail. And if the majority say pass or fail, then they go with that. It could be 2 or 3.
Very, very important, that, actually, because it's not just the individual decision, is it?
Yeah, and it's about those vets making a decision, which is quite subjective sometimes at such a high level. But balancing that out when you've got 3 extremely experienced veterinarians looking at that horse and judging it for its ability. And the motto that we heard from Gianluca, whether it's fit to continue.
The guy there just issuing the briefing, that's Antonio Farum. He's the president of the Veterinary Commission, so he's in charge of all this huge team of vets. Tom Eaton-Evans's team from the treating vet, and also the line vets that are doing the metabolics, the gaits and the heart rate, and it's all there. Talk to you about the vets. It's not just an ordinary vet, is it? An endurance vet, because they've got to understand the Arabian horse, but they've also got to understand and acknowledge that these horses are riding over 120 kilometers today.
And also adapt for the conditions. Each competition is going to be a little bit different, and part of that briefing will be around what they need to look out for. You know, we're in the desert, it's quite cool now, but it's going to get quite hot later on. So they'll be wanting to check for those early dehydration markers to make sure those horses aren't getting dehydrated and there's no metabolic issues. If there are, they will remove them from the competition.
Yes, they will, and that's rightly so. But it's very, very difficult, isn't it, that they've removed them from the competition at sort of 220,000
yeah,
euro.
It's a bitter pill to swallow at any competition, especially one that you've travelled so far.
So it's a huge, huge pleasure for all the local riders to be here in AlUla and competing. And we caught up with one of them, Abdul Al-Harbi, and he is another tremendous local rider here in AlUla, and it's the growing sport.
العلاقة بين الفارس والخيل علاقة تقوم على الثقة، فثقتي بجوادي بحصاني هي اللي تجعلني أني أمارس الرياضة هذه، لأنها فيها روح التحدي، روح الإصرار، روح الطموح. معكم عبد المحسن الفرحان من أبناء العلا، أميل رياضة الانديورانس القدرة والتحمل. شاركت في العام السابق، شاركنا في كاستيلو في إيطاليا، والحمد لله حصلت على المركز السابع واكتسبت خبرة كبيرة. التحضيرات تبدأ قبل البطولات تقريبا ب5 شهور، تدريب يزيد الليفل يزيد أعلى بس تدريجي، مع ملاحظة المتغيرات على الجواد. مميز فيها البطولات اللي تقام في العلا أرضيتها، ما يجتاز السباق أو يحقق فيها الفارس إلا يكون هو فارس متمكن جدا. الخيل العربي لها عدة مميزات، من ضمنها القوة، الصلابة، اللي تتحمل البطولات والمسافات العالية. هذا البطولة إن شاء الله السنة هذه يعني واعد نفسي إني أجتاز المسابقة ويكون خيلي سليمة، وهدفي أيضا تأهيل نفسي لل3 ستار حتى أشارك في كأس العالم.
Good luck to them both today. And we talked, Harry, we heard there about 5 months of training and all about experience. Just how long does it take when they start at 40 kilometers on their qualifiers? How long does it take to get them to this level?
It's a matter of years, you know, and the FEI stipulate you can't do it within for less than 24 months and all your national qualifying before you get to the star ratings. But this is all about picking the talent, these young horses that show promise for the future, using training which slowly adapts the bones and the muscles to this type of work. And then you start with these really slow endurance competitions, which are about teaching the horse to pace themselves. There's about proprioception, where they're putting their feet down, they navigate over difficult terrain, to be efficient. And then the last bit of preparation is about training the cardiovascular system. So you're getting the heart fit, you're getting the lungs fit, and that's where you push the speed, and you start to do more canter work, and you take a few more risks to try and push that training to refine these, you know, finely tuned athletes.
In your experience, how long does that take?
I mean, I think
never stop learning.
No, never. But maybe to the top level, maybe 3 or 4 years.
really. It's huge. It's all getting there.
It's getting busy now.
Everybody's just getting ready in the crewing area. The horses, well, you can tell, can't you?
The calm before the storm.
The calm before the storm. And for those of you who've never seen it before, it is, as we heard with Brian Dunn earlier, it is just like Formula One coming into the pit lane. So here we are in AlUla. All eyes turn to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Incredible scenes in AlUla, dating back to the 6th century with the UNESCO World Heritage Site. We're celebrating the Arabian horse, and we're also looking forward to the 2026 FEI World Endurance Championships. Amazing shots, some beautiful shots, the farms, the old town, the historic old town, the Elephant's Rock, and this beautiful scenery.
And there's Hegra, the World Heritage Site. These ancient carvings into the rock. Absolutely breathtaking.
The old fort, the farms, 6th century, and the sport of endurance is fortunate to be here.
And here's the old town near where you and I were last night. A really stunning place where they've really kept hold of the culture.
They've captured the old and mixed it with the new, but have maintained its integrity and its history, and it's unbelievable. So our riders will be coming back very, very shortly into this beautiful venue here at AlUla with the carvings. Those are the pictures, and those are the scenes that our riders are going through right now. They're almost back in after the first loop, and we're expecting them, what, in 6-7 minutes time. And Harry is back out in the vet gate.
So Antonio Farium, President of the Veterinary Commission, you're in charge of a huge panel of vets. Talk to us about your role here today.
Our role today here, the most, and what is paramount above all of this is the horse welfare. And this is an excellent event, and we have to control all the parameters of the horses, and I'm coordinating and supervising with the foreign veterinary delegate, Dr. Carlos Ponferrada, all the issues regarding horse welfare. And it's the most important in equestrian competitions. This OC has provided top conditions in the world, maybe for me one of the best places in the world. Actually, nowadays they have all covered. All the facilities are top, the tracks are excellent. This is mesmerizing tracks. This is extremely beautiful and has what it takes to be a full success and one of the best events of all times.
And just talk to us about some of the checks that your team will be doing on the horses and what you'll be looking out for when you're monitoring them.
Well, the endurance horse is a horse who is prepared to do long efforts. And there's one breed of excellence, is the purebred, the Arab horses, the most antique, the most ancient horses in the world. What we do? We evaluate the horse demeanor, how he behaves, if the horse is fit to compete, if the horse is happy. And there are a bunch of clinical parameters like the heartbeat. We control the heartbeats. The horse must not have heartbeats over 64. We control the mucous membranes, the color, for seeing if the circulation is going well. We control the respiration. We control if the horse has pains. We control sores and all kinds of injuries that the horse might have. And we control the gait of the horse. It's extremely important also. And his willingness to trot and his overall condition. If the horse is considered by a panel by one or a panel, in case of doubt there's a panel, and is voted by 3 veterinarians, if the horse is fit to compete, then he shall continue in the competition after a holding time. That is, they are not all the same. It depends on the phases of the race. If the horse is considered in pain or in danger, or it will be in danger, we are going ahead of the problems. The main goal is never to let the horse be in critical condition. So if we are not happy with the horse and we think that the horse will be in danger, the horse will be stopped at any time.
But no one veterinarian can remove the horse on their own. It's a decision that you share responsibility. Talk to us about that process around the 3-card trick and how you do that.
Okay, if the line vet, the horse is presented to a line vet. If the line vet sees something that is not happy, then the panel is called, and the panel is formed by me, the veterinary delegate from the FEI, and the line vet. And after we see all the horses, all the issues on the horse, and then we vote. And then we give it to the president of the ground jury or a member of the ground jury who announces the decision, the final decision. Nevertheless, we have judges and vets in the track, and if we spot a horse in difficulties in the track, then we'll take action to prevent and to secure the horse welfare.
And so the 3-card trick, that applies both to lameness, to gait analysis, but also to metabolics and also the heart rate. Is that right?
Is absolutely right. If the horse, the metabolic is like the gait. If you have a doubt on metabolic, the horse is voted by a panel. And the horse can be voted by metabolic and at the same time for gait. It's 2 separated votes, but the decision is already made by a majority of voting and announced to the rider.
So Antonio Farim, it's a busy time approaching for you, VetGate 1. We'll let you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nice to see you. Thank you.
Well done, Antonio. One of the nicest guys. And we think that is the leaders coming up towards us now. They are getting closer and closer as the time draws nearer. And that's when Antonio and his team of vets start to prepare. We saw in the pictures behind Antonio the crews just getting their waters ready. They'll know where their horses are. There is this sixth sense, if you like, as to know where the horses are on course. There are the crews And it's really important to note only 4 people around any horse, and that's where the members of the ground jury will be looking, and the stewards particularly will be looking to make sure that there are only 4 people at any one time around the horse. Once they've got the heart rate down to 64, there's Antonio, they've got the heart rate down to 64, they'll then go into the presentation. So it's starting to build. Here they come. They're not far away now. That we were there yesterday, and it is literally 1.5 kilometers away from the venue. So there may be 3, 4, 5 minutes away, something like that. Those are the flags in the distance denoting the loop colors. Remember, this is the yellow loop, the first one. It is the longest of all the loops today on the 120s, 34.4 kilometers. And they're riding somewhere between 22 to 24 kilometers per hour. And the leading horse, Harry, your eyes are better than mine.
Saeed Yaha Al-Naimi of Qatar, number 168, I believe.
So that's interesting, not riding out in front. So maybe that's the horse, maybe that's the tactics.
Yeah, and maybe this is a strong horse. You can see it's wearing blinkers, so just small visors to the side of the eyes, just to try and keep it focused forwards on the track. This horse might be one that's a little bit fresh, a little bit hot to handle. And so Saeed might be taking the view that finding a bit of space on this track and letting this horse relax is the best way to go. And there's number 168's crew, ready to await the arrival of their rider for Qatar.
That's what you'd normally see coming into a vet gate, riding as a pack, wouldn't you, Harry?
Yeah, and I still think these are individuals.
Yeah.
You know, they're not as regimented as we'll see with the professional teams like Spain, like Bahrain, like the UAE. So we've seen a group of individuals break away. Whether they then fall back into the pack, down the field, we'll see later on.
So what happens now? They get into the hold, they've got 2 minutes before they can start to present, and then they can go through, can't they?
So the key here is that the clock does not stop until they can present to vet.
Yeah.
So it's as if they are still running on the track. It still counts towards their riding time. So the theory there is that if your horse is fitter, if it has a quicker recovery, you can overlap somebody without any additional effort, simply by the heart rate coming down quicker and presenting to the vet more quickly.
Yeah, but interestingly, Harry, some horses may just have a naturally low heartbeat so that they can present much quicker, and that's another little facet of endurance.
It is, yeah, and you know, that's where the breeding of endurance champions is, you know, crucial. We've seen France, we've seen Australia, Uruguay producing horses based on characteristics like having fantastic recovery times, like the Persic line in France, producing horses that can present in 1 minute 30 because they're genetically predisposed to having good recoveries.
That is the magic of the Arabian horse that we've been talking about all morning. So Qatar coming in first, and this is where we get our first look at the vet gate. They're approaching us very soon, and this Saeed Al-Naimi,
he's looking very relaxed,
yeah,
as
very
if
chilled.
He's happy with his game plan at this point.
A nice, what we would call a collected canter, wouldn't we?
Yeah, horse springing along, looking around.
And actually, that's great to see, because some horses, as we were discussing earlier, they're herd animals, they're pack animals horses. To go out on their own like that takes a lot of training. So another group joining us, and this is where we'll see second coming in.
76, Faris Abu Ras with Gurasher was one of our favourites for the home nation, Saudi Arabia. The horse has won in AlUla in a young rider class at a very decent speed, so that'll be one horse to watch. Number 68, 168, sorry, coming in now. They've undone the martingale already, so that it's a quick dismount. The crews can quickly take the saddle off and apply water to the horse to cool it down. Here we go.
Into the crewing area, and they're looking for the crews. And this is where it's all important. There, the crews. Off comes the saddle, off comes the martingale loop, and the water will be going on soon. We will see this being done quicker, Harry, there's no doubt about that. The saddle's not quite off yet. Off it comes. Now the water goes on. Blinkers come off, and there's the GPS tracker on the bridle, getting the water on and making sure.
cooling the horse down, getting to that magic number, 64 beats per minute. That's where the heart rate needs to be in order to present to the vet and pass. They do get one chance with the vets, if the heart rate's too high, to come back out into the cooling area. But it's as if the clock never stopped. So we call that a penalty.
So off they get. Now this is a group from the host nation, from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we believe. We'll get the numbers in a minute. Yeah, definitely. Ram Al-Haj is there.
Right, the guy running is Ahmed Saeed Matia Al-Saidi from Oman, with Nabras Muscat, the horse. The desert nations obviously had a little bit of an advantage here, having not travelled too far and the climate being more akin to what we see in AlUla. And here we see the professional teams, Nick. This is where I think we'll see the leaders emerge in the later stages of the competition.
In they go. That's the second one in. That's 76.
That's good.
Fares. 168. Now just about to go forward, we feel.
This was our leader, but taking a little bit longer into the vet area.
76. There's the trainer. That's the rider. Just getting the heart rate down. It's all about teamwork. This is where the teamwork starts. And here comes the leading groups. And you can see just tucked in there, there's the UAE, Bahrain. They're all in there. They're riding as the pack. And this is the leading group. This is where it starts. This is where the competition starts to take shape. Because the first loop is the most important of all the loops, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you can
we believe.
Win or lose it at this point. If you've overcooked it on this loop, you've pushed too fast, then you know you've burnt that bit of energy that you need to save for later in the competition. So we're seeing the crew, the rider can get involved, and the rider's there helping take the heart rate. Absolutely, it's a team effort. All hands on deck at this point.
It is a team effort. That was the one that was first in to the crewing area, the Qataris.
And as we can see at the moment, it doesn't look like anybody is actually in the vetting area. We can see the vetting area from where we're stood as well, and no horse yet presented, but a reasonable number in the cooling area.
And remember, 189 started this morning. And now in they come. Who's going to be the first one through?
We might see here is, number 76, one of the favourites for the home nation. An experienced horse and rider combination heading in. Faris Abu Ras with horse Girasher. The horse winning here in the young rider class only a few months ago. So a capable horse on this terrain, trained locally in Saudi Arabia.
That's the Omani horse in the background there that came into the hold first.
It's been overtaken by the Saudi rider who came in behind.
Yeah, but we're talking probably 20 seconds. But that 20 seconds will play its part, because remember, they've got another 90 kilometers to go, or 86 kilometers to go.
And it's what that time equates to on the track, the distance that they have to make up in order to regain their place. That's where this becomes very tactical, because they have to push that bit harder. And at the end of the day, if your recoveries are 5 minutes compared to a horse that's 1 minute, you are having to make up so much time on the track in order to maintain just the same position.
So there's the green. That's really important. That means that the heart rate monitors are on. Once it goes green, we'll be happy. That means that the heart rate is now down at 64. Then they go on to the metabolics, and then they go on to the trot. So it's the 3 stages. It's the heart, the metabolics, trot, metabolics. The other way around.
Lovely trot there for Girasher, number 76.
And very important, isn't it, that they're on a long rein, Harry?
Yeah, the rider can't interfere with the trot too much. They've got to assess the gait. And now a busy scene in the vet gate. Team Bahrain on the far side.
Yeah, you can see that. They all have their special places, and that's the riders will know exactly where to head to when they come in. So here we go. There's the assigned lines. So it's all about they come into the vet gate. They can't just choose where they're going. They're assigned a lane, and that's where they've got to go to. And it's the stewards that they'll be pointing out, no, you've got to go to lane 12, you've got to go to lane 14. 76. Now we're in the metabolic stage. 97. Another from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Horses numbers on the flanks. So 112.
I think 112 has a penalty, so that means the heart rate's too high.
Yeah, too high.
They have to go all the way back round, but the clock now hasn't stopped. This is still counting as riding time, and remember, they only have 15 minutes from when they cross the first gate to present to vet. So we're still within that 15-minute window now, but if they exceed it, then they're removed from the competition.
Yep.
So the leaders are going at 24 kilometers an hour, and the recovery time of the leading horse at the moment, which was the Saudi rider Faris Abu Ras, was 1 minute 45, which is, you know, that is a very respectable presentation time at that speed.
So Bahrain just there, Kingdom of Bahrain. Remember, Sheikh Nasser Al Khalifa, the world champion, won it in Abu Dhabi last year. The individual world champion, not riding this year.
Members of his family are, though, I believe.
Members of his family certainly are. So there's the Omani horse.
Q80 horse, I think. 168.
168.
Yeah.
So they go into the hold. And that's where they get a break. That's where they get 40 minutes. Now, the clock has stopped. They've got 40 minutes.
Yep.
And they'll all be given a departure time.
That's right, and at this point we can pause, we can take on some fuel, they can eat, they can drink, they can have a little massage, they can put their legs in ice, and then prepare to go back out on court.
So our leading rider, Gerashir, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Abu Ras Fares, they've been set a departure time to guard onto the second loop, the white loop, 32.1 kilometers, at 9:05:41. They cannot go over that line before that, then they'll incur a penalty.
That's absolutely right, yeah. So they have 40 minutes. The rest time starts once they present it to the vet on the basis that they've passed.
So there it is, the Middle Eastern nations with Saudi in the top 6, 3 in the top 6, Qatar, Kuwait and Oman. More riders coming back. And at the end of this vet gate, we'll see how many have passed and how many have failed and how many are going on to the second loop. There are the crews just leaning over, watching, waiting.
Tense moment, always a tense moment, the vet gate. And it's worth also flagging that 11 horses didn't pass the preliminary inspection for the veterinary commission, which meant the vets had a little concern. They didn't think they were fit to start, so they were removed. And we see number 43 now presenting for their trot.
That's Bahrain, Hassan Al Sadoun and Jula de Bathas.
Number 185.
That is Sheikh Abdullah bin Faisal Al Qasimi from the United Arab Emirates.
Also one of our favourites.
Yes.
That horse came third in 2021 here with Margot Chazelle.
Didn't look that happy. The vets will bring it back and send it out again, won't they? They'll give it every opportunity that they can. There's no doubt about that.
I think the key here is that the vets are here to remove horses they're worried about, but they're here to work with the riders, to work with you, to try and get you to the end. And they want you to succeed. They want to will you on. But if they have concerns, they're not going to hesitate to remove horses from the competition.
Absolutely right, and that is paramount. Germany's horse there, that's Anne Wegner's Frivol Board Pierre. 49 nations. That's what we were talking about earlier. So they've got quite a lot waiting to go to the vet. And that's interesting, but it always happens on the first vet gate because they're all coming in roughly the same time. They're waiting for vets. It's It's uncanny. And then it'll all start to thin out as the competition moves on. More riders coming in.
This is the busiest vet gate. Everything's bunched up together, so it's a little bit frantic. All horses coming in all together. And there's a bit of tactics at play here as well, because if the veterinary commission fill up, if there's a horse at every lane, there's something to be said for taking a little bit of risk with your heart rate. So presenting to the vet where it may be on 70, 72, letting the heart rate come down in the time you're waiting in a queue for the vet to become free.
It is so intricate, the sport. And there's every facet of horsemanship, every single facet. UAE horse, F3, team F3 there.
Very strong team in the United Arab Emirates. It's likely that we're going to see, my prediction for later is that we're going to see the UAE, Bahrain fighting it head to head, perhaps with Spain closely behind. But let's wait and see. So we can see the leaders' vet card. They presented in 1 minute 45 with a heart rate of 60, so there were 4 beats clear of the 64 cut-off, and a great vet card. A's and 1s for all the metabolic parameters, so they score them A or B or disqualified. So a very good vet card for our leader for the home nation, Faris Abu Ras with Ger Asher.
So this is Mansour Amansouri's horse from the United Arab Emirates, Balkan Dubatas. They've passed, they're going into the hold.
Dubatas stud is a very famous stud in France, run by Custodian. A lot of Dubatas horses doing very well on the world stage.
Over they go.
Number 58 we saw there was Nadia Ninis with Lalique de Fignols for Germany.
Another group coming in, the Italians coming in there, Harry, and they rode a brilliant team ride in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, they did, and not getting carried away with anything that was going on around them, but sticking to their game plan. They knew what they'd come there for. They rode as a team. They helped each other out, and a lot of nations could learn a lot from that.
Yeah, they really could, and came home with the medal.
Yep.
So up they come. How good, Harry, is it feeling when you've completed, you know that you've completed the longest loop? Are you thinking about the next loop, or are you thinking, phew, that one's done?
I mean, passing the vet inspection, you breathe a sigh of relief. I would always say, in terms of psychology, you take one loop at a time.
So they're all coming in now, and as Harry said, this is all about tactics. Do you present early, or do you just hold and hold and hold? Because the vet gate is very, very busy now. Sending them forward. They're coming off. That from Libya, Abdul Wadud Debaj. That horse, Kazakhstan. Anna Arbuzova's Shitana VB, number 73 rather. This is definitely the busiest vet gate. They go for the trot. And you see all the crews there, and they're just waiting for their horses to come in. Crewing is as important as riding. Horses getting a good drink. That Morocco, 49 nations. And that's what we're talking about, the long trot. They can't pull the horse. And the vets will be telling them that. Don't pull the horse, and now they're into the hold. Now they're getting a breather. They're getting their sugars, they're getting their salts. And they'll be going back out, the first one going back out in a little under 25 minutes, 9:05. the German horse, Anna Wagner's horse, and Frivol Baudepierre. Harry is in the vet gate.
Ryan Omopdi, we heard from you earlier. Delighted to see you here after the longest loop. Do you breathe a sigh of relief now that that's done?
Yes, alhamdulillah, thank you so much. The first loop was done very good. It was a little bit fast, but I think all the riders managed the track very good. So we are in good position, and I wish everyone good luck.
And you've just gone through the first veterinary inspection. Everything go as planned?
Yes, for me, everything is go as went as I planned. So I think the second loop will be, the speed will be less. So we will try to manage, because the second loop is, I think, the hardest loop, yeah.
And you've obviously done really well here before. We've seen that in the interviews. But the course today, lots of leading riders from all around the world. Has that pushed the tempo up a little bit in terms of the speed?
Absolutely, yeah, for sure. In October, in November, in December, we did some races there, but it was like with local riders. Only us, we are doing the race. So now the level is very big. Big horses came, big quality, and a lot of horses ready. So we have to do something for our country.
Okay, and your horse, Rivergum High Speed, tell me a little bit about the horse that you're riding today.
Thank you. Rivergum High Speed is an Australian horse. He's 12 years old. Alhamdulillah, this season he won 2 races here in AlUla. He won the 100 kilo in October and 120 in December. So today I'm very excited for him. I really love him. So I think he will do the job as I want.
We're looking at the stats, and your recovery time excellent in that vet gate, and the heart rate also incredibly low, if the stats tell us correctly, 36, is that right?
Yes, exactly. Now here, I think with this track and with this speed, everyone should be very, very careful about the time and the heart rate, because if you got one penalty or something, you will pay it. You will pay it too much.
And you alluded to it, the next loop, the most challenging. You've presumably ridden that before, having ridden here 2 times this season already. What's to come on that white loop?
The white loop is, as everyone knows, is deep sand and big hills up and down. So I think we will go slow. We will go slow, yeah.
But you've been training presumably a little bit here and at home, and is it the same as this or a little bit different?
For me, I'm here like 10 days ago. I did the second loop with my horses. We were for walking. I don't know, but I think the loop is not so bad. It's not so bad, yeah.
Rayan, we wish you all the very best of luck. We'll see you today and tomorrow. We'll keep a close eye and maybe speak to you later. Thank you very much.
So much. Thank you so much. It's my pleasure. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Rayan.
One of the nicest guys in world endurance, one of the nicest guys in horse sport, and so the whole family are. As we said, Khalid, his elder brother, competing for Saudi Arabia in jumping in Abu Dhabi this weekend. So, as we heard, that Rivergum High Speed, an incredible heart rate, but they're lying in 17th spot, but not far behind. And as we said, Ryan saying that the next loop is probably the hardest, so it'll all be about the tactics coming through. And they're going off at 9:09:07 precisely. And then they're going off onto the second loop today on the white loop of 32.1. So there's Bobby just checking the metabolics on another horse, on another of the horses. So most of the horses now starting to come back in. We've got, what have we got? We've got 40 out of the 189. 40 have presented so far. So a long way to go in this, the first of the vet gates, but this is where all the tactics start to come in. It is incredible. So the first one that will go out, we're just looking at the timing cards. They're going out, they're starting at 9:05:41, and that's Abu Ras Fares, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, with one of the favourites, as Harry was saying, with Gerashi. Then Qatar, the first horse in, then Oman, then Saudi Arabia, and the UAE holding up the top 5, and they're going out at 9:08:04, and Ryan is going out at 9:09. So between the 1st and the 20th, there's 4 minutes. And that 4 minutes, it may sound a long time, but when they've got another 86 kilometers to go, it's a long, long way to go. So they're riding as a pair, and that's very good, sensible decisions. It is Elena Pettiford coming in there, and there's another group coming in. They're all riding together, and they'll all be talking to each other all the way around. They'll be helping each other, but their eyes are on the prize, and it's a huge prize here today. €222,000 to the winning combination. Biggest prize ever in the Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Endurance Cup. The biggest prize ever in jumping. There are some lovely carrots for the horses, and a lot of the horses now, 40, are in to the hold area, getting a breather and preparing themselves. The horses will be having physio, and the riders will as well, and they'll be taking on lots of valuable fluids, because as we were saying, 70 kilos is the minimum weight that they have to be in. There is a parameter of a kilo before they come back in off the final loop, and they will all be measured, and if they don't, then they're in real trouble. So the riders will be taking plenty of nutrition on as well. Harry is down, staying in the vet gate.
Al Salmi, representing the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. You've passed the first vet inspection. Tell us about that first loop.
Yeah, the first loop it's good, and the race it's good. My horse good, the weather it's good. Maybe second loop we slowly because the weather and the track it's very not good.
Have you ridden this track before?
Yeah.
And this horse is done very well in the vetting.
He's coming number 3 in last race.
Wow, so no pressure then for this race. Hopefully you'll do really well. Big things planned. Will you be staying with the group that you're with now?
I stay with group 2.
Okay, very best of luck.
Go to.
Very good luck, Mohamed. We'll see you later.
Thank you. Welcome.
Yeah, good luck to them all. And interestingly enough, so different to High Speed, the horse of Ryan's. That horse of Denoso, that had a heart rate of 64. So we've gone from 36 to 64, and 64 is right on the edge. There's the fluids going in, the energy drinks for the horses, full of molasses and sugar and sweeteners, and very good hay, the alfalfa hay. And that's what they'll be having. Then they'll be having their feet in ice and the massages, and they'll be getting ready. So just walking around, keeping them supple, and that's the important thing, because they can't finish a race. They haven't finished. They've now got to be kept active after they've had their nutrition. Mirak there, Zubedeh Alibasha and Fanak Baal. So from all around the region and from all around the world. That is what this sport is all about. As we heard Gianluca say right at the top of the show, right at the top of the ride, it is the world record. So another main group coming in, and this, to me, there's UAE and the white caps of the Italians. And the Italians will be riding together as a team. Very much, that is their team tactics. Spanish team, the Juma team now joining us. There's Maria. That looks to me like Maria coming in. Yep, number 3, Maria Pontes, the former World Championship team member. The whole of the Spain team riding together, and that is the tactics, the Juma tactics that they've had throughout the. But there is Zubedeh Alibasha from Iraq. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, another local team there, Abdullah Al-Amrai. Just checking their GPS. They'll all have the GPS on, and they'll all be tracking themselves on the phone. They'll know where they've got to be. There's the stewards, and they've got a very important job. Who'd be a steward in this melee? There's Juma, crewing his wife's horse, Maria Juma. probably one of the greatest trainers and breeders of endurance horses the world has ever seen. Jaume Puntesdax, done so much for the sport. A great ambassador from Spain, just crewing his wife's horse, and they'll be... so now the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they're the local team that are coming in. Aloid Al-Rashi just joining us. Truly international. Yeah, there's the countdown. 9. So the leading pack going out 9:05:41. And what's the gap between first and second? Countdown out onto the white loop. 32.1 kilometers. So 9:05:41, and we're just getting the departure time for the second. So that's an interesting tactic. They're running in, they've got off. That's Rui Lanteras from Portugal, another very experienced rider. 9:05:41. So there is a 16-second gap between the first and the second, between Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Qatar. Doesn't sound a lot, but it could be later on in the day. So there's a 16-second gap. And we saw that the Qatari horse was the first one into the crewing area, but it didn't present before the Saudi horse. They probably were a little bit concerned about the heart rate. There's the first of the Italian horses coming in, Veronica Giussani's Shakab coming through. And that is Constanza Radicia's horse of Emirat de Batas. Huge success, Europeans, worlds, that combination. They'll be one of the favourites. Juma in the background, Maria's horse. So here is Constanza's horse, Emirat de Batas. There's the leaderboard as it stands. Saudi Arabia, that 16-second gap between first and second, then Oman. And then we see Rui for Spain, just tucked in there in 10th spot. And Juma is the leader of that team and is the master tactician. He will know where everybody is out on course. And he will say, right, this is our tactics. This is how we're going to win this ride. The leading horse. Very good presentation time. They arrived at 8:23. They were out on the first loop. And they completed that 34.4 kilometers in 1 hour 23 minutes and 56 seconds. Speed 24.591 on the first loop, and they vetted in. So this is what we're talking about. They arrived into the crewing area at 8:23.56. They got to the vets at 8:25. So 8:25.41. So a minute and 3/4. That's a very, very good presentation time. 1:45. And their heart rate 60. So well under that 64. And good metabolics. All the A's through. And the gate a double A. So they're in good shape to go out onto the second loop of the white loop, that leading horse of 76 of Faraz Aburas and Guerra Shir. More still coming in, and they'll keep coming in. I would expect the last lot in maybe 9:30, 9:45, something like that. All electronics on the iPads, and then just the written record for our vet writers. Poland, Martina Kaminska and Magico de São Pedro. Poland. With two athletes and their horses that have made the trip. And here's the first one, Magico do Sao Pedro. Another of the Saudi Arabian horses there. We saw them go out. They were slightly off the pace going out through the start, but they've ridden a very steady race to come in. So the vets are very busy, and so is Harry.
Mohammed Abdul Samad Al-Bastaki, representing the Kingdom of Bahrain. It's still early in the race, but how's it going so far?
Actually, it's going well. We are with the first group, so we try to catch them and follow them, but I'm on second loop now. We're gonna start second loop, but I'm a little bit back. So I will try to catch them now, to be behind them, behind the first group.
And there's a few riders that have gone off in front on their own, but I see the Bahrain strategy is just staying together, not chasing necessarily the leaders in front. Is that right?
Yeah, it's right, but we should, control ourselves because it's long distance, 120. But for us, we have a good tactic. We should put a plan for that.
And Team Bahrain winners last year. His Highness Sheikh Nasser, will he be watching this, the progress closely of the team?
Yes, for sure.
And so the plan for the next loop, the white loop, is the more difficult loop, so maybe a little bit slower?
Depends on the weather and the tracks. So we will see first.
The horse you're riding, Fouvet, has done very well in Europe. How's it adapted to being in the desert?
Actually, it's my first time on this horse. I never rode him, and we will see today. I will try my best with him.
Okay, the very best of luck, Mohammed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Just a thought there from Mohammed. Must be something else. Must be something else. You've never sat on a horse before, and you're going to go and ride it for 120 kilometers. Wow, that's something else. Well, they go out 9:09. So they're about 4 minutes behind, but it is very much all to play for. The British rider, Lucy Stevenson, just there, and there is Rebecca Pinder, based over here with the horse that Harry rode out on the training loop, number 1, Zaim Zodiac. Now in its 7th 2-star, so experienced, and so is Rebecca. She had a bit of bad luck at the World Championships last year. Was found to be just a kilo underweight at the final weigh-in, and sadly eliminated, but I'm sure that mistake won't be made again. Wearing number 200, that is Uzbekistan's Jalmud Al-Shakab, the one rider from Uzbekistan. Now we've got them coming in thick and fast. So the Qataris coming in one by one. They're all riding as a team there, with only that going out in front. That 169, they're coming in. So the gap now from the first arrival coming in at 8:23, with the time now approaching 9 o'clock. This is where it will start to spread out. There'll be an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours between the leading rider and the second rider. But a lot of these riders will be trying to get that all-important completion certificate. Some of these horses, many of these horses may not have ridden a 2-star before, and they will be looking to go up to get their 3-star classification, to pass all through the vets to get that 3-star classification, so that they can compete in the 3-star. More horses in the vet gate. It's certainly very busy, as is Harry.
Abdullah Ali Al-Mamri, you are one of the favourites here, having won the President's Cup. Tell us about that first loop.
It's my first time riding in AlUla. It was a great experience for the first loop. I enjoyed the ride, and hopefully we finish the race good.
And the UAE inevitably putting forward a very strong team. You're representing the F3 stables. Do you think it'll be between the UAE and maybe one other country? What do you think?
We hope good luck for everybody, but our goal is to win the race, inshallah.
And the horse you're riding, have you ridden the horse before? Do you know how it works?
No, it's my first time riding the horse, but I was training on him in the stable. But I'm the first time to race him, and he was good.
And what do you know about this second loop? We've heard things that it might be a little bit more difficult.
I heard that first loop was difficult, but it wasn't that difficult, so hopefully the second loop is better also.
And it's nice and cool out there still, so hopefully...
The horses are happy, the riders are happy, and everything is going well.
Do you have a game plan when you ride these races, like speed you want to ride at, or do you ride at, have to react to the riders around you?
No, how our horses like, we go.
And what happens if one rider rides off?
I chase them? No. We go on our speed, how our horses can, and the most important thing, our horses are healthy and good.
AlUla represents the United Arab Emirates with F3 stables. We wish you the best of luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
F3, one of the premier teams, and you're talking premier teams, you're talking McLaren, Mercedes in Formula One. F3 certainly one of those, so is the Saudi Arabian AlUla team and the Kingdom of Bahrain, the Royal Endurance team of Bahrain. Is probably 3 of the top 5 in the world. Now we're getting ready. The countdown begins for Gerashir and Abu Rasfares, and we see the countdown clock 5 minutes 24 to go out onto the white loop, and that loop is 32.1. The horse will have had a breather, the rider will have had a breather. They'll have both got energy, they'll have both got solids, and they'll have both had physio to get them united and back on. And it's all about the understanding the horse, and the vets, as we see there, the vets and the team vets and the team trainers, they'll be saying, okay, there's the second of the horse, that's the Qatari horse, Gruelling Fantasia. Remember, they came in through into the hold area first, but didn't present before Gerashir. But what we're saying, it's all about understanding the horse, and sometimes they might be a little bit fresh after the break, or other times they might need waking up. So it's knowing, and that's the responsibility of the trainer and the vets in those teams to say, right, you want to walk around the horse, or you just want to just take it steady. Every animal is different. Just getting ready. Countdown begins. Remember, the first one out, 9:05:41, and then we wait for 15, 16 seconds for the second one, then we wait for 1 second, and then we wait for another 32 seconds. So we're awaiting the scenes for the first departure on the second loop, and that'll be Abu Rasfares and Gerashir. Harry is in the vet gate.
So we're here with Sabrina Arnold, the current European champion. Sabrina, it's still early days in the competition, but how are you finding it so far?
The first loop was okay. I'm a little bit afraid of the second and third loop because they told us that they will be really difficult. So we didn't do a strong speed on the first one to preserve the horses for the last loop, because hopefully we will finish, I hope so.
And have you come in with a strategy, or are you letting that evolve as the race goes on?
We adapt our speed about the ground, and it's uphill or downhill, so the ground and the technical things will tell us what we will do.
And tell me a little bit about the horse you're riding. You and your husband bred the horse yourself, I believe?
Yes, it's a horse he's born in our stable, and I know him since he's very small, and I think nearly the most of the time I'm riding, so I know the horse very well. He was my spare horse for the European Championship, so he's quite experienced.
How do you prepare a horse to travel from Europe to race in the desert?
For the travel or for the race?
For the race and the temperature and everything.
Okay. We try to bring the horses as much as possible in the sand, because in the region where we live, it's quite stony. We have a lot of stones and hills. So we try to do some walk on the beach, because we have the beach not so far, 1.5 hours. And yeah, let them walk in the deep sand, to adapt them on the very deep sand, and that's it.
Okay, and you're going to be going on to the second loop. We hear that's the most challenging. How will you adapt to the deep sand and the hills?
Walking. I think walking.
Okay, Sabrina, thank you very much. We wish you the best of luck. We'll touch base with you later.
Thank you.
Sabrina Arnold, the reigning European champion, just saying we're going to walk. Well, we'll wait and see, because there is differing theories about the loop that's coming up next, the white loop, and we're a minute and a half away from the first Abu Ras Fares and Gerashir for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Remember, they rode on the first loop. There it is. They rode on the first loop at a speed of 24.089, and then second place Qatari 24.014. That was their average speed. So now the horses, they're coming out of the hold, and now they're starting to, there's the leader, 15 seconds in front. Just about to go. The minute clock is ticking down top screen. We saw there a big group of horses just coming out of the hold area, out of the crewing area, and they'll be walked round by the grooms. Maybe one more slosh of water down the neck, and we'll be away to go very, very shortly. That's to keep the horses' temperature down, but also, in many ways, to wake them up and say, come on, we're going to go. It's all about the training, because, as we keep saying, a horse is a herd animal, and they're going out individually. So that's all about training. Stewards and the judges are up on the start line, and they will not let them go. There's one of them. Will not let them go. Grand jury will not, and there's Sharon Duplessis, the technical delegate on the left. They won't let them go until exactly 9:05:41. Clock's gone, and the judges say away they go. So they've had 40 minutes break, and now they've got another 32.1 kilometers to go. We're out on the second loop of the Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Endurance Cup 2024. This is the first of two rides. This is the two-star race over 120 kilometers. So the leader is away, and then very, very shortly at 9:05:57. And there's the first and second and third. You can see them in the distance. They're away. All about balance. We'll get the heli up soon, we hope, and then we'll be able to see the testing conditions that everybody's talking about, and it is very much everybody's talking about on the white loop, from the OC all the way through to the athletes. But this is where their horsemanship and their skill will come into play. So out goes the leader into the distance, and the second and third are away, Qatar and Oman. Second between them, there's nothing between them. And then the next one will be out in, what, 20 seconds. So there's the leader, Gerashir. There they are. There's the first three in the second loop of the one-star, of the two-star on the second loop as they go out into the distance. And then it's a really closely knit group. There's, what, 6-8 seconds, and then some level time, then some 4 seconds. So we expect to see, here they go, we expect to see now the big group. Now, There's one of the stewards just stopping them. No, you can't go yet. More riders coming back into the vet gate. And this is when it'll all start. So now we've got 5, 6 riders out on the second loop. And then there'll be a big pack, you know, sort of between athletes that came in, horses that presented between 13 and 26, 27. They're all pretty much at the same time. So now they'll start to bunch up. They'll start to ride as teams. They won't. Oops. The Omani's just nearly getting out the front side door there. And in that pack is number 50. The Spanish Esperanza Herrera Carmonia. The leading pack's now going out on the second loop. And in there is the UAE, who made Al-Tamimi that we heard earlier on. I think, in fact, and they've overshot, so they've got to come back in with the other that are coming back in the first loop. And you can hear the voices in the background saying, "You've gone wrong, you've gone wrong." And suddenly they'll work out. Now that is going to cost them. It's not only just going to cost them in distance, but it's going to cost them in time. Will they? When will they realise that they've gone wrong? I'm sure that the teams will be trying to get hold of them. Ah, now they've worked it out. Now they've got to turn around and come back again. So they're looking for the white flags on the white loop, and you've got to say that this course, in every loop, is beautifully marked. And how they missed that turn, I don't know. So they've probably gone, what, half a kilometre, and they've probably lost 2 to 3 to 4 minutes. It's a very hard turn to miss, but they missed it. Flags are every 50 metres. In some cases, the flags are every 20 metres that we saw yesterday. You can see in the distance there, the yellow, and those that's the final loop. Those 5 flags in a row coming up the hill, and how they missed this turn, I do not know, but we'll see it in a minute. They're looking for the white flags, and in a minute they'll be turning left where they should have turned right. It's like going down a one-way street. Or no left turn. Here we go. Now they've got it. They're back on course, and that has cost them dearly. And they're being tracked in the distance, and they've caught them up. So that will play its part as they go out onto the course, and they're saying, "Oh, well, we took the wrong course." It does happen. So if we see the loops, this is the loop graphic that we've seen. 120 kilometers in distance, and this is the white loop. The white loop, 32.1, we're all talking about, and bottom right of your screen is up into the mountains. It's a testing loop this, there are a lot of people talking about it, and it is a distance of 32.1. Those are the water points. Now the checkpoints where all the police are, the Saudi Arabian police, the crew points, 2 crew points out there on course. They can only crew twice. The distance is 32.1 kilometers, but there are water points all the way throughout the course and lots of checkpoints. As we heard from Tom Eaton-Evans, he's got a whole team of veterinarians with the specialist horse ambulances out there on course as well. The horse welfare is absolutely paramount. And it'll be really interesting to see what sort of speed they're going to go at in this first loop. So they're still in the vet after the first loop. Still in the hold area, and at the moment we have got 100 back in the vet gate, and more horses coming back in. And here's Harry in the vet gate.
Margot Chazelle, representing France but riding for AQ Stables. You've just done the first loop. Tell us how it was going.
Well, it really changed from the two previous years, but I think they did very good work on the track. We really enjoyed the first loop. Let's see the others, but really enjoyed. And the scenery is stunning.
And so you got a third place here in 2021, I believe, 22. And the horse you were riding then was for AQ Stables, so maybe big things planned again this time?
The mare is riding today with AlUla, and I wish them all the best. For me, we'll see. It's not in the plan to be in the podium today, to enjoy.
And how are you going to adapt your riding for the next loops? We hear the white loop is the most challenging.
Well, I think the white loop, if it's the same as the previous year, is the most technical, and I'm going to slow down a bit that loop because I think it's the one that is going to decide the rest of the race.
And Sheikh Abdullah is riding the horse that you rode, who came third, so hopefully big things for him.
Inshallah, inshallah.
Margot, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Margot. So experienced, and they go out at 9:41.23. And Makalu Noir. There's Constanța Lălescu, European champion, you name it, she's done it, she's won it. And Constanța, one of the best riders in the world. Lucky number 8 for her, and that partnership, they have been together for such a long time. Presented well, Emirat de Bartas. And Constanța, such a wonderful ambassador. She knows exactly, and she's very much part of the training team out here in AlUla, but also in the endurance training center in Pisa in Italy. So she knows what she's doing. So Constanța just cleaning the sunglasses, getting ready, and very, very shortly she will be out on loop number 2. But we caught up with her earlier, and let's hear from Constanța.
I'm Constanța Lălescu, I'm from Italy, and I'm an endurance athlete, and I'm 24 years old. I'm here for the Fursan Cup 2024. It's one of the most beautiful places that I ever seen in my life. The landscape, the weather, the track is really beautiful. It's technical, we have deep sun, but also hard track. For me is to focus on my horse. In endurance, the welfare of the horse is the first thing. I choose the strategy as the best way for my horse. The most important thing is to finish, and is that my horse finish in a good condition. I live all my life in this endurance, in this sport, and this is the first thing that I think in the morning, and this is the last thing that I think in the evening before to go to the bed. To transfer our knowledge to the Saudi people and Saudi athletes. We start a training camp. They become a quite good rider. They are really increase their technical patterns. So I'm really happy to help the AlUla athlete and rider to grow up. And I hope that this type of training camp can continue also in the future.
Such a wise head on young shoulders, that of Constanța Lălescu, very much following on in Dad Gianluca's footsteps. That wasn't Constanța, and Constanța out very, very soon. 9:28, what, 8 minutes away with Emirat de Bartas. There's Constanța, just with Emirat, and it's all about the horse. Just putting the front boots on, the fetlock boots. She's doing an amazing job, I can promise you that, training out here. Off they go. Some speed. I wonder if they'll make the right-hand turn. Muhnad Al-Sami and Medanso for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So we've got, out of the 189, we've got 110 that are presented, and we'll give you the stats in a minute. And out they go. It is breathtaking. Just really ran past. I don't know how they can miss that turn. And this is exactly what we were talking about earlier. The horse being a herd animal, really, really wanting to be together. And some of them just don't want to go. Now they've got it on the bridle. On we go, two more. That was the one that missed the turn, and there are some more riders coming out into the distance. Still, they're coming in to the first of the vet gates. This is when it really does start to spread out. We've got 121 in. Some are being re-inspected. You can see that on the Endurance Online timing. Now we're getting it back into an even rhythm. Well, we were. That's it. .31 in the distance. 31 in the distance is the Argentinian rider, Diana Chopita. So now they go out onto the second of the loops. Into the distance, 32.1 kilometers. And here's Harry.
Orkida Mihog from Hungary. How's the race going so far?
It's very nice. The track is tricky. We have to take care. Sometimes it's deep sand and sometimes hard surface changing. But I think it's nice, and the environment with these rocks are beautiful and unique.
And tell us about the horse you're riding. Is it flown from Hungary?
No, she is from Saudi Arabia. My friends prepared it for me, and she is a mare. And I find it her like strong. I think she is in a good condition, and I hope the best for this day.
And where's your position now in the field of competitors, and what's the plan for later on?
I just would like to finish the race successfully. This is my first time here in Saudi Arabia, and I just would like to collect experience for the 2026 championship. It's going to be held here.
And the next loop we've heard is a more challenging loop. How are you going to adapt your riding for that?
In the second loop, I heard from all experienced riders is the most difficult here, so I'm gonna really take care, and I will a little bit reduce the speed on the difficult parts, and this I will save energy for the next loops.
And the recovery of your horse, you were happy with everything, all the metabolic checks, everything was okay?
Yeah, I am very happy. I just took the saddle from her, and she was immediately 58, so I was happy.
Okay, so still a long way to go, and we wish you the very best of luck. I hope the rest of the day goes well for you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, good luck. And they competed in the first loop in a very, very respectable time. 15.2 kilometers. And as we heard, they'll be looking to take it very steady. There's Constanza, game face on, ready to go. The weight packs on the back, just checking everything is right. Now, that's what we talk about, the physio of the horse. Just waking them up and actually just giving their forelegs a jolly good stretch. Constanza will be going out any minute now. First phase time, 1:48.48. Give you some indication. The leading time out on the loop was 1:23.56, but we saw it last year in the World Championships in Abu Dhabi, that the Italians just rode as a pack, and they all came back and they knew exactly what to do. And as she said in that piece earlier on, she wants to look after her horse, and she wants to complete, and she wants to finish. And that's exactly what they did in Abu Dhabi, and they came away with the medal. So, game faces on for Constanza Liliska, number 8. And very, very shortly, she'll be away. Just wonder what's going through their minds. There are more coming out onto the second of the loops. Australia's Jodie Lee Salinas is away. And Sudan's Rayam Al-Haj. The look of concentration.
So horses now leading out onto the second loop. That is the most challenging loop. That is the white loop, 32 kilometres. The deep sand on this loop. So riders will have to take a little bit of care. But the atmosphere in the vet gate, it's remarkably quiet and almost everyone's just doing their own thing. So these riders now heading out, they should have planned for this. They'll have thought. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of chatter amongst the riders about what's to come on this loop. So they will have made a plan, no doubt. We're seeing riders 176 there. Rahman Al-Haj for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. A nice canter there from the second rider, just taking their time a little bit on this loop. It's important that riders don't go too fast too soon. And this is the part of the course which just heads out towards the village, and the white loop follows the pink loop for a time before then ascending quite considerably in some deep sand. The riders get to the top and then they have to come back down that deep sand. And the properties of the sand are changing all the time around here. The first thing in the morning, the sand can be quite firm, but as the heat and the sun get to the sand, it becomes drier and the horse's feet just sink straight into it, and they have to work harder to lift themselves back out of that sand. At this point in the day, it's still quite cool here, maybe 20 degrees. It's perfect endurance riding conditions. And hopefully those riders who are going out there on the loop now will find that the white loop is not too deep, but the later riders may find that it's even deeper. Number 8, Constanza Liliska for Italy, riding Emirat du Bartas. This combination have come here previously and were 6th. It's a tried and tested model. They know that horse can travel well. They've bought it from Italy and competed it here in AlUla. Constanza is also the Italian champion for 2023 and previous European champion. We've seen riders there prepare for the next loop. You'll see under the saddle there's a little bit of powder there, a little bit of talc, and that's just to help prevent any abrasions. You know, the horses can be a little bit wet, a little bit of sweat there, so it just helps to dry it up. We're seeing number 198 now trotting for the Veterinary Commission. That is Alex Champeau from the USA. A lot of riders bringing their own horses from all four corners of the world, but also riders renting horses or riding their friends' horses in Saudi Arabia to give them a sense of the track as we build up towards the 2026 World Endurance Championships. 171. Abdul Mohsin Al-Mahi for Qatar. A nice forward canter as the horse leaves the vet gate. Now onto the white loop. Stanza is on her way now, building momentum, just trotting out gently before she lets the canter pick up. And then we have riders for Juma's team. We have Maria Alvarez Ponton and we have Omar Blanco Rodrigo. Both riders were second and third. They made the podium last year, riding a very sensible race, not going with the leaders, but staying at a consistent pace. That is a very experienced field of riders that we're looking at right there. There is many years of knowledge, championship podiums amongst them, but some considerable way behind the leading group, which talks to the tactics that are at play here. Those horses have learned to go in that order. They've been practicing. Those three Spanish horses, they'll know which horse goes best in front. They'll know how to mix it up. And the horses will be used to going in that rhythm, much like a cycling race where you see them all in a line, in the slipstream. So our leading riders are about a third of their way through this white loop. With 22 kilometers left to run, we're expecting them back around 10:25. So the way I see it developing now is we've got this group of riders at the front who are individuals, they're riding as individuals, and then you've got the very experienced teams behind who are working together as a team. And I feel like that will develop as they eat up the kilometres and they move closer to those leading horses. The leading horses are on their own to a degree. Always better to work together as a team. So this one is the most challenging loop. But at this point in the competition, where we're seeing the horses now going pretty good, so a good opportunity to make up some speed.
They're at their peak at the moment, so that's why the course designers have selected the most challenging loop. Traditionally, the last loop is the easiest, most comfortable loop, but this is the most. They've been there, they've done the first loop, and now they're continuing on to the most challenging loop, and that's clever course design.
I mean, that's a really interesting perspective, Nick. And you know, as a ride organizer yourself, you know, those are the types of things that go into all the planning and preparation that the organizing committee do before they hand it over to the FEI.
Yeah, what you're looking for is you want the horses going out on a nice even pace on the first loop, so you don't want to push them too hard. You want to get as many horses through the vet gate onto the second loop all the way through. And these are the leaders out there, out on course. Yeah,
Faris Abu Ras, the leading for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
But it was interesting, wasn't it, when they came into the first gate, vet gate, that the second horse came in first but didn't present in time. So that's another little facet, and now they're going into the deep sand. Not so hot out there yet, Harry. So the sand conditions changing all the time. The cold, it's a lot tighter. And then as the heat gets to the sand, it starts to just sands of time.
Yeah, we were saying earlier, Nick, you know, the riders who are going to be taking on that loop later in the day, those ones who are at the back of the course that we're seeing now, vetting, they might find that loop, after horses have been through it and it's dried up, that actually it's even more challenging.
Yeah, so we come back to the facets of a course designer. The course designer's job is to set a fair and accurate test of an endurance horse. And they're out there on the white loop as we speak, and Harry was out there, and here is the guide to the white loop.
The white loop, 32 kilometres, and at least a third of that is ascending or descending, quite substantial hills. This part of the course all on deep sand, which is incredibly taxing. All the top teams will have a plan for this section of the course, whether to attack or conserve. Having ascended to the top of this valley, horses and riders have then turned and had to go downhill on this deep sand. This is one of the most taxing parts of the course and the most challenging. An opportunity perhaps to take a lead if ridden a little bit quicker, but a question: will those horses and riders still be there in the latter parts of the course, or is playing safe a better game?
Up into the mountains they go.
Group of riders coming in off the course, nice and steady. These riders looking for a safe completion. And there's prize money at stake. They've got to get the heart rate down. So one way of doing that is just to take it easy, to come in slowly, to get off the horse, to walk it in.
Yeah, riders from the AlUla Academy coming in now, Harry. And that's very good. We were talking, and your excellent guide to the white loop just now. And this is all about what the course designer's trying to do, what the technical delegate, what we heard from Sharon Duplessis earlier on, the technical delegate will have had to have been out, surveyed all the loops and checked them. But the course designer's job is to make sure, just chilling out there in the sun, the course designer's job is to make sure that it's a true and accurate test, but also it's the knowledge of the different loops.
Yeah,
and that's absolutely key. And I know for a fact that the FEI, like they do in jumping, and like they do in eventing, the FEI are now looking at starting a course designer's course for endurance. I was asked about it last week, who ours are, who we use, and why ours are so good, why Jean-Lucas, the sport director here, are so good. And it's understanding, they've got to be horsemen.
Absolutely, I think it makes perfect sense. You know, the first loop is all about getting around safely with fresh horses and not taking too many risks. The second loop, everything's settled down, you've got into a rhythm, the horse isn't quite as fresh as it was on the first loop, but it isn't tired yet, so now there's a challenge. Later in the loop, when the horses get a little bit tired, it gets a little bit easier, and the distance of the loops gets that bit shorter. So the last loop is 20 kilometres, the loop we're on now is 32 kilometres. So I mean the course designer, I think, has got it spot on with this and adapted it as well based on feedback over the years, and it's evolved from where they started 4 years ago to where they've got to today.
Absolutely, but it's primarily, it's also about engaging the horse's brain, because you've got to engage a horse's brain. Otherwise, it's not going to go over 120 kilometres, or it's not going to jump a big fence.
It's an excellent point, Nick. It really is. I mean, we talk about the rider psychology, but the psychology of the horse is really important too. And that's why riding in a group is beneficial, because they're herd animals and they want to be together. But keeping it varied and interesting to the horse is really important, to make sure they're still switched on and they're not just switching off to the whole competition.
141. Another from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, El Pistadel and Abdullah Balshraf. Riding in the team colours. Just starting to get themselves ready. You can see in the background there, it's really interesting, the whole area just slowing down. The majority are back in off the first loop. And then very shortly they'll be disappearing. As Harry said earlier, 10 minutes ago, they're about a third of the way through the second loop. So we started with 189 and almost all of them are back in. Vet's really always very, very busy. So yeah, 143. 153 rather, now back into the vet gate. That from Sudan, Gemma Haddad, Suleiman Ali and Marifa. Just on the trot. That looks like one of the last groups coming back in. They're all trying not only to finish, to get their horses home safe. You see just still full of running, even having done 34.4. Now they go into a 40-minute hold, rest and recovery, and then they go back out. Off the horses, here goes the cruise, water constant. So we started at 7 o'clock this morning in the two-star, the first of two feature races. We started at dawn. Some beautiful pictures. Here's the start. .49 nations and 189 started at 7 o'clock this morning in the Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Endurance Cup 2024, the 120-kilometer race, and 155 now out of that 189 are into the vets. Last remaining, 30 so still to join us back into the vet gate. And there they go out onto the white loop. Looks like they're having a jolly nice chat on a Saturday morning, but they've got a lot of work to do over the next 32.1 kilometers. Two of the Saudi Arabian riders, Saud Al-Mothman and AlUla. And another section that have missed the turn. Hamad Al-Sadi and Saud Al-Othman have missed the turn. Yeah, just having a nice chat on a Saturday morning. But they are going to have to turn around and come back again because, oh look, here we go. On go the brakes, round we come, and up the hill we go. Big smile on their face. Oops. And now they're back on to the white loop. And off they go. Riding into the distance. It's a massive team. We heard Brian say he's got a team of 60 out on course today, and we've heard from Tom Eaton-Evans, the veterinary treatment manager. He's got a team of vets with horse ambulances out on course. Then you've got all the Saudi Arabian police at the checkpoints. Phenomenal. It is a huge, huge team effort to bring the very best of endurance sport. So they're still smiling about missing the course. Didn't cost them too much. And on they go. It looks to me like they're just out for a Saturday morning hack, but they haven't. They've got another 31 kilometers to go. Here's the top three. There's the riding time. 2 hours 44, 13, 14 seconds. It's not those two. Still, it is a battle between the Omanis and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. There's about a second between those two. They're riding together. And that's the Netherlands. Netherlands who hosted the European Championships in Ermelo. Marika Visser just about to go out. And then more from Kingdom, and off they go. That horse by Dupibul. "49 nations have come into this, the two-star, and the vast majority have come out of Liège from Europe, and it was a massive effort to get those horses here. And Gianluca Lalicia is the sport director, and he was the one that was the person responsible for gathering the top horses and bringing them from Europe. Let's hear from Gianluca.
Now in Europe it's winter time, it's very cold. We move the horse to the airport by truck. From Italy, from Spain, from Bulgaria, from Poland, need more or less 2 days travel. We divided the travel in two phases. It's very important that during the travel by truck, the horse must drink good food and walking. Arrive to the airport, we put in the box in the airplane box for three horses, and in 6 hours more or less the horse landing in AlUla. But the horses is very easy to travel by airplane. It's very important that the horse arrive in AlUla 1 week before the ride. Why? Because there is acclimatization time. Here is winter, AlUla is there is 25 degrees, is many different. The first, second day the horse walk and arrive in perfect condition for the ride. It's very important point. During the flight there is one vet that check the horse, and when the horse arrive in AlUla we recheck the horses, because remember the welfare of the horse, the welfare of our friend horses is always in the first position.
Incredible feat there of transporting horses around the world. And Nick, not one you're unfamiliar with.
No, I mean, I got to, just looking at those pictures coming down off the skylifts, yeah, back in the day, nearly 40 years ago, I was the airport manager for a company called Pedens, which at that time was the largest exporter and flyer of horses around the world, and I know exactly what they're like. And the horses travel beautifully in an airline. They really do. I was fortunate enough to travel horses to Japan, to Australia, to America. And we were some of the first to bring horses, Sheikh Mohammed's, the Godolphin team, to Dubai. And they love travelling in an aircraft.
Is that because
they
there's
don't
no
go around
twist?
corners,
Right.
and they don't go up and down hill, and they don't have to brake. Once they're up at 36,000 feet, they're flat. Okay, it's a bit bumpy if they hit turbulence, but they love it.
And the other thing to flag here is that it was a direct flight to AlUla Airport, International Airport, which is 20 minutes drive away from here.
Yeah.
That is something which they started last year to avoid having a road journey in Saudi Arabia. So the horses were direct to the venue. So they've gone from Liège on the plane to AlUla directly, and purely facilitated for this competition.
Yeah, and Liège is certainly in Europe the top destination for travelling horses. That's where they all go to be exported or to fly for competition around the world. There's a very big competition going on in Abu Dhabi at the moment. They all the European
Still
horses.
quite a big journey though to get to Liège for some horses, right? Maybe from Spain or from Eastern Europe.
Yeah, they could be a day in a trailer or a truck, and then they get to Liège. They're overnight. Our Australian, just Hannah Kosser and Hafid Albada, just trying to get them. They didn't want to go forward, so Hannah just getting off the horse, sensible riding. Come on, we're going to go, and you're not going to win this battle. So they might have had a day, and then they'll have a night in a stable, then they'll be loaded up onto the stalls, and they'll be flown here. And it is only a 6-hour flight.
Of course, and we heard from Tom earlier, complicated by the fact that there's various health requirements in different regions and very strict quarantine rules here in the run-up to the competition.
Absolutely.
Just trying to minimise the risk. Different blocks of stables for different horses.
Yep. You'll have the GCC horses, you'll have the European horses, you'll have the rest of the world horses, and you know, if some have come from what the FEI and the global horse world says is a risk area, they will be stabled in a completely separate area to other horses.
And all checked in by vets as well, and monitored
monitored
the
all the
whole
way
time.
through.
Yeah.
And in a FEI competition, the grooms have to post on their app. There is an FEI app, International Equestrian Federation app, and they have to post their temperature. They have to take readings every single day, and if it goes over 38, then the vets are straight in there. So it's very much all about that. Who's getting up aboard now? 62 is Hungarian, Okader Mihok.
That's the rider we spoke to earlier.
Yep.
Really lovely girl riding a Saudi horse, but to get experience for the championships.
So off they go. The Hungarian partnership is looking at the watch, setting the watch, and it's just like eventing, isn't it, Harry? It's the countdown begins.
Yeah, and so that's a GPS watch. It'll give her the average speed that she's travelling at, the current speed she's travelling at, the time she's been out on that loop. A very handy little bit of kit. I wonder what you do with the prize money if you're a rider from abroad riding a horse that's over here. That's maybe a conversation for afterwards.
I'm sure that the contract has been agreed pre-competition, Harry. If I know that, there we go. Good luck to them out on the white loop.
Horse is looking strong. It's looking fresh.
So as they go out onto the white loop and gaining all the important experience, it was a tremendous ride last year, Harry. It really, really was. Big start. Brian Dunn, centre stage. I wouldn't be standing there.
Brave man. It was later last year. It was a month later, so a lot warmer. Already warm at this time in the morning.
And off they go.
We saw Uruguay and Bahrain emerge early on, but Turkey as well there, and Constanza Lalisha leading throughout. That was Bahrain there. And the two Bahrainis led a dominant race. But one of them wasn't to pass the vet inspection, only 56-1, and then Juma's team were in second and third.
And that is the sport of endurance, is not the first past the post.
I mean, it makes a great photo, but the reality is only one of them was crowned victorious, and the other one was sadly removed from the competition at the end, because the principle is you have to be fit to continue, even at the end of the competition. And it's the same inspection as before the ride, during the ride, and after the ride.
The crew, off they go in front of the car. Oh, brilliant. Now they're away. Our Saudi team.
I mean, the sport is growing here rapidly, but this is still by far the biggest endurance competition in Saudi Arabia.
By far and away, Harry, and I'm just looking, you might not have seen it, but a number of them missed the turn onto the white loop. I was just looking to make sure that they had seen it. The second of our Hungarians is out.
I find that hard to believe, the number of flags that are out there every 50 meters. It is incredibly well marked. So I think those colours are part of the Italian Endurance Academy for the AlUla riders.
Exactly.
Yeah. That pink and blue, quite distinctive.
Yep. These are vet writers. Their job is pretty much done for the next, what?
Have a breather now.
What do we say? The first one went out at 9:05, so...
Due back at 10:25.
10:25.
Yeah.
Still they're being presented. That's the Netherlands and Martin Koch.
So the way things are looking at the moment, we had the leading group, which was made up of a couple of Saudis, Qataris, Oman, and then 2 minutes behind them was the UAE team and Bahrain, with one Spanish rider up there as well. And then a little bit later, maybe 5 minutes or so behind, there is a big group of European riders, Argentinian, Uruguay, Brazil, all together. That's how we're looking at there at the moment. Very distinctive colours there for number 108. That's Firaz Al-Qurashi. Bahaj Muscat is the horse for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Look at those colours, Harry.
You wouldn't miss him.
In the dark or in the daylight. Talk to me about the riding gear. It's so different. It's so alien to any other riding gear, isn't it? You're riding in training shoes.
Yep.
You got hoof stirrups. You got sort of catch-all cycling stirrups, basically.
So the purpose, the stirrups,
and a
you've
long
got,
leg.
Yeah, you've got a big surface area in the stirrups to take the pressure off your feet, but a cage there so that you can ride in trainers. And actually, you've got two comparisons there. You've got no cage on the left and a cage on the right. So stop your foot slipping through if you're wearing trainers. So it's all about comfort for the rider. These riders are riding very long, and it is a bit of a desert style to ride long. We see some of the French riders riding quite short and up on the top of their horse. But in this deep sand, I think it's important to get your position a little bit back to lift the horse out of that sand, almost physically. It's not purely by coincidence that the desert riders ride long. There is sense and purpose in why they do that.
But can I ask, would they have the same grip steering as they're going down the hills that we saw yesterday out on this very particular loop?
It's a good point. I think it's when they're cantering, it's a good position to be in, but once you break that canter into trot, you do need a little bit in your knee, don't you, to almost as shock absorbers.
Yeah, it's the squeeze, it's the control of the horse.
Exactly, yeah.
So there we are, and there's nothing between the leading pack now, Harry, I don't believe. Geramil and Abu Ras still leading, then Sultana Nuaimi, and then Mohamed Al-Mahez for the Kingdom, 1, 2, and 3.
And so far as Abu Ras was one of the favourites on the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's list, and one that we had kind of highlighted, but I question whether he's gone a bit too soon, maybe. It's a long way, he's going fast. We heard from Rayan Al-Mobdi, who has won here before, him saying that the speed was very fast on that first loop, and actually he's going to be taking it a bit more slowly on the second loop. So it's interesting to see that dynamic play out. Can those leaders maintain their pace for the 4 loops?
When you're riding for this monstrous amount of money, it's not monstrous in other sports, but for endurance it's huge. The winner, 900,000 reals, 225,000 euro to the winner.
Yeah, plus a 500,000 car.
Plus a 500,000 car.
Yeah.
Plus a 500,000 car. I forgot that one.
I don't know what they do with the car, but they do get 500,000 car.
I'd sell it. Okay. When you're riding for that amount of money, how do you keep that out of your head? How do you? Because you are one of the favourites, you've got a super horse, you know the track, you know the loops.
I think it's more relevant and probably playing on people's mind lower down the field. So there's people here who have come to get a completion, to get that. I think is it 100,000 Saudi reals?
Saudi reals, so it's 20,000 euro.
It's, I mean, it pays for the trip out here, and you know you go home and it probably pays for the rest of your season in Europe. That is more acute, I believe. The leaders, to run at the front, you risk more. So you are taking risks in order to go at that speed, and therefore the chances you might not get a safe completion. You might be removed from the competition. But I think on that last loop, you know, it's inevitable. Having said that, I recall last year, you know, Zuma Punti Dax, he had 2 riders on the podium. I think, you know, collectively they had maybe 300,000 euros between them. And I got on the plane and he asked me to send him a screenshot from the schedule for how much prize money he had won, because he didn't know.
Had no
idea. No. Because he had come here, nothing to do with the prize money. He had come here to prep his horse because he'd got whisper that there was potentially going to be a championship in the future. So he was already planning 1 year ago that this
for 3 years hence.
For 3 years hence, yeah. And he bought 2 horses from the desert where they'd been acclimatised. He ran at the front, and 2 horses from Europe he ran behind.
It's very interesting, that, isn't it? And I can only equate to it in the jumping world. Last night it was the President's Cup in Abu Dhabi, and that was jumping for huge money, but they wouldn't have had a clue what the first prize was. Those riders. So it's exactly the same principle as this.
Yeah. It can't change your tactics. If it does change your tactics, then you're going to be led astray.
Then
you've got to ride your own race. You can't let outside factors influence it like that.
No, and as you so rightly say, Harry, that 100,000 real is probably more important to the Hungarians, to the Moroccans, to the Uzbekistanis.
Yeah, to any of the Europeans coming over here who are competing here, and they've invested a lot to get here. I know that the travel of the horse and everything else was paid for, but there'll still be costs associated with competing abroad.
Huge cost. I mean, they've got the flights, they've got the hotels, they've got absolutely everything.
And the training of the horse, the investment that we make as riders into training and keeping and looking after our horses. Endurance, I think, is a test ultimately of horsemanship, and we need to be looking after these horses as extreme athletes, and that takes absolute dedication. That comes with expense.
So the Algerians are there, another emerging nation, Harry.
Yeah, we're seeing, every race we cover, Nick, there are new nations on the list who you think have not necessarily been up there in the international sport before, but it is great to see. Endurance is one of those sports which is so accessible in terms of equestrian sport, because you really only need the rider and the horse, and the distance lies ahead. It's easier to get into the lower distances. 20 kilometers takes things back to basics. I think that's the principle here.
What's the ideal age for an endurance horse? 9, 10?
Yeah, something like that, 10, 11. With Maria Alvarez-Ponton was at Euston Park, the World Championships in 2012 on a famous horse called Nobby, and that was 19.
I was going to say 9. I think. Yeah, I would have said 18, 19.
Yeah. So they can keep going for a considerable amount of time. But compared to other disciplines and racing especially, they start a lot later.
Yeah, the young horses are 8 years old.
Yeah, the Young Horse Championship's 8 years old.
Yeah.
And you don't really start endurance until they're 5 or 6 at the national novice qualifiers. This is the very experienced group we saw leaving earlier. We've got in here.
You see the blue fleeces.
2 European champions and a previous world champion in this leading group, chasing group. Sorry.
Chasing group. This is knocking on the door, and number 8 and the grey there is Constanza. Team Zuma in there as well, Harry. They're all in there, and that is the group to be watching, in my opinion, because this, if you looked at this group, it is experience in spades. They're just coming round. There's Maria just turning right, Team Juma, and any minute now we'll see this group turning right-handed. Constanza, number 8, the grey, and off they go. And let's hear from Constanza.
It's a really amazing ride in the desert. The first goal is to finish, and the most important things for me is the welfare of my horse. So it's really important that my horse is in a good condition. Usually we're training a horse 4 or 5 times in a week. We go for training in the countryside, but also in the training track for some gallop work. This is the first thing. If you do a good training, the horse will be good if you are in the desert, if you are in Europe. If you do a good work and a hard work during the training, the horse will be good, okay? While I'm competing, I'm focused on my goals. So I'm focused on the track and also sometimes on the landscape that I have around me. Like in AlUla, the landscape is amazing, so it's important, and I enjoy also the landscape. In my mind, I have an idea of my progress. I have an idea of the speed that I have in that moment, and also about the kilometers that I have already rid. The GPS is really important to control the average speed, the time, and also the kilometers. I want to be in a group because it's very important for an endurance horse to compete together with other horses, like in cycling, no? If you are alone for your mind is hardest. If you are in a group, of course, it's easiest to compete.
Constanza Lalisha there with Emanat Dubartas, the same horse we saw in the VT there, the same horse she has brought previously to this competition and done very well on. A tried and tested, obviously a very well travelled horse. And the leaders just 7.5 kilometres left to run on the white loop.
Going well then, Harry. What's their average speed? 22, 23, something like that?
Yes, I think maybe they probably slowed down a little bit.
a bit.
Yeah.
So that is Feres Bubelova from Slovakia. Slovakia, a former host of the World Championships in Samarin, down in the bottom of Slovakia. It was a long time ago, 2017. And off they go. So there's the right turn coming up, which about 10 of them have missed, which we would find.
So this loop now, they're all over 2/3 of the way through this loop now, with just possibly maybe a quarter of the loop left to run. 7.5 kilometres. We can see from the data that we're getting from the providers here, Endurance Online. And the leading group at the moment looks to have remained unchanged. So our leader, Faris Abu Ras, for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, but they're neck and neck, aren't they? They're bunched really tightly, those leading three.
Yeah, I think maybe there's 4 leaders all together, but yeah, no, you're right, the three at the top. So the second place, Qatar, Saeed Al-Noami, and in third for Oman, Ahmed Saeed Matir Al-Saidi.
So, Harry, you've got some interesting stats after the first of the vet gates.
Yeah, we're just looking now at the eliminations from the first loop. We've lost in total. Remember, we lost 11 didn't start. We've got 40 in total now who've been removed from the competition.
So we lost 29 after vet gate 1.
Correct. Yeah.
So now down to 160 out of the 200 that were starting. Yes.
Yeah,
something like that.
And not a great day for Team Bahrain. 3 riders from Team Bahrain already lost in this loop, and that's surprising because Bahrain have been such a powerhouse and dominant in the sport. Yeah.
And they went out on lameness.
Yes.
Still waiting to go out, and it's really interesting what the local time now, 10:10 in the morning. They've been riding for 3 hours and 1 minute, 3 hours and 11 minutes, and it's a really big distance. These riders now going out on their second loop, and the leaders of the second loop just about to turn for home and come back in. So they went out at 9:05, and we're now at 10:12. So already there's that hour and 6 minutes gap between the first and last.
It's incredible how quickly that gap develops.
Just changes, doesn't it?
And at some point in the competition, we're going to see horses on different loops mixing with horses on the prior loops and vice versa. And that creates an interesting dynamic as you're going head to head almost as they're coming in.
Yeah.
You know, we talked about
horses want to turn for home.
Exactly.
Interesting stats that the altitude differential on the yellow loop fairly even, and then you look at the white loop and the differential right at the halfway mark between 16 and 17k goes from 800 all the way up to 1,050. So big altitude differential, so they've got to go up, then they've got to go down, and that's a very, very big differential on the white loop. The yellow loop fairly even, but the white loop is a big difference, and we're seeing that, and they'll be back in very, very soon. We out they go, and good luck to them. So, just to reiterate the stats, we started with 189, we lost 11 at the vet check, so we started with 200, then we got down to 189, and a total of 40 eliminated after the first vet gate. Just ready to go back out onto the second loop with our riders, our leading riders, coming back in from the first loop. Let's have a look at the highlights from our first loop. Some amazing highlights from the yellow loop. They really are amazing, and they're now on the second loop, the white loop. And those crew points, you see, and new for the FEI regulations this year, that the crew points are all in distances, and it's water going down. There's water all over the course. So Harry is out in the vet gate.
What's the ref break situation like? Is that it? Unless it's going to lose. Oh, it's tough. It's not fun. As it.
Out there on course. Just slowing down. We saw in the highlights of the first loop those crew points, and that is a real facet. There were 3 crew points. That's when they're allowed, the crew, the 4 crew members per horse, a maximum of 4 crew members, are then allowed to go and crew their horses. And there's a distance between the start and the finish of the crew point, and that's where they can give water primarily down the horse's flanks and the hind quarters, and also to the riders. So that crew points, we'll get to them a little bit further on. But down in the vet gate, Harry has got somebody very important.
So, Carlos Ponferrada, foreign veterinary delegate. Tell us how that first vet gate went for you. We've got a moment of quiet now before the horses are due in again.
Well, honestly, it went very well. It was busy, very crowded, because we had too many horses. But it went well. Everybody was more or less correct. Because we are applying a new rule, so the presentation of the horse has to be perfect, the better we can. So we asked for many retrats. Of course, they were running a little bit faster than we should. So we have quite a few eliminations because of gate.
Just tell us a little bit about that new rule, if you may.
Well, trotting the horse in front of a veterinarian means that the horse has to be in a straight line. You need to be able to see the whole horse during the whole day, trotting. Sometimes the horse is not under control, the groom or the person responsible is tired, not paying too much attention, the horse is crooked, we cannot see it. So right now there's a new rule, the rider or the groom, the person responsible has to be exactly in a position, and the horse has to trot back and forth on a loose rein. Straight line, no crook, showing the real horse that we need to check and assess.
Okay, thanks, Carlos. And this white loop is the more challenging loop. What are you going to be looking for in this vet gate?
Mainly, the horse is sound, healthy, he can continue. The reason for putting these heavy, rough loops in the beginning is because the horse is fresh, so they can handle more, therefore, the stress. And then they need to just calm down and keep going the best he can.
And as the day warms up, will you be looking with more scrutiny at the horses from a metabolic point of view?
Absolutely, because endurance means that they start and they finish. In the middle, all the physical stress is going up, it gets into the body. So it's a kind of art for the people crewing these horses to cool down them and get them ready for the next. So the more they run, the more we need to be more strict and take care of the horses.
And just tell us about the final veterinary inspection. The first to cross the line is not necessarily the winner. Is that inspection any different, or what criteria are you assessing them at that point?
Well, first of all, the first to cross is not the winner, because he needs to fulfill the expectation in the gate. So if the horse is passed, but the first crossing is not passed, then the second is the winner. It's a very simple rule. And the final examination is exactly the same that all the examination that we do. The horse has to be fit to continue even after the finishing. So this is very important for us.
Carlos, it's about to get a lot busier in here. We'll let you go. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
One of the most experienced and highly regarded vets anywhere in the world, Carlos Ponferrada. And he explained it quite beautifully. So they're going out onto the second of the loops. Now this is the stat so far. The yellow loop, the first loop, then the second loop. Now they're coming, it's getting very, very interesting because they are only, what, 2.6 kilometers away. The purple line is where they are at the moment on this, the second of the 4 loops. So we've been talking about this, the white loop being the most challenging, the most technical of the 4 loops. And that's exactly what Carlos was talking about. They'll be looking for the horse's fitness and the horse's appetite and the horse's metabolics all the way through this ride, but they'll certainly be keeping an eye on this. So really, really interesting. It's now getting very interesting. The leading group of 3 are well, in fact, they're 2.6. The leading horse is 2.6 kilometers away. And then there's a little bit of a gap between the second and the third, and then they're all together. I mean, then there's no distance between 5, 6, 7, 8. So now, and we heard from Constanza Alicia discussing it the other day, the steward saying, yeah, the grand jury saying, yes, you may start on the second loop, and off they go. Good luck to them. That is 172 Salama Assad from Romania and Goak. So what they're going to do now is they're going to come back in. They'll go into another hold of 40 minutes. Looks very pleased, and why not? They're in the biggest ride in the world here in AlUla, and great smiles, great pictures. Horse looks happy, rider looks happy, but I wonder how happy they're going to be after another 32 kilometers on the white loop. So they're going to come back in very, very shortly. The leading rider 2 kilometers away, that's what we think. So that's what, 10 minutes time, something like that. Very, very shortly, actually, we'll get some pictures. The crews just standing up in the hold, in the crewing area, getting ready to make sure that those heart rates, and remember the leader was Abu Ras Fares, one of the great favourites with Ger Ashir from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. They're due back in a little under 2 minutes. Then very tracking behind, maybe 30 seconds behind, it is the Qatari ride of Ali Naimi, Saled Yahya and Gulen Fantasia, and then just behind that it is Oman and Nebras Muscat. Then Saudi Arabia, then the UAE. It's very, very tight coming in to this, the second of the veterinary inspections after the second of the loops, the white loop. And it'd be really interesting to hear from Harry, if he can get some rider snapshots, how he felt, how they felt that this loop was riding, because everybody that we've spoken to said that this was certainly going to be the most technical, the most challenging of the 4 loops in this, the Custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques Endurance Cup 2024. It's a long distance, it's a lonely distance. Yeah, there are the crews. They're in the crew area, getting ready. Stewards in the left hand of your picture in the gold bibs. They're the ones that have got the very unenviable job of making sure they're ready to go out onto the second loop. That part of the AlUla endurance team. That is Ibrahim Al Othman's Meva Kairos. So they're now going out onto the second loop, but these crews now getting ready for the horses that are coming back from the second loop. Very experienced canter, very experienced group there. Markevissa and Stella Dubois in the middle, and just tracking neatly behind, second of the Dutch compatriots, it is Anne-Martine Koch, 158 with Tonki Debut Summit. Think that this is the leaders as they come up the hill. They'll turn left-handed. This the leading group, and that leading group, remember, they are Abu Ras Fares and Ger Ashir, Al Naimi, it is Said Yahya Al Naimi and Gulen Fantasia, and then Ahmed Said Mata Al Saidi from Oman with Nebras Muscat. Now, remember that the Qatari horse was the first into the hold, and it looks like those tactics are playing off, but they did not present before Abu Ras Fares. Now that was maybe the heart rate or something. They couldn't get the heart rate down, and remember, it's 64 beats per minute as they come in. So the vets will be looking for 3 things. They'll be looking for the heart rate, they'll be looking for the metabolics, that's the gut, and making sure that everything internally is fine, and then they'll be looking for the soundness as well. And we heard Carlos Ponfedera talk about it. It's the new rule that it's got to be on a long lead, lead rope, and make sure that they're not being encouraged to trot away and trot back towards the vets. So up they come, they look good, but we'll wait and see what the tactics are. Will it be the Qatari horse that goes in front? That is the leading horse at the moment. Or will it be the grey on the left, Abu Ras Fares and the Ger Ashir, previous winner here? Or will it be the one on the right with the white helmet, that of Ahmed Said Mata Al Saidi and Nebras Muscat? Coming up, and very soon, there's the leading time, 3:27.01. Qatar just, I was just saying, Harry, welcome back, and I was just saying that I wonder if the Qatari horse or the Saudi Arabian or the Omani horse is going to go in front. We just, we'll have to wait and see, won't we?
Yeah, all looking very relaxed after that.
Aren't they just?
Yeah. If I had to pick a favourite there, I probably would pick the grey, as it comes quite strongly with that very long stride, ground covering stride. Those horses with the longest stride effectively have to do less steps over the 120-kilometre course. They're floating in the air. It's a very efficient way of moving.
have to wait and see, won't we?
We will.
Just waving to a fellow countryman there. And in we come. Qatari just hopping off there. Saeed running alongside the horse. So that's a different change of tactics from the first loop.
Yeah, and in previous years we've seen teams emerge like Bahrain, like Uruguay, or Qatar, for example, whereas now we've got 3 individuals leading, which is a change from what we've seen previously. The question is, can they maintain this for the duration, or are we going to see the teams that have decided not to go with them come through?
To ride as a pack.
Exactly.
In we go.
So, in they go. Crews are now in control. Saddle is off straight away. Water on. This horse recovered in 1 minute 45 in the first vet gate with a heart rate of 60. With a cruising speed of 24 kilometres an hour. We expect that they've slowed down a little bit on this loop, but we'll wait to get that data and confirm. So, more water on the horses. On the horse's head, there's a lot of big veins in the neck, the jugular vein, cooling the skin of the horse. It's hot, heated up out there, so already the horses will be getting hotter, and therefore more water will be required. There's already ice in that water, and you can see number 168 there, the trainer's got the heart rate monitor on. We'll be checking the recovery. And 162 making forward motion towards the vet gate.
There's Amman going in first. Is it?
A bit more water, a little bit of caution. Slowly, slowly. They don't want to rush in, they don't want to get too much. They want to go too quickly and bring the heart rate back up again.
Be an interesting one. You were saying earlier, Harry, that if in a busy vet gate, it can play to their advantage. But when they're out on their own and they're in front, there's no place to hide.
There's no place to hide. There's no queue, so they can't just dip in at the back.
So we're coming up to the second of our vet gates, and here is how it works.
So horses come off the track and approach this, the vet gate. At this point, they have 15 minutes to present to vet, but the recovery time starts now. The leading horses will go straight in to vet, but they're looking for a heart rate of 64 beats per minute. They do get a second chance as long as within that 15 minutes. Once they present to vet, the clock stops and the whole time immediately begins. There's a full metabolic check, heart rate's checked, and the gate. They'll trot the horse 40 metres away and 40 metres back and assess the horse for gait. This has to be done on a loose rein, as we were hearing from Carlos Ponferrada.
Yeah, those rules now came into effect a month ago, Harry, January the 1st.
Some riders won't have experienced that the first time.
Exactly.
Into the hold area now. That's where crews continue their work, but in a slightly less higher paced environment. They take care of the horses, they ice the legs, they give the horse a massage, they make sure it's eating and drinking, perhaps give it some electrolytes.
And the rider will get plenty of chocolate.
Yeah. So 40 minutes, back out on course again.
So the first to be presented, and it is the Omani horse, Nebraz Muscat. First to go in. Now, this is the new way. This is the new way, Harry. Do you want to explain it?
So you've got to be at the left-hand side. You can't get too far in front. You can't be too far behind. You've got to have that U shape in the line.
55.
Pulse 55. I mean,
after doing 2 loops.
Yeah. Could have gone in sooner. Could have shaved a few seconds off that one.
Now here we
but
go.
didn't take any risks.
So they've got to be on a loose rein.
Yeah.
And they can't be pulling, they can't be encouraging, can they?
And there was always a rule to a degree.
There was.
But I think it's just a tightening of the existing rule that, you know, they kind of have no interference. But I know horses that don't trot, though. You know, they refuse to trot, or you know, they will only trot one direction and wait. You know,
I would say to you, Harry, that that's all part of the training. You know, horses that don't trot, you know, vet checks are happening more and more in every horse sport, and quite rightly so. Horses that don't trot, that's what they'll be looking for.
Yeah. So, full metabolic check then. So they do the first heart rate. If the heart rate's okay, they trot. Once they have come back from the trot, they do the rest of the checks. They listen to the gut sounds. They pinch the skin a little bit just to check out when it goes back.
So
check
now,
for dehydration. Right, here we see.
Here we go. This is the interesting part, because this is the pack that's ridden as a team, and that's a very, very important second group.
Number 186 there is AlUla Ghanem Al Mari from the United Arab Emirates, one of the favourites for this competition. Has an incredibly strong record in the United Arab Emirates. The horse he's riding has done 120s and 160s all over 20 kilometres now, so it's perfectly capable of winning this race. And the UAE will be a very, very slick team here, slick operation. Just checking the muscle tone there, check for any cramping. And I think he said an A to the assistant.
Harry, you can't say that. Not till the vet card is published.
I'd give it an A. Heart rate monitors on, checking that the heart rate is coming down. Sometimes it's okay to present maybe when it's a little bit high, as long as the general direction is it's coming down, so you expect it to be down when you get to the vet. 61, 63, number 168, cutting it incredibly fine, but some would say perfectly timed. He's
happy?
A very happy guy.
Very happy guy. Out of the second loop, past. And now they get another breather. They get a breather of 40 minutes now.
Yep.
And then they go off onto the two loops. Still another 53.5 kilometers to go.
But at this point, they've done half of the distance.
Is that all?
And it's only 10:35 local time here in Saudi Arabia. So the vet gate can look unorganised and chaotic, but amongst that is a very systematic, rehearsed approach for these teams.
Yeah, it is. But actually, do you know the most challenging of all the vet gates? It's vet gate 1, when you are not running just one distance. So when you're running a 1-star and a 2-star and a 3-star, all on the same day, and I speak from experience, and you've set your 3-star horses off and they've gone off on 40k or whatever it may be. You've set your 2-star horses off and they've gone off on 30k.
They all come back at the same time.
And you set your 1-star horses off within half an hour of each other and they've gone off on 28k. And they all hit you at the same time. That's when it becomes challenging, Harry. So all passed, do we think? Just waiting to see. Don't know until we get a vet out time, a departure time. .43, that Bahrain. Yusuf Mohammed Al Sadoun. just trotting down the vet gate. You can hear the stewards in the vet gate saying, no water here, no water here, because that runway down the centre has got to be kept clear of water. Sometimes they don't listen.
And you'll see horses will be taken further to the side if they need a bit longer, or they know the heart rate's going to take a bit longer, and those that are fast will almost never stop walking towards the vet gate. Number 127 there. That is Faisal Al-Qarashi for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, who's foul-coated Truslin. Quick book it on for good luck, and then into the vetting for number 61.
First of our departure start times just been published, Harry, and so it is Oman that's just literally taken the lead, and they'll go off on loop 3, the green loop, 28k, 11:11:09. Look to the screen, and there are our departure times. So it has changed a bit, hasn't it?
Yeah, we haven't got the Saudi rider up there at the moment.
No.
We're waiting to find out about that. But the Bahrain team, having lost a few riders, they've still got 3 riders in the top 10. And the UAE close behind.
The master tacticians. It is the rest area for 76, but we wait and see, don't we, Harry?
We do. There is a little delay in the data that we get from the vet gate to what we're seeing on screen. So, we do have confirmation that Faris Abu Ras did pass the first inspection, but has been asked to come back before going out on course for another inspection. That is at the
veterinary panel's discretion.
Exactly. So they can do that if there's a little concern. They've seen something, but they're not enough to warrant calling a panel on that horse. It might be that there was maybe a questionable gait, or that the recovery slightly wasn't as good as they expected. So if he passes that inspection, then he's back out on course as usual. He'll be still in second place.
Harry, just while we're talking about that one, Gerashir, they just, and it will have gone to Carlos and it will have gone to Antonio, and one of the line vets may have called them. Let's explain it. They might see something.
We've got their vet card here. We've got the benefit of this from the timing provider, which is excellent. And we can see here that they got a C for gut sounds and a B for mucus and a 3 for capillary refill. So those are the early indicators that the horse is a little bit dehydrated.
Just see something.
Yeah.
So now they've got 40 minutes, or let's give or take 35 minutes, to get the horse back, and the vets will go through that again. They'll notify the stewards, they'll notify the ground jury, the president of the ground jury, Christian Lozano, and then they'll say, right, we'd like to see that back in before it goes out again.
Yeah.
If we're not happy, it doesn't go out.
The warning light is on the dashboard, and it's now for the crew to work and do their magic. And
it's the mechanics.
Not beyond the wit of man for the crew to bring that horse back, having perhaps given it some electrolytes, let it have a drink, something to eat, get the gut moving again. The gut sounds, what they're listening for is gurgling in the gut, and if they slow down, that's because the water is being taken elsewhere in the body.
They probably won't let it sit down and rest, stand and rest. They probably want to keep it gently moving, won't they?
They want to keep the mobility in the gut. They want to keep everything moving. But I think, you know, trying to get the horse to drink, it's that old adage, isn't it? You know, they can try and try
lead a horse to water,
but it might not happen. but there are, you know, a few tricks up the sleeve that they can do. Number 166 now in shot. That is Mohammed Saad Al-Dawsri for Qatar. This was one of our favourites. This horse has recently raced in Qatar and came fourth with French rider Leah Vandekova. 28 kilometres an hour with a very, very strong sprint finish. This horse is capable of a very strong last loop and is one of Qatar's leading horses in the competition. A little bit off the pace at the moment, but it could be that we see the horse get faster and faster in this competition. That's often the way that the experienced riders tackle things. They start off slowly, they let the machine horse warm up a little bit out on course. They don't want to risk anything too soon, and they get incrementally faster. We've obviously got the white loop, which slows people down on that second loop, but I wouldn't be surprised that the next loop's a little bit shorter. We don't see the speed go up quite considerably now. For those horses who are feeling fresh and good, and maybe that chasing group, Bahrain, UAE, who have very capable horses, will be pushing on and challenging. So we see 72 is the pulse, 72. Let's keep, if we can keep that shot, we'll see if it goes down at all. Just getting blocked a little bit. So they're not happy with that, they're turning away, they're going to cool again. If it was 72 and dropping then 71, 70, you might just keep going through, but if it's sticking at 72, it's not necessarily going to be at 64 for when you present to the vet. Victorious Stables, His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa of Bahrain. Not in attendance today, but other members of the Bahrain ruling family are here. And a very important race for Team Bahrain. So 76, the horse that has the re-inspection for gut sounds. As we were discussing earlier, they are keeping a little bit of moving around and making sure it's eating and drinking. But Carlos has got a laser focus on any horse where there might be an issue. And so he needs to see that horse again before it's going to go back out on course. And any concerns, it will be removed from the competition. So the pressure is not off this crew. They can't relax. They have to work hard to make sure that horse is fit, ready for the next loop. Number 184. That is Saeed Ahmed Jabba Abdullah Al-Harbi with Umo de Vuhru. It's a strong horse from France, good record in the UAE. And here we are, it's back with Qatari horse. So this was the one I believe was sticking at 72. They still haven't presented to vet, so it must be a little bit of a sticky heart here, taking a few minutes.
Yeah, they've got 15 minutes.
They've got 15 minutes, and
but the clock is still going.
The clock is still going. They may as well still be out on course. So,
yeah,
you know, the chances of this horse being on the podium later in the race are diminishing with every second. So, healthy, happy horse in the vet gate, eating, looks well, looks fresh. Number 147.
Yeah, 147 is Meshal Bada Al-Nazi from Kuwait and Deathless Amor. So now the competition is really starting to take shape. We've got one due to guard 11:11:09, one on a second repeated test, and then they're just starting to take its turn. 11:11:19, 10 seconds, and then a minute's gap. So that's the top three. So we caught up earlier with one of the great vets, Nicola Pilate, and Nicola is going to tell us why the Arabian horse is so suited to endurance.
To me, it is important that the horse is happy to do it. And when they arrive to an international level, these are all horses that are happy to do it, because if they are not keen to work, they will never reach this kind of competitions. They have a pedigree that is specialized in this kind of competitions. Then he has physical characteristics that are very good for an endurance horse, you know. We will see a great neck and back ratio, a very good conformation of the legs, a good size. And then on the inside there is the engine. And the engine is on his brain, because he needs to be ready and keen to work hard. And then he needs to be tough, because when he gets tired, that's the time that he needs to play the game, and he needs to put something more than the others. So the official vet, when the horse goes into the vet gate, wants to make sure that he is able to continue, that he finished in a good condition. What the official will check, first of all, is the heart rate, where they will make sure that the heart rate will be lower than 64. The heart rate is a parameter taken into consideration to understand if the horse is tired or not. And after that, the horse will trot for 40 meters, just to make sure that has not any lameness or any orthopedic issue. And then they will be checked on the gut sounds, on the lung sounds, and all other parameters like the skin, mucous membranes of the eye. And then they will go to the capillary refill time on the gums. There are two different kinds of horses, you know. The one that maybe when they get tired, they become to slow down, and the other, the good ones, or the champions, are the ones that when they get tired, they keep up and keep going, because they really want to do a good performance.
They really want to do it. One of the most respected vets in the world of endurance, Nicola Pilate from Italy. So the one horse that's got to do an inspection, that is Gerashir. They have to re-inspect at 10:56:19. That is 15 minutes before they are due, if they pass that inspection, 15 minutes before they can go back out. So the first departure time, that's the Omanis going off on the third loop, the green loop at 11:11:09, and then there's a gap. If the second horse doesn't pass its re-inspection, there it all is, there's the start times, 11:11, so we've got a 2-minute gap, but that all depends as to whether Abu Ras Fares and Gerashir do pass their re-inspection, and then there's a gap of 10 seconds, so that's nothing in the sport of endurance. So if they don't pass, that horse, 76 that we see there, if they don't pass, then the leader, Oman, of Ahmed Said Mata Al Saidi and Nebras Muscat, they developed a 2-minute lead. So it's complicated, but it will play out. But it all depends as to whether Gerashir passes. 76 passes its re-inspection, and that's scheduled off at 10:56:19. So at the moment, we've got 19 back in, one with a high pulse rate at the moment, and one of the Bahrainis, Sahran Dahil Alanezi and Kajara de Pignon. They've got a high heart rate, so they will be re-looked at. We've got 3 on re-inspections. Another of the Bahraini horses on a re-inspection, and another re-inspection from the Saudi Arabians. So, it's very interesting. This whole vet gate, this particular vet gate is where the ride really starts to play out. Potentially there's a 2-minute gap between first and second coming up, but we won't know that for another couple of minutes, 3 minutes or so. There's the Qatari horse lying in third, could go to second, don't know. Good vet card. .39, the Sudanese combination. Came in at 11 o'clock exactly. There it is. 76, Gerashir. Just being walked around. That's what we were talking about earlier. They want to keep the horse moving. They'll come forward for a re-inspection. 10:56 they'll be in, so in a minute's time. Then we'll know whether there's a 2-minute gap or there isn't. And then they'll turn right-handed. One of the senior vets will be taking a good look at this. This is where it all becomes about horse welfare. So to recap, we've got 22 in off the second loop, with 3 coming back for a re-inspection.
Yes.
Incredibly tense.
No, one. The heat. And no, 1 second. There we go.
There we go. .14:43 before the leader goes off on loop 3, 11:09 their time. But this is the one that we're all looking at.
75 and 97.
76. One of the favourites.
Oh, 195 and 197.
And the vets are in. Heart rate. So this is 76, came in second. Vets were slightly worried after the first inspection. They said you've got to come back, have a re-inspection on the trot. Second of the 3. Under the new rules, long rein, long lead. Can't touch the horse must be free. now we go to the metabolics. This is the gut and the suitability. And they're giving the vet writers the scores. Lady on your left, writing them down, classified A to C. And this is what they were worried about when they presented first. So a reminder that this is the second inspection of this 76 after the second loop, and now the vets are ascertaining their suitability as to whether to continue. Just wait, see. I think that means get yourselves ready. But still to be confirmed by the panel. If they don't pass, there's a 2-minute gap between first and second. Reminder that the start time of the leader is just over 10 minutes away, that of Ahmed Said Mata Al Saidi and Nebras Maskat. Harry's got any news, but we'll find out. We will find out in just a few moments' time. So, but just wonder if Harry's found any news down in the vet gate. Is there more coming in off the second loop? Harry's in the vet gate.
So, Faisal Al-Qurashi for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. You've ridden the most challenging, the difficult loop. How did it go?
The second loop was very difficult. A lot of deep sand, 32 kilometers, not easy. And also the vet check was it's okay for my horse. Everything is okay until now. I hope everything is okay.
And I see you always have one eye on your horse, always looking, checking everything. You're happy with your crew and the horse is eating, drinking?
Yes, yes, the horse is eating and drinking. Everything is good. I'm happy. I'm so happy.
And what is your plan for the next loop?
We will go with the first group. I hope to win this race.
You hope to win it, inshallah. Thank you very much.
Inshallah, inshallah. Pray for me. Inshallah.
Inshallah. Who knows? We're still waiting to hear about 76. Hasn't come up on the endurance time yet. So what have we got? We've got 23 in off the second loop. Still no news. Where are we? 9:48. They're counting the seconds down, stating that 76 is still second. They're counting it down because we haven't seen up on the leaderboard yet. So if that's the case, there is a 10-second gap between first and second, between 162 and 76. Then there's a minute and 3/4 between, 2 minutes between the first two. So more riders coming back in. Very experienced group coming back in now from the second loop. Argentina, 33 there, and Spain, Juma team, 31, another of the Argentinians. And they will be riding, and then the Brit, in fact it is German Nadia Ninnis, coming in at a really nice canter. it's all about preserving all the way through the day. So 76 is tacked up, and there's the news. So they go off. There is the 10-second gap. Farriers are there in evidence. Team farriers, ride farriers. Not long now until we get underway with the second half of this, the 120. In they come, the Argentinians and the Spanish. There it is, 11:11:09, 10 seconds between the first two. They've been nip and tuck all the way through. 76 there, nervous times, but it is confirmed that they go out on the third loop rather. So we're going from 11:11 to 11:13 to 11:15 to 11:16, and so there's, between the first classification, there's 6 minutes in the leading group, first to 10th. And that definitely one of the favourites. Abu Rasfaris and Gerashir. There'll be nervous moments in that team, but now they've got time to reset, refocus, and off they go in 6 minutes' time. Where are we at now? We've got that group that we've just seen, the two Argentinians, the Saudi Arabian, the Spanish, and the German. They're now into the crewing area. 24 back so far. And there's, between the first 20 to the next group, there's about a 20-minute gap breaking through now. So Martina Speranthon and Kalselbar Saga. Kalselbar, one of the great prefixes in the endurance world. Talking so much about the breeding, and that is very much playing its part. Leader, 162, Ahmed Said Mata Al Saidi. So the green loop, 28 kilometers. Then they come back in for a 50-minute hold. There's the leader. I find this fascinating to watch. The ability of the rider, the crews, they all know their job. The mechanics of the world. What's going through their minds? So they'll go off 11:11 onto the 28-kilometer. Pretty steady, no great ups and downs. Riding altitude of about 800, between 800. There's 100-meter incline, and then they come back down onto even keel. This is the third loop. They've got 28 kilometers, then they come back into a 50-minute hold, and then they go back out onto the fourth and final loop of 25. So who's coming back in now? It is 1, 2, 3. That of Mohamed Al Salami from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Medinosa. fabulous to see the Saudi Arabians very much into coming full square into the sport. 81 entered for this, the custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Endurance Cup. Up and aboard we go. That's the third rider, Saeed Yahya Al-Naimi, Qatar, Julian Fantasia. They go off at 11:13, so there's that 2-minute break between the first two and the third. We heard Nicola Paletti just describe the beauty of the Arabian horse. Well, there's a prime example. Yes, blinkers on, but look at that, ears pricked and ready. Interesting that they haven't got aboard the second horse. Abu hasn't got aboard. Very shortly though, because they won't want to miss it. And let's hope that they don't take the wrong turning. Out onto the green loop they go, very shortly. It has been nip and tuck. It's been nose to nose all the way for the first and second. And the third. It's just a little bit of daylight between 1 and 2 and 3 now. Seeing the clock there, the countdown clocks, massive screens here in AlUla, so the riders know exactly where they are. So Saudi Arabia have 2 in the top 10, Oman 1, Qatar 1, Bahrain, the UAE have 3, 4 in the top 10, Bahrain have 2. Stewards will be counting them down any minute now. Just see him there, just engaging the brain. Come on, any minute now. Off they go. Away they go, onto the third loop, and they're going at a pace. Get the seconds up, get it in front, get an early lead, and off they go onto the green loop. So that is the leader of the 2-star here in AlUla. Ahmed Said Mata Al Saidi and Nebras Muscat for Oman. That's an awfully long way to go though, 58 kilometers or so, but here comes the second, and it is Gerashir, one of the favorites, one of the overnight favorites. And we remember that there's just a little bit of nervousness with that re-inspection. And then now we wait for 2 minutes before the next one goes for Qatar. So we've got 29 in out of the 160, 155 that started the second loop, and now we're on to the third. This is the leader. This is Nebras Muscat being neatly tracked by Kara Reef. Come Combination that the horse has won 2 1-stars for Oman. But Garashir, as a horse, has done it all. Young riders, 2-star, placed in that, and they were very, very well placed. Off they go. Nothing between them. So now we're off to the third one. And off they go. And they look full of running, don't they? But what do? Do they try and catch them up now, or do they just settle into a pace? Tactics are coming thick and fast now. That combination has looked very, very strong all day long. They can see them in the distance. And that's what they'll be keeping an eye on all the way through and just tracking them. So we're off, and the estimated arrival time with 27 kilometers to go, or there or thereabouts, is roughly 12:23. 26.9 kilometers. So they've done, what have they done? 1.1. Welcome back to AlUla. Welcome back to the historic venue, the World Heritage Site. It is the home of the Arabian horse and the host of the 2026 FEI Endurance World Championship. And here in AlUla, we are on to our fabulous loops.
The green loop, another long loop. At this point, horses and riders will have covered a significant amount of distance, and it will be the hottest part of the day. The green loop undulates through the village on its own before joining the red loop and meeting here at one of the first water points that the organisers have provided. This isn't a crew point, but this is a water point where horses and riders can stop, rehydrate their horses. This will be really important. We'll see those leading riders possibly come through here, take some water quite quickly, whilst other riders looking for a safer completion, pausing, allowing their horses to drink before carrying on with the course. From here on in, the loops get shorter, but this one is going to be a tough one. So riders, having left the water point on quite a hard track, have worked down that road and then turned left onto one of the most beautiful parts of the course. At this point, horses and riders will descend down this valley in quite deep sand. At this point in the day, the properties of the sand are dry and the horses' feet will sink into it, meaning they have to take a pull at this point and take this course pretty steady. So already on the green loop, we've seen lots of changes of going and direction and a lot of undulation. Horses and riders are going to have to take their time as they complete the last part of this 28-kilometre loop.
Welcome back, Harry. And there's a very good group coming back in. There's Maria, and that is a very strong group, isn't it?
It is, absolutely.
Constanza tucked in neatly. You've got Europeans, you've got worlds, you've got everything in there.
You have. This is probably the most experienced group we've got on the field, who are a little bit off on the pace because the leaders of the previous loop I've just seen heading out onto course. I'm sure you got that on camera as well. But the Spanish team riding to their game plan. They're not going to deviate from that for anybody. They're going to stick to that. And here we have Gil Berenga Carrera, Omar Blanco Rodrigo, Maria Alvarez Ponton, Julien Montin for France, and Maud Radley for Switzerland.
And Constanza just tucked in
and
there.
Constanza.
Always likes to ride in a group.
Yeah, and also I think as a European rider, as a leading European rider, but as an individual, Constanza will think, I'm going to put myself with the Spanish team because look what they did last year.
Absolutely.
And you even see that on the training track. I was out there the other day, and you see Juma leading a team of horses, and Europeans tagging on the back of it because they want to be Juma. They want to do what Juma's doing. They want to learn some tips from him.
Interesting there, isn't it? You see there the lady with the 9 bib on, which is another Juma team, and the lady with an 8 bib there on the right. So there's Constanza. Now, she's not supposed to be crewing.
She can crew. Yes, she can crew.
With the correct bib number on. And the stewards were saying, no, come on, get to your right horse. And that's part of it, I believe, Harry. You know, I really do. I think it's all about teamwork and help.
Absolutely, I totally agree. I mean, I think having your team around you, and you know, everyone starts with a level playing field now. It always used to be the case. You used to have an unlimited crew. Nowadays, just 4, and that's your crew for the day. So every team starts level. And interesting here, they're using a stethoscope. We don't see that so much now in international endurance. Some people swear by using a stethoscope because it gives you an indication of
and a stronger reference
whether it's coming down. But you've got to be really attuned to listening to horses' heart rates to do it quickly like this.
On the stopwatch.
Yeah, and do the average in your head.
I'm sure there's an app for it. Okay, vet's happy. Okay, fine. Let's go.
More water. Keep the forward motion, moving forwards. Emirat de Bartas is the horse. This horse was 6th here in 2022.
Real partnership, aren't they? Real partnership, these
Absolutely.
two.
Technical delegate there, Sharon Duplessis.
Juma's team on the right. There's Maria.
Juma's team, we might see it. They've made an art of trotting horses. You know, it's almost like a skill in itself that they have fine-tuned over the years, how to get the best out of the horse.
Yeah, you were saying earlier, some horses don't like to trot. If they're trained, they will trot.
A vet writer there. They support the vet,
Maria's horse,
and they input the scores into the computer. This is number 3.
Maria's horse.
JM Eligaido. And this horse and the combination were Maria's chosen mount for the European Championships. And there's Juma Puntidax, number 3, trotting his wife's horse up. Here we go. Look how the legs are in sync, absolute sync. Horse and Juma. Perfect trotter.
.35. That is Jodie Lee Salinas, Australian.
I believe she's riding for Binzal stables in the UAE. For those who aren't familiar with Juma Puntidax and Maria, you know, Maria's 2-time world, 2-time European champion. Juma is a world champion himself.
but far more than that, one of the best breeders and trainers of horses in the world.
Absolutely.
Do you know, you talk about horsemen, Harry, and you talk about Mark Todd, or you talk about Ian Stark, or you talk about Pippa Funnell, or you talk about Marcus Enning, or Nick Skelton, or John Whittaker. Juma is in that bracket.
He's at absolutely the top, yeah.
So the vet check still going, and we've got some very good footage with Abu Ras Fares, and our Arabic commentator Ibrahim caught up with them.
Assalamu alaikum, Sayyid Turkey. Welcome to the AlUla race, Custodian of the two Holy Mosques. Thank you very much. I understand you own the leading horse at the race, Nibras Muscat, with the rider Ahmed Saidi. MashaAllah, this is an amazing achievement for you so far. Can you tell me a little bit about your preparation? How long did it take you to prepare and to come to this race?
Well, for the preparation, it's a team effort. Me and the guys, the coach, the team, all the stuff. We've been working on it for a long time, and it's been a big effort, in order to prepare for this kind of competition. I mean, it's a line that the biggest the competition, the biggest the preparation.
That's amazing. That's amazing. How long did it take you? Can you give us a timeline? Is it months? Is it weeks? Is it years? Specifically for this race.
Man, it's 24/7 all the year. It's it's non-stop. We've been working on it. We've been preparing mentally, spiritually. Every time me and the guys we sit together, we have to mention this race.
That's amazing, and that's the spirit for such races. Can you tell us what is the biggest challenge that you see today for your horse and the rider?
Amen. Amen. I mean, this is the secret of the sport, everything is a challenge. Everything could pop up, like the horse could be stopped right now, hopefully not, but I mean, everything is a challenge, Hopefully the rider, Ahmed Saidi, will continue his work. I mean, he's a legend. He's a brilliant rider, and hopefully he will avoid any challenge, any mistake. He will beat it like a warrior, like always. And we'll keep continuing that level of competing.
We wish you the best of luck. Last question here. What is next? We wish you the best of luck, but what is next?
Well, next, I have to sit with the coach and the team, and we'll prepare for every potential competition that could match up with our names in it.
That's excellent. Thank you very much, and we wish you the best of luck again.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Great interview from Ibrahim to the owner of Nibras Muscat, Sahel Al-Turki, and they're 10 seconds in front at the moment. It's the sport of the finest of margins, and good luck to Nibras Muscat. It was so encouraging to hear the owner talk so wonderfully about his horse, really. I mean, do you know anything, Harry? Is that a one-horse owner? Does he own a team? I don't think he does.
I don't know him personally, but I think, it just demonstrates what this means for him as an individual, having a horse on the track. We talk about the riders an awful lot, and we talk about the horses, but there is a whole team that sits behind.
Yeah, the owners, the vets, the crew, the managers, the physios, the farriers. It's all there.
Yeah.
And it's such a team effort. So that's 200. That's the ride of Uzbekistan rider, and I'm not going to pronounce that. So they're all coming back in off the second, and we caught up with the event director, Brian Dubb.
So, Brian, we caught up with you earlier at the beginning. How's the race evolving from your perspective as event director?
Well, we've started, they've all done the first loop, so everyone has settled down. The horses are now, they've done 30-odd kilometres. All the officials are ready. all the officials, it's always the first vet gate. If you can get through the first vet gate, then we're all calm and collect. And as you can see behind us, yeah, they're all happy. First loop, they did 24.5, fairly good, fairly fast early in the morning, as we expected. The second loop, the loop we're all concerned about, the leading riders a little bit too fast, 23 kilometers per hour. It's too fast. The rest of them are way behind, and they're probably going to be at 17, 18, 19 kilometers per hour. They're the ones that will sustain it to the end. I feel the first ones that are at 23 kilometers, they're going to crash and burn, Harry.
So your perspective is that the chasing riders will ultimately get the leading riders at the moment because perhaps they've gone a bit too fast on this second tough loop.
Yeah, the third one. If we get these horses through the second loop and the third loop, the ones behind will now start moving up and catching up, because these horses on the fast loop for the white, as you know, Harry, as a rider, the horses are going to get tired and they'll start backing off. The fresh ones will start moving up. It's the tactics, Harry.
And the vet gate, huge number of entries, but incredibly quite quiet, quite peaceful. Everything looks to be running as clockwork. From your perspective, are you happy with how things are running?
Yeah, from my perspective, because we always have the briefing. If we win the first vet gate, we win the competition. So we keep everyone calm and we're just professional, got the right people. First vet gate out of the way, the riders and the crews get into the system. The crewing gets into the system, the cooling, the departure. Everything now is settled, we're all working and we're all happy.
So just 2 loops remaining then for the leaders. What's in store for them?
In store for them is the next loop now is a fairly forgiving loop. Again, you have to watch the last loop, the red loop. It looks good, it feels good. There's long, slow climbs, so it's going to catch you out if you don't respect it.
Brian, thank you very much. It's always useful to get your insight. We'll talk to you again later.
Welcome, Harry.
Thank you. A frank interview there with Brian Dunn on his opinion on how the ride is shaping up. His opinion that those leading riders pushed on too fast on the white loop and that they will pay the price later in the competition, and that those chasing riders will be the ones to watch in the latter stages of the competition. So we see here number 163 being presented to the veterinary panel, Mohammed Saeed Matar Al-Saidi for Oman, with Adaid Al-Shakab. So that looked like 3 vets, so that was possibly a 3-card trick, meaning that they were judging the horse, having 1 vet member pass a concern. And I think maybe it's reading the body language. It's always a little bit hard to predict, but I think that possibly is an elimination.
I think that's elimination.
Yep.
From Christian Lozano, the president of the grand jury. So another re-inspection for Uzbekistan.
So as this rider presented, and then the heart rate I think was too high, so penalty, and they've come back
penalty,
out.
Come back 15 minutes.
Yeah. So this is where the clock is still ticking, and they are losing ground rapidly. Possibly overcooked it on those early loops, but just to give the viewers a bit of perspective, this morning really cool on the ground. Right now, very quickly, it's heated up quite dramatically. Probably mid-20s now.
What are we expecting today? Around about 30?
Yeah, I think just shy of 30 maybe. Still cooler than it was last year. But
yeah, it is earlier though. Earlier in the season.
1 month earlier.
Yeah.
Little respite though from the heat out there in the desert. The odd bit of shade from the great wadis that they're riding through. There we see
a great shot, isn't it?
Horse stood in an ice bucket, and that is something.
How do you train a horse to do that,
Takes so
Harry?
much practice. Practice, practice, practice. Start with an empty bucket, put a bit of water in, gradually increase the amount of water you put in, then you put the ice in. especially the back leg, so that takes some real practice. And I may even have its front feet in as well.
Oh, word. Yeah, so here, they're in the vet gate, and we'll wonder. Uzbekistan.
The fact they're trotting, I think, means they've passed the heart rate inspection, which is a good sign for our rider from Uzbekistan.
I'll let you pronounce it.
Thanks. Abdu Saka Kujaja.
Yeah. Let's hope they make it through. That's one of the vets from the Czech Republic, Wojciech Pekljevic. Cruiserweight. How many we got through so far? Oh, we're into 48 now. 49.
49 are eliminated.
And Harry, with these new rules, and there are new rules, so that means that those eliminations on their next ride have a maximum speed. Is that correct?
I think it means that if they've gone over a certain speed, so 21 kilometers an hour,
yeah,
they are, the rest period is increased.
Is longer.
Yeah. So if they do more than one 20-kilometer ride, then they're on a speed restriction.
Yes.
Yeah. And it gets the penalties get incrementally worse. So a little update then on the eliminations. A couple of favourites we've lost at the second vet gate. Sheikh Abdullah bin Fazl Al Kazmi with Shatana de Chassis. This horse was third in 2022 with Margot Chazelle. And we heard from Margot Chazelle earlier, you know, that was a key asset for the AQ stables, who have put a big team forwards here, sadly out at that vet gate. We've lost also another UAE rider and another rider for Bahrain. So Bahrain now have 1, 2, 3, 4 riders eliminated from the competition already.
Out of a team of 8, so they're at 50%.
Yeah. Stunning place to ride.
Stunning place to ride, stunning place to visit. We are here in the wonderful sights of AlUla.
So this is Zane Zodiac. It belongs to JR Endurance Stables and is the mount for Rebecca Jane Pinder in the 120-kilometre two-star competition. A very consistent performer, Zodiac has completed 6 120-kilometre races, and this will be his 7th. Perfectly built for the sport of endurance, a purebred Arabian in the home of Arabia. A lightweight frame, nice big deep chest indicating a big lungs and a big heart. You know, these are the marathon runners of the sport. In terms of tack, this is a Setsi saddle, so it's very lightweight. My tack and body weight need to be 70 kilograms for the 120-kilometre competition. Rebecca's kindly lent me the horse to go for a ride, so let's head out onto the track. Just being on a horse in this absolutely breathtaking environment is enough to give you goosebumps. But imagine this with 200 horses on the start line. As a rider, I've got to make sure that my horse, my mount, is nice and calm and relaxed before the start. Zane Zodiac is an absolute pro. He's done 7 120s, but there's going to be other horses that are much more novice at that start line. So keeping it nice and relaxed, a nice long rein, riding relaxed. The more experienced riders will have a routine at the beginning. And you've got to make sure these horses are warmed up, their muscles are ready to run. Once you've done that warm-up, then it's time to race. At 20 kilometers an hour, that is the speed that the leaders will be doing. And at that speed, the horizon comes on you very quickly. As a rider, you have to be able to adapt to the situation. You might be tagging onto a horse in front of you. You might have a string of horses behind you. But it's important you ride your own race. The texture of the sand can change in an instant from being rock hard, almost like concrete, to being very deep. And it's my responsibility as a rider to react to that and adapt how I'm riding. On the hard ground, I might be riding forwards like this. But if I hit a big pile of deep sand, I'm only going one way, and it's down there. Instead, I want to be sat up. Maybe my legs are a little bit beyond the point of vertical. 70% of the horse's weight goes through the front feet. So if I'm sat back a little bit, I'm physically lifting the horse out of the deep sand and propelling them forwards. If I ride this race really carefully and I pick my way, then I'm more likely to conserve energy for those all-important last kilometres. If I've picked the going and I've left enough fuel in the tank, then I've got enough energy to make that final dash to the line before the all-important final veterinary inspection.
My name is Brian Dunn and I am the event director for the FEI. It's a ginormous event. My day-to-day job here is just making sure that everything is ready on time.
I am Gianluca Laliscia. I am from Italy. My position here is General Sport Director of the Fursan Cup 2024. Saturday for the Fursan Cup we have 50 countries, 200 riders start. It's an amazing number, okay? We are very happy because we'll be in the world record.
We will start the event at 7 o'clock on Saturday. They all have maps. They know on the map the colour and the length of the loop. When they start the mass start, they're onto the yellow loop. This competition is unique. It's a competition against the terrain, against the clock, against your fellow rider.
Here in AlUla, in this ride, we have different type of terrain, soft, deep sand, hard. Be careful because it's very, very, very technical. It's for clever rider.
This course cannot be replicated anywhere else in the world. That's how unique it is. Welfare of the horse is paramount. At all the time, we have people out on the course monitoring the horse, monitoring the riders to make sure they're not dehydrated or becoming sore or lame.
After each loop, there are the vet gate. The horse arrive, refresh, and send to the vet. The vet check the health of the horse, check the general metabolic condition. If the horse is okay, it can continue for the other loop. If the horse is not okay, the horse is eliminated.
A successful horse rider is training with the horse. Have trust in the horse. Be loyal to the horse. And it's a working adventure together. It's a tactical race. I class this as T3. Technical, testing and tough. And that's why 51 countries want to come here and compete.
Endurance is different respect all the other disciplines. Endurance is adventure, okay? To finish is to win. This is in your heart. For me, it's incredible to see a lot of riders that have this opportunity to ride in AlUla, because believe me, it's the new capital of endurance in the world.
Welcome back. Welcome back, and we're still in the vet gate after the second loop, down to the white loop. It is the CEI 2-star 120 kilometers, and they've now, some of them just going back out onto the green loop. We're about an hour and a half between start to finish at the moment, between the leading and the second, and we'll see where we are at the moment. But they went out, what, at 11:11. The leaders went out at 11:11 on the course. Here we are, here in AlUla. We are on the green loop, 28 kilometers in distance.
The leaders have done 14.9 kilometers of this loop already.
The water points, the checkpoints in the triangles, and the all-important crew point, the one crew point where they can crew their horses on this, the green loop, the third of the four.
We saw those water points earlier, big Bowsers provided by the organising committee here. Ice is also available and bottles to be passed to the riders by stewards on course.
Out they go. .33, that is Argentina's Martina Spelenthon. 49, the Spanish rider Juliana Gonzalez. So they're out on course, they're out on the third loop, and 15 kilometers covered in the third loop for our leading group. There was 10 seconds between first and second as they went out onto this, the third loop. But these two now going out on their third loop, 28 kilometers, and Ibrahim is very, very shortly be with us in the vet gate. It's a busy vet gate for this, the 120 CEI 2-star. Let's join Ibrahim.
Okay, assalamu alaikum, Khalid Naimi. Welcome to Fursan Cup. Alhamdulillah, you finished the second loop. Can you tell us, what do you think? What did you think about the second loop compared to the first one?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alaikum as-salam. I think, as everybody can see, the second loop is really different than the first loop. Really lots of difficulty. It's really very difficult. First loop was good weather, but second loop was really uphills and downhills, and too much deep sand and lots of rocks, so you can't go too fast. Plus the weather is getting a little bit hot, so I think it's the opposite than the first loop. But inshallah, we will try our best to do good in this race.
That's excellent. What is your expectation for the third loop? How optimistic are you?
I think our horses are ready for this speed, and we came here and we know that it will going to be a really difficult race. So the horses that are in the front, they are really ready, and they are already champions, and some of them they won here already this year and last year. So I think the race will going to stay the same. The worst or the most difficult loop was the second one. The third one is a little bit more easy. The last one will going to be, I think, the easiest loop. But I think we need to consider the weather also.
Excellent. Khalid Naimi, Qatar team, good luck, inshallah, for the next loop, and we'll see inshallah after. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, inshallah. Thank you.
Good luck indeed. So we're just looking there. We heard from her earlier, Martina Kaminska from Poland with Magico de Sao Pedro. And now they're getting ready to present 67. Veronica Giussani from Italy. Italy sent a good, strong contingent here. And very much getting ready to go out. We'll try and give you a start time. So we're expecting the leaders. They are very, very close. Abu Rais Faraz and Gera Shia and Ahmed Said Mata Al Saidi. They are literally next door to each other, stride for stride. Done 13.6 kilometers out of the 28 Ks, and this the green loop. And then the third one is Qatar's Saeed Yahya Al Naimi, and they've done they're due in at 12:26. So there's a bit of a gap breaking up now, but it will all depend, because now they go into a 50-minute hold, and they go into the compulsory reinspection.
That's right, Nick. So that means that all the horses are pulled back by the Veterinary Commission for a second check, 15 minutes before they are allowed back out on course. So they have 2 veterinary examinations to pass on this loop. And as you were talking just then, Nick, I was just looking at the average speeds and the gaps between the different riders. So the leaders are doing 23.3 kilometers an hour, and then the chasing group made up of UAE, some Saudi riders, and Bahrain, 22.5. They trail only maybe 5 minutes, the leading riders. In 13th place, Rayan Al-Mobdi, who we heard from earlier with Wilberg high speed, averaging 22.4. And then that European pack that we saw, so the 3 Spanish riders, Constanza, they're doing 18.1 consistently. They have been doing that pretty much the whole time. And the leaders almost halfway through this loop, and we can see there the progress that they're making towards the end of this 120-kilometer competition.
Yeah, the purple line is where they're at the moment in the green.
So halfway through the green, but definitely in the latter phase now of the competition. And a great example there of a fresh horse late on in the competition, not phased by the distance.
So there's Veronica, just about to go off on loop number 3 from the Italian team. There's the countdown clock. Veronica goes off in 2 minutes 50. .101. Abdullah Al-Amri, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Amsalam Majori. Harry, quick question for you. How many horses now are French bred?
There's
a lot.
A huge majority, yeah, big majority. And breeding there is taken very seriously, and there's a whole system for ranking young horses. And it incentivizes the breeders to breed the very best horses that they can. And we see certain lines doing incredibly well, and you know those lines become sought after and very popular.
Or do they become fashionable, or do they become sought after?
I think they're a mixture of the two, to be honest. You know, some lines are rarer than others. Some of them are fashionable at a given time because one horse has done well. And as you know, you and I both know, just because one horse has done well doesn't necessarily mean that that's down to the bloodline and that they're all going to do well. But breeding does have a huge part to play in this. You know, you are picking those lines which provide sound horses
and they're proven
and good recoveries.
Yeah, but those lines are proven.
Yeah,
yeah,
they're tested and proven. Yeah,
and the question is it from the mares or is it from the sires?
I don't know the answer to that, but I would say that my personal take on that is I always look at the sire of the dam, so that the mum's
Go
dad.
back.
Yeah, and that for me is the dominant line.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what's really exciting now about breeding as well is we're seeing borders being broken down, so Australian lines being mixed with French lines, and you know, it's a couple of stallions coming over to Europe from Australia and basing themselves in Europe, and you know, the offspring that produces are going to be really exciting because you're mixing the gene pool up and you're bringing lines together which have never been crossed before. So some exciting things planned. Definitely some names that will be coming onto the scene soon, that's for sure.
They will. So literally 21 seconds before the next one goes off for Italy, that is Veronica Giussani and Dar Al-Shakab. The Al-Shakab line, I would suggest, is from Qatar. And away they go. Nice loose rein. Constanza in picture there.
Horse looking good, fresh, ready to go on to that third loop.
Just the tactics will stay the same for that group, I would say, Harry, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you know, they aren't going to change anything based on what the leaders are doing. They've come with a game plan. It looks like that game plan is to stay around 17 to 19 kph, and they're going to stick with that. And at the end of the day, that might get them a top 10 finish.
Might get them something else as well, might get them right up.
Who knows? You know, last year we had a really large leading group, but didn't materialise to a podium place. And as we heard from Brian, quite frankly, saying the leaders have gone too fast, in his opinion.
I wonder if they feel that they've gone too fast, or if they feel confident that their horses have still got it in them. I think we can say 23, 24, but actually they're not riding the horses.
And there's such a determination from some of the riders that we were talking to in the vet gate that they have come to win this race, and that's what they've got their eyes set on the top prize, and they are worried that if they let their foot off the gas that someone else is going to come up behind and take that spot. So they are applying the tactic. They need to be pushing hard all day long, and there's nothing necessarily wrong with that, but you've got to leave enough fuel in the tank for that last loop, which is still a long loop, 25 kilometres for a last loop, and it's the red loop, which we heard from Brian is not totally straightforward. There's still some deep sand, so they'll have to navigate that quite carefully.
So riders coming back in off the second loop there, all looking for that important finish. It's not just about winning here, it genuinely isn't. Yes, there's a lot of money at stake, 900,000 to the winner, plus your wonderful $500,000 Reals car. That's Martina Kaminska in the vet gate for Poland. But it's also about, there's two other things. There's the 100,000 for finishing, which will set them up for the season. But actually, there's also the ability to go on and do a 3-star. And that can make a massive difference.
Yeah. So the rules now, you have to do 1-star, 1-star, 2-star, 2-star, 3-star, and then another 3-star, and then you're qualified. I mean, in the last few years, the qualifications have almost doubled, and the requirements that the horses and riders have to now do to reach that top spot. And a lot of the thinking there was that, you know, they want consistent performance, the FEI, at the top level. Question whether, you know, putting them through all those miles is going to give them that answer, because I think there's an awful lot now that riders and horses have to do together to reach that championship status.
Well, they have to start off at 40, don't they?
Yeah.
So they have to do 2 or 3 of those.
Yeah, 2 40s, 2 80s minimum.
Then they go on to the 80s, then they go on to the 120s, then they go on to the 160s. It's a lot of miles, isn't it?
It's a lot of miles. And these are races that we don't repeat often, you know. These horses might come out 2 or 3 times a year, tops. Yeah. You know, they get a good rest after this. Maybe at least a month. And off they go. Team Spain.
Team Spain.
Gil Berenguer Carrera, Omar Blanco, Rodrigo, Maria Alvarez Ponton, riding as a trio.
Constanza will just pick up the pace a bit, I would suggest, and catch them up. Still look well, don't they?
Really well.
Here goes Constanza, and she'll just squeeze a little bit forward. You can see her riding there just to catch the group up.
She wants, I mean, she said in her interview, she
Yeah,
wants to
she
ride
wants
with
to
the
ride
horses.
as the team. Yeah.
So she's going to let Emirat de Bartas run on, catch the Spanish trio, hook on the back, let the horse find its rhythm with the Spanish team, then relax.
He's having to just take a little bit of a pull there, Harry.
Because that horse has got its eyes on the horse in
Yeah.
front. It wants to catch up. It wants to ride as a group. There's the Spanish trio. She's almost made it.
There we are.
And it's a clever game plan. Maria was on the podium last year. They've all bought the horses from Europe. So sticking on Maria's tail is a very experienced rider. It's a very clever game plan.
Can I ask, Harry, you've got the Spanish and you've got the Italians there. You know, the jockeys will talk to each other around a race. Do you talk to each other around a loop?
Yeah, you do. Yeah. There's a great camaraderie amongst the riders, because it's not really competitive until that last few kilometres. You know, everybody's willing their other riders on to get round, because the first challenge is against you and the terrain, regardless of the competition.
Yeah. And will they have been out and driven the loops?
So the course was closed to all competitors.
Yes.
And they couldn't access it. That was part of the organising committee. They didn't want people driving on the tracks and damaging the
That's
tracks.
brilliant. Yeah.
So they said, no, we're not having anybody on the course. You can go on the training track, but you're not going out onto the course. So a lot of this will have to be based off the riders who were here last year, who can help inform those riders who are coming here for the first time.
Isn't that the most incredible shot? Through that wadi with the horses just coming past the acacia trees. It just lends itself to this sport.
لكن وجود المرأة في عالم الكرسي وفي المسابقة
12 kilometers to go for our leading two from Oman and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. 12k.
This is the toughest vet gate. You know, we've had the toughest loop, now we've got the toughest vet gate. So, horses at this point, if they are showing any signs of dehydration or a little bit of tiredness, or that gait starting just to drop off a little bit, this vet gate will show it. And that is why there is a compulsory re-inspection 15 minutes before they leave. And the veterinary commission as a rider, I always feel, are really strict on that re-inspection, because they are not looking at a horse that's just come off a loop. They are looking at a horse that should have been resting for 40 minutes. So they expect to see a horse in a better state than what they see off the loop. Elizabeth Hardy there. Rider, Belgian rider and trainer.
So Ibrahim is down in the vet gate.
Now, can you tell us a little bit about your role in this crew? What do you do? What is your main role here?
Well, I'm a rider, but for now, I'm just supporting the team. All of us here, like, we are doing the same. Yeah, my role or his role or the other one, we are doing all the same role. We are just helping the team.
That's beautiful. So, can you tell us a little bit about what are you guys doing here? Why do you have the horse fit in an ice bucket?
The ice bucket is to recover the horse. It will give him like a recovery. Like for us, if we go run, we have to go into like ice bath, right, to recover your body. We are doing the same for the horse. So yeah, like it gives him a lot of recovery. So when he goes to the second loop, he will be fresh.
Mohamed Naimi, thank you very much, Team Qatar, and we wish you the best of luck.
You're welcome, and thank you for having us here. Thank you.
Yeah, good luck to Qatar, good luck to everybody. We were saying, Harry, that this is the hardest vet gate. Actually, I think the hardest is when you've just done 120 kilometres and you don't pass the final vetting.
I mean, that's the most galling.
That's the galling one.
But I think in terms of strictness,
this one,
they want to prevent a horse going out and riding competitively on that last loop when they know it's a neck and neck potentially to the line, and riders are going to have their eyes on that podium, potentially at that point their eyes on the cash prize. So the veterinary commission will be really strict on that re-inspection, because they don't want to risk any horse welfare. So very strict. They want to see a horse that's recovered and is looking good at that point. And if they've got any doubts, they'll call a panel, and it'll be the opinion of 3 vets together without conferring to remove the horse from the competition.
Yeah, but actually experience, and this veterinary panel here are uber experienced. Experience will tell them whether a horse is fit to compete and go on, whereas perhaps less experienced vets, less experienced officials may say, oh no, this horse is not quite right, etc. But actually, you think about it, it's just done 100 kilometres.
Yeah, and so while the parameters might be the same, I think, the way they're looking at these horses, they have to be open and perceptive to the state of the horse at the moment in time, and cognizant of the fact that they've just ridden 100 kilometres or so.
Yeah, they've got to keep an eye on it.
Yeah,
basically.
Yeah,
and their experience, their knowledge will tell them that.
Yeah.
And there's one of them in the blue blazer, Pierre Julien from France. One of the top vets, and these aren't just endurance vets; these are practicing vets.
They are, but they, we said it earlier, but it's worth repeating. They've had to qualify for their status to be here, just like the riders have. They have vetted out probably hundreds and hundreds of endurance rides. I mean, how many horses have they seen trot on in their time?
Thousands, millions. Well, not millions, but tens of thousands. Tens of thousands. So, who's he ringing? Phone a friend. I just don't know. I mean, that's ridiculous. He's in the middle of AlUla, in the middle of these mountain ranges. And I'll just ring home.
I don't know, Nick. Last year I asked Ray and Al-Mobdi if we could do an interview, and I got a voice tag from mid-loop at full speed saying, yeah, no problem.
Oh, dear.
Ray
So you were speaking to him in the middle of the loop?
Not intentionally trying to distract him, but yeah, he was sending me the odd voice note here and there. Yeah. He's up there at the moment, though, 13th place, and he's riding tomorrow as well.
And his tactics are playing. Here come some more riders. But and Rayan is one of the great superstars of world endurance, and you were lucky enough to catch up with Rayan Al-Mobti.
I am Rayan Al-Mobti from Saudi Arabia. I have participated in 5 World Championships with the Saudi team, and we are here for the Al-Fursan Cup. The endurance, I think, is the best sport in the equestrian life. This needs a lot of experience with the rider, because you have up and down, and some hills, and you have deep sand, and you have hard grounds. So it's very, very, very important. Every rider should have a plan. If you do the plan and follow your plan and try to get everything perfect, that means it's intelligent rider. For us, the perfect horses is the Arabian horses. I think we care of the horses more than ourselves. Yeah. It's like more than love. More than love. The name of the horse is High Speed, and this horse is very special to me. So this year he was the star of the season. Now he's ready for AlUla. All the riders are here. Be sure, if you saw some riders here, be sure that they are the top riders in the world. So for that, the event is very big. I will do my best. I'm ready. This year I'm ready, yeah. We have a good chance, yeah. Okay, if they are top riders, but we are top too.
The horse is called High Speed, and he's going at a fairly good speed. He's lying in 13th spot, and that's exactly what he was talking about. It's all about tactics, and he knows the score. He's one of the most experienced in the world, and he's from one of the most experienced equestrian families in the world, and he knows the score. So there it is. There's the Uzbekistani competitor. The horse we can pronounce. The horse we can pronounce, that is Jalmud Al-Shakab. The rider, we're not totally sure about. They go off in 20 seconds. There it is, horse number 200, off in 20 seconds. Lovely shot of the alfalfa hay. And very shortly, they'll be off on the green loop, 28 kilometers. Where are they, Harry? Where are the leaders of the pack? Let's have a look. The leaders just... They can't be that far away. They're due with us at 12:23, so 13 minutes time. So what are they? 6-7K away, something like that.
Yeah, 4.5. Yeah, not far away at all. And it looks like we've had a little bit of a breaking down of that leading group with the Omani rider, Ahmed Said Mata Al Saidi, and the Saudi rider Faraz Abu Ras, with Garashir making a small break for it. They are about a kilometre ahead of the third place rider, Saeed Al Nami for Qatar. So a kilometre on the track, that might be a minute or two, maybe 5 minutes ahead. We'll see if they can get their heart rate down quickly in order to maintain that lead. But just picking back up on Rayan, it's worth noting he has won here in this AlUla season of endurance in November last year over the same distance with Rivergum High Speed, averaging a speed of 20.5 kilometers an hour and a last loop speed of 23.1 kilometers an hour. So that experience gain is going to be invaluable. It is faster today, so he's going to have to up the ante a little bit.
It is faster for the moment, Harry.
Good point, yep.
It is faster for the moment. You know, traditionally, the last loop is always the fastest loop, traditionally. But these conditions today have been, as Brian Dunn has been describing it, tough and testing and really, really a true test of endurance. And 21 kilometers could be all right. It really could be. Certainly top 5.
Yeah. There's no doubt we will inevitably see a good amount of combinations removed from the competition at this next vet gate, and Rayan's position of 12th, 13th could very quickly shoot up to within the top 10 if he plays this next loop well.
The sport of endurance, a lot of people say it comes from the United States, a lot of people say it comes from the Middle East. To me, it doesn't matter where it comes from. It matters to where it's going, and this competition is showing where it can go with the new academy here in AlUla, with the new input of athletes and horses from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. That's really important for the future.
Absolutely. You know, when we were here last year, we announced the intention to invest in the infrastructure here in AlUla in terms of an equestrian centre, and that investment is also stretches to upskilling the local riders, educating them on the sport. We see riders taking their time. It's, you know, it's important to note that not everybody's racing here, pushing it for the top places. The competition is against themselves, the track, and the ability of the horse.
Yeah, that's Australian's Hannah Cossa. But those three riders that we've just seen coming up the hill, coming up to the finish line, they are part of that AlUla Academy. So they're using this as education, not only for their horses, but also for themselves, because you can train all you like until you put it onto the field. Here they come. And they'll be in very, very soon. So, in they come into the vet gate, and we're now going to show you exactly how this intrinsic part of the competition works.
My name is Sharon Duplessis. I am from Botswana in Africa. I'm the appointed technical delegate from the FEI at this magnificent event in AlUla. The technical delegate has all authority. We check the track, we check the venue, we familiarize ourselves with all information that's been given out to the riders, and we are also the link between the organizing committee and the FEI. We have all these vet inspections. In a 120 endurance, the horse will pass 7 to 8 vet checks, and for a 160 more than 10. And all the vet checks will happen in exactly the same protocol. So the riders will come from the loops and cross. There will be a line here, so they will cross, and the time is being taken here. The rider will be weighed, and he at all times must be above the minimum weight. At this 2024 rules now allow a rider to lose up to 1 kg if he's being weighed for the first time. The horses pass the arrival line now, and they go into the cooling down area. In this area, they will try and cool down the horse as quickly as possible to present to the vet in, where the time will stop. So this is kind of part of your riding time. Next, the horses will move into the vet lane, and this is the line where the time will stop. So the horse crosses this line and then has to move forward to the vet lane.
I'm Nicola Pilati, an Italian vet. I'm here as the veterinary service manager and resident of the treatment vets. The first thing that the line vet will do is to check the heart rate. It has to be under 64 beats per minute. After that, he will do a trot around 50 meters back and forth. We are looking for any irregular gait that can concern us, that the horse cannot keep going on the track. When he comes back, the line vet will check all other parameters that will give to the line vet a picture of the metabolic condition of the horse. If the line vet is happy, the horse passes the examination.
We now are at the vet out. This is where horses depart to the holding area after passing or failing to qualify in the vetting area. When a horse fails to qualify, the rider cannot appeal against a veterinary decision. All the riders want to leave the vetting area as quickly as possible so that they can have enough time to look after the horses in the holding area. The FEI rules and regulations are written to protect our horses.
Welcome back to this, the Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Endurance Cup 2024 here at AlUla. What a backdrop, what a setting, what scenery. A great sport here today. So we're on, to recap, we're on loop number 3 of 4 in this, the CEI 2-star, the 120. There are some riders and horses coming back in off the second loop. The leading group are only a kilometre away. In fact, they're just coming up the hill. That is lying in third. That is Said Yahya Al-Naimi and Gulian Fantasia for Qatar. They're just coming up the hill and they're coming in, and there's the total riding time. So that looks like the leaderboard has changed. Qatar have taken the lead. They went off third with just a 2-minute gap. And then Al-Saidi from Oman in second, and Abu Ras for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia with Jia Ger Ashir in third. Their total riding time is 5:21:37. So the leaderboard has changed. They went off 2 minutes slower, and they're coming in to the crewing area in the lead. But this, as we just heard from Sharon, that's where the line starts. Any minute now. There we are. There's the two that went off 2 minutes in advance, and they've been tracked and beaten. And they're a good, 300 meters. So that would be 60 to 70 seconds behind. And that's a minute behind. So now, and look at that. And we said right at the start, going off onto the third loop, this combination looked amazing. They looked perfectly balanced, really up for it and really onto it. So, any minute now, they'll turn right-handed into the vet gate. They'll come into the lines. And here is second and third. Oman and Saudi Arabia. Oman on the left hand, Saudi Arabia on the grey, on the right hand. But it's going well. Now they turn right-handed. We'll pick up the pictures any minute now. Here comes the Omani, just coming in front of those that are just completing their second loop, and in they come. Now, here is Said Yahya Al-Naimi and Julien Fantasia. So in we go. Here goes the cruise. Saddles off, martingales are off, girths off, and on goes the first of the water. Collars off. So the interesting, they're getting off because what they want to do is to take the weight off the backs of the horses. That possibly could get the heart rate down. That possibly could help the heart rate. So in they come. 76 is in. And 162. 162. That is Al-Saidi and Nebres Muscat. We heard from them earlier on. In they come. So this is the leader now. It is Julien Fantasia. And do they think they're going to present? Because they want to get in front. They're about, I would say, a minute in front of the second and third, but it will be on this presentation. There's the team vet, or the trainer, just checking the heart rate. The Omani horse, Nebres Muscat. And there's the grey, the Saudi Arabians, GR Ashir. So there's the first three into this, the third of 4 vet gates. Tense times. You were saying earlier, Harry's was saying earlier, that this is the hardest of all the vet gates.
It certainly is. I mean, these horses have covered a significant amount of distance now at this point. So the vets, eagle-eyed before they let them out onto that final, more competitive last loop, where riders will be challenging for that podium place and incredible prize as well.
Yeah, 900,000 reals.
So the chasing pack of Bahrain and the United Arab Emirates fast approaching. This vet gate is where it all matters, because the quicker they get in, the quicker they are out on that last loop.
Yeah, but also, interestingly enough, Harry, I'm pretty sure, and we'll try and get the split times, I'm pretty sure that that second group has really closed the gap. They went off, what, 5.5 minutes slower going into the third loop, and they've caught up the pace.
Yeah, they've pushed on. Now we'll see that this will be the second, the first vet gate we saw quite a frantic atmosphere, but this will be quite high pace now. The crews will be working so hard to get that horse into the vet gate as quickly as possible.
So have they sped up or have they slowed down? We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to get the times. I'm not totally sure, but it'll come on the clock when we see the times. So we're in. Here we go. 1, 2. Those 2 are in, I think. And I wonder, by riding as a pack, those horses have just picked up the pace because they've all picked up the pace, rather than riding it as 1, 2 and 3. That's what I wonder. They're off the backs.
F3 in,
yep.
That's for the United Arab Emirates, representing Sheikh Hamdan in Mohammed Al Maktoum.
Now, remember this horse, Gerashir, to have a re-inspection. Before it went out onto the third loop. 64. Trots back.
So 168 for Qatar entered the vet gate first, but looks like it had a high pulse, or the pulse has not come down. That was our leading rider, but not into the vet gate yet.
So this is 162 from Oman. This is the horse that went out 10 seconds in front of Gerashir.
Yep.
Saudi Arabian horse, the grey horse.
and it looks tired.
Well, I beg to differ, Harry. I'd look tired if I'd just gone 100 kilometres. Some horses are different. Some, it's horses for courses, isn't it, as you say.
So this is 76. This is Gasha for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. There was a re-inspection on the last vet gate for just early dehydration markers. And into the vet comes 168. Here is the Qatari rider who crossed the line into the vet gate in third place, but has taken a long time to present to vet. Okay, heart rate's okay, has to trot. 40 metres away, 40 metres back on a loose rein.
The vets will be looking at that, Harry.
And 76 looks like it's got a retrot for a panel. The wheels are falling off this leading group.
I'm not sure they're falling off, but I think
loose.
I think they're loose. 60 for the Qatari horse. That was the heart rate. And now we're going and checking it all on the metabolic.
Yeah, a thorough metabolic check. Various clinical areas that they inspect. Right, looks like 76 has passed, but we'll wait for confirmation.
Yeah, well, I think that's it.
Pretty conclusive.
I think that's every picture tells a story, and that has just told us.
So I just needed to trot with a bit more impulsion.
What do we think about this one, Harry? Need to be a psychologist.
This
here.
is Aman horse. So 76 now goes then to the hold area where the crew will get to work again.
50 minutes this time.
And another vet inspection.
Yeah.
Yep. So this is a F3 horse that's come out of the vetting. It's quite a common tactic that we see with our leading riders. They don't necessarily let the horse drink in the cooling area. So they cool the horses intensely and they let the horse go in, do the vetting, and then the crew are stood there with a bucket as they come out. And don't ask me why, but for some reason, as they just come out of that vet gate and the adrenaline has just dropped a little bit, they drink. And it's a great spot to catch a horse with water.
So there's your... the count-up clock is the total time of competition, and the riding time is on the right-hand side. So they've been going, look at, there's a distance of 1 minute and 2 minutes and 3 minutes between the top 5. So it's still very, very, very tight at the top here.
And we've seen a UAE rider overtake the Qatari rider because the recovery was better.
Al-Tamimi.
Yeah.
Getting some well-earned nutrition. And it's important that they keep their body weight up.
And, well, keep the body weight up, but I think their energy levels at this point, this is when the riders need to be able to step back and have total faith in their crew, that their horse is looked after, and sit down, take it easy, eat themselves, make sure they're taking on enough fluids. The last thing we want is the rider causing an issue with the horse. If the rider is tired and is slouching in the saddle, the horse could get a sore back and not pass the veterinary inspection.
Yeah, Harry, I wouldn't want to stand in an ice bucket. You've trained all your horses to stand in an ice bucket. What do? Start with an empty bucket or start with a sack on the floor?
It's just, you know, it's practice, practice, practice. These horses are professional. They do it day in, day out, and it's part of their routine. But they, you know, you start with a shallow bucket, just getting the horse to stand in there for a few minutes. You know, you increase the height of the bucket, put a little bit of water in the bottom, get them used to the fact of being stood in just water, and then you put the ice in there, and you know, you slowly increase the duration of which you do it, and it's just about practice, practice, practice.
Do you ride a horse when you're training it to put the feet in? So, in other words, do you put them over a certain distance, or do you just start them off? Because surely it'd be pretty unpleasant at home in -10 to put your horses hoof.
in the UK, you know, we will do that after a race, maybe halfway through, you know, once the horse has calmed down in the vet gate, but we're not necessarily be doing that all the time in the cold of the UK. But I think out here in the barns here, it's part of the routine, and that, you know, as any runner or long distance athlete, they know, you know, the cooling sensation of icing your muscles and tendons and ligaments, you know, what the benefit that can do, reducing inflammation.
Yeah, it's cooled down.
Yeah.
So, quick update, Harry. In short order, we've got 8 that have passed the vet at the moment, all with their re-inspection times posted. Saudi Arabia leads, Abu Ras leading, then the UAE in second. But the interesting thing is that it is really amongst them there, isn't it? UAE have got 4 potentially in the top 10. Saudi Arabia have got 2, Bahrain 1, Qatar, Oman. Those are the nations. So yeah, and then we go to the Spanish and that pack.
I think we're going to see the UAE and Bahrain now climbing up the leaderboard and fighting it out for that last loop. Whether they take the Saudis and the Qataris and the Omanis with them is a question mark, but the strength lies really with those more experienced teams, more professional teams who have and there's the finish line being drawn out.
Redoing it. Yeah.
The buzz of a helicopter above.
So this is the order that they came into the vet gate, and there is the leaderboard as it stands. As it stands, Saudi Arabia leading with Abu Ras Fares, and then Ahmed Saeed Mata Al Saidi, Oman, the UAE, as we said, the UAE with 4 in the top 10, Bahrain with 1, Saudi Arabia with 3, Qatar 1, and Oman 1. So it really is. But look at the times. There is very, very little between the top 5. There's 3 minutes, and then there is a gap of, 8 minutes? 8 minutes between, or 7.5 minutes between the top 10. And that in endurance, with a 50-minute hold that they've just entered into, with a compulsory re-inspection, and then 25.5 kilometers on the red loop still to play for, is a very, very small margin. It can all change here. In this, they're at loop 3, they're in the hold, and then very shortly they'll be going off onto the 4th loop. Horses having a breather, riders having a breather, crews having a breather. And then it'll all change, because 25.5 kilometers, that's when they'll pick up the pace, if they've got it left, and that's when they'll start to look. There's Great Britain's Rebecca Pinder with the horse that she very kindly lent Harry, Zayn Zodiac. This is the 7th of their 2-star adventures, and that is Bahraini horse, the Bahraini horse of Lyon. Walking down the vet gate, we'll wait and see what the indications look like. There's Becky, husband, on the right there. He'll be giving her all the advice. She was so unlucky in the World Championships last year, lying in bronze medal position. And just got weighed out. I'm sure that that won't happen again. This time now, 37. It is another of the Bahraini horse. It is Mohamed Bastaki's Fauverve, another of the French-bred horses. There's the panel decision, and we'll just wait and see. It's a sort of, I always find that this piece, this last vet gate before they go off onto the final one, it's the calm before the storm. Big group coming in here. The Slovakians. Saudi Arabians. It's a very big group coming in, so the vets will be stood up now. As Harry was saying, this genuinely is the most nervous of all the vet gates. This is where the vets very mindful that they've done 100 kilometers, that they've got another 20, or they've done 95 kilometers, they've got another 25 to go. Now they're coming in thick and fast. Still yet to see Constanza coming in and that group. More horses coming into the vet gate, more horses going out of the vet gate, and this is where it all can change. This is the sport that just can change very, very quickly. One gets off. Helps the horse in, get the speed in. So one of the local riders, Abdul Mohsen Al-Harbi. Well, we caught up with them earlier on today.
العلاقة بين الفارس والخيل علاقة تقوم على الثقة، فثقتي بجوادي بحصاني هي اللي تجعلني أني أمارس الرياضة هذه، لأنها فيها روح التحدي، روح الإصرار، روح الطموح. معكم عبد المحسن الفرحان من أبناء العلا، أميل رياضة الانديورانس القدرة والتحمل. شاركت في العام السابق، شاركنا في كاستيلو في إيطاليا، والحمد لله حصلت على المركز السابع واكتسبت خبرة كبيرة. التحضيرات تبدأ قبل البطولات تقريبا ب5 شهور، التدريب يزيد، الليفل يزيد أعلى بس تدريجي، مع ملاحظة المتغيرات على الجواد. مميز فيها البطولات اللي تقام في العلا أرضيتها، ما يجتاز السباق أو يحقق فيها الفارس إلا يكون هو فارس متمكن جدا. الخيل العربي لها عدة مميزات، من ضمنها القوة، الصلابة، اللي تتحمل البطولات والمسافات العالية. هذا البطولة إن شاء الله السنة هذه يعني واعد نفسي إني أجتاز المسابقة ويكون خيلي سليمة، وهدفي أيضاً تأهيل نفسي لل3 ستار حتى أشارك في كأس العالم.
Now in Europe is winter time, it's very cold. We move the horse to the airport by truck. From Italy, from Spain, from Bulgaria, from Poland, need more or less 2 days travel. We divided the travel in 2 phases. It's very important that during the travel by truck, the horse must drink good food and walking. Arrive to the airport, we put in the box in the airplane box for three horses, and in 6 hours more or less the horse landing in AlUla. But the horses is very easy to travel by airplane. It's very important that the horse arrive in AlUla 1 week before the ride. Why? Because there is acclimatation time. Here is winter, AlUla is there is 25 degrees, is many different. The first, second day the horse walk and arrive in perfect condition for the ride. It's very important point. During the flight there is one vet that check the horse, and when the horse arrive in AlUla we recheck the horses, because remember the welfare of the horse, the welfare of our friend horses is always in the first position.
Certainly 189 horses looked very fresh when they started at 7 o'clock this morning for this, the CEI 2-star, the Custodian and the two Holy Mosques Endurance Cup here in AlUla this morning. So the countdown begins. The countdown begins for those horses gone through the vet. Now they've got the compulsory re-inspection, and then shortly they will be heading off onto loop number 4. Here come some of the riders coming back in from the 3rd loop, just getting off the horses, giving them a break before they go into the croup. And to them, it is all about competing and it's all about completing. And so they're not challenging the leaderboard, although they can climb. There's, from the United States of America, 49 nations here this morning. 49, that's Andres Romero and Cheryl Van Duysen going into the crewing area. So vets are in there. There we are. Alex Champeau from the USA. So the USA riding as a pair, and so now shortly they'll be going into the vet gate. We've talked a lot about that. So it is 166 that's joining us in the vet gate, and Harry is in the vet gate.
So I'm here with Abdullah Ghanam-Amari, who's been riding Baikal Al-Milora. Abdullah, how's it going? You're in a good place.
Yes, we recovered from the second loop. Second loop was a little bit hard for the horse, and he fit like 4 minutes, and now we recover and he fit better. Now we are close to the lead.
And the UAE and F3 stables, you're riding well as a team, close to Bahrain. Has that been the game plan all along?
Yes, we are it's like first time we try this track, the new track, and we want to take it a little bit more safe, you know. And the Bahrain, they have the same plan.
And so now, all eyes on the last and final loop. You're used to doing a fast last loop. We've seen it in Dubai. What do you think's in store for here in AlUla?
But here is different because in Dubai you have water non-stop, but here it's like every 5 kilo or two checkpoint. So we have to take it slow from the start, and we see after what we will do in the loop, because the loop not short, you know, it's like 25.
Yeah, it is a long loop, last loop, and there are some technical elements. If it comes to it, is there a particular horse within the UAE team who you think's showing the most promise at the moment, or will it just depend on who's there at the moment on the loop?
We have Showman. He's I think 3rd place. He's like good horse. He have experience with the speed. He did 160 or so. So he's like our champion horse. And other like good horses. Until now they are all looks very nice.
Okay, Abdullah. Well, the very best of luck for the re-inspection. Is that a nerve-wracking time for you?
Yes, of course, because you don't know what happens every time. You think you are fine, but it's the race, you know.
Well, good luck, inshallah, for the finish.
And thank you guys for this one.
Thank you, Abdullah.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much to Abdullah Ghanam-Amari. Team F3 and for the United Arab Emirates, and good luck to him. So it's sort of starting to take shape. It really is starting to take shape. Very, very shortly there will be a compulsory re-inspection in 10 minutes time of the first 2 horses. Then there's a bit of a break, and then they will go out onto their 4th loop at about 1:15. 1:15, they'll go out onto the red loop, 25.5 kilometers. 25.5 kilometers, and that is the final loop. So they've got the compulsory re-inspection, and then they go out onto the final loop. So in they come. And this group, well, we've been tracking them all morning, and this group, it involves the Algerians, 3 riders from Algeria. And they're just taking it steady. It's another of the emerging nations, and it's very, very good to see them here in AlUla. Three Algerians and a Saudi Arabian, Abdul Rahman Al-Qatani. They're on the 3rd of the greys, out of the 4 greys. That would be a judge's nightmare, wouldn't it? And in they come. Happy with that, very happy. Got that one out of the way, now we move on. 34 just going out onto the 3rd, and that is Hannah Cossa from Australia. There's the OC. Oh, my word, they put on an event here over the last 48 hours, and still more to come with the 160 tomorrow. 76, that's the leading horse, Ger Allen, just having a trot up. Trainers there just saying, come on, this is what we're doing. Just getting the brain engaged, ready for the re-inspection. Out they go. That's the second of the horses. That's the Omani horse. Hebras Muscat. Now we've got to find it. One that's second, belonging to the UAE. Well, there's the Arabian horse. With history will tell us that all horses are related to 3 of the Arabian stallions, and the Arabian horse is absolutely bred for this, the sport of endurance. And we caught up with Gianluca Lalicia to tell us why.
Arabian horse is a generous horse with a very good character and a very good mental ability. Arabian horse have a very big heart, an horse that is perfect for endurance. When you ride Arabian horse, you can't ride another horse. For the welfare to the horses and to prepare a competition, we need work very hard every day. It's important training. It's very important that the horse is in a good relationship with the other part of the team. In our stable, we give the food to the horse three times a day. We check the trot every day. The groom in endurance is also the crew during the ride. And it's very important there is a feeling with the horse and all the team play together in the same direction. Don't forget that the Arabian horse, endurance horse, are generous. They give us more than they have. And when you start to training the horse, because in endurance we started when horse have 4 years, it's very important that you start very slow. You must keep calm with the endurance horse. If you give time the horse, you can have the chance to have a big champion. The road is very long and we can cut our road. No shortcut. Give time to your horse and you receive from horse all that your horse can give you. When you finish a big ride and you win, share with your horse, you feel inside you that you are the king of the world.
Thank you, Gianluca. And look at this. This is what our athletes and their horses are seeing here in AlUla. Welcome back. We're in the vet gate. We're getting towards, we're about 3/4 of the way through this, the CEI 2-star, the Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Endurance Cup 2024. Just coming in there, that's 72. They've been through the vetting, the third of the vetting, and that is for Jordan, Rema Al-Salal. 72, the grey, just going into the hold there. So now they're into a 50-minute hold. They're into a bit of a break with the compulsory re-inspection, and just about to go into the compulsory re-inspection. It is the leader going into the fourth and final loop. It is Abu Ras Fares and Jer Ashir for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Now they will start, providing they complete, there it is, they will start the fourth and final loop at 16 minutes past 1. So now they're into what's called a compulsory re-inspection. This is the fourth inspection that they've had throughout the ride, and the Veterinary Commission are there to ensure that that horse is fit to kill. So if you look down half the way down the timing board, there they are with the stars, 76 and 162. One going off at 13.16, that's number 76, the grey that we've just seen in the vet gate. And then the one that is tracking neatly behind, 162 for Imam. So that's Alfredo Greco there, one of the Italian vets, having a look at this horse, 76, just checking that absolutely everything is right. The eyes, the metabolics. Now they're into making sure that they can go off onto the fourth and final loop, the red loop at 25.5 in this, the fourth and final loop of the CEI 2-star. So he's given, yep, I think there's thumbs up, is it? And he's shaken the hands and they're ready to go. So they will go off at 13, 16, 15, and then providing the next one goes in, 162 Nebras Muscat of Ahmed Said Al-Saidis, they will go off. Their re-inspection is now, they'll be in it now. And they will go off, and the difference between the first and second is 0.59 of a minute, so just under a minute, 1 second under a minute. And then we go to the third, the United Arab Emirates. We heard from them earlier on. And they're into a re-inspection, and they could go off 2 minutes 56 afterwards. So it's very, very close, really is. The leader is the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and Harry is in the vet gate.
It's going so far.
Alhamdulillah, so far so good, but you will never say anything, but the place is amazing, really. Best track ever, nature amazing. AlUla is a beautiful place that everybody should visit, either for riding or just to experience it.
And the horse you're riding, has it flown from Italy, or are you riding a local horse?
I ride a Saudi horse, but was born in Italy. So we put together Italy and Saudi. So Italian horse who lives in Saudi, Italian rider who lives in Saudi and Dubai.
So you live in Saudi, and it's your first time here in AlUla?
This is my third time. Hopefully we will have a good result, inshallah. We don't want to say anything. And I live between Dubai and Riyadh.
And what's your game plan for today? So you're about to go out onto the third loop, if that's right?
Yeah, I plan, inshallah, to finish. If I finish, for me, it's already a big victory.
So it's a race against you and the terrain with your horse, enjoying this beautiful place?
Together, with my horse, enjoying the place.
And how's the vet gate gone? Everything looking good so far for the rest of the competition?
Inshallah, we hope so. Yes, and the organization is amazing, fantastic. We're very grateful to all of you, and of course to the organizer, and also the organizer Italian. So,
well, we wish you the very best of luck with the rest of the competition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Inshallah, we will finish.
Thank you.
Good luck there, Cecilia Latuco and Tuya. More horses going back out onto loop number 3. That's 162. That's the one that's lying in second. I'm not sure, I didn't quite catch it. Whether, oh, yes or no, I'm not totally sure. That's a real poker face there. You just don't know whether it's past the compulsory re-inspection to be able to go out onto the fourth loop or not. We'll wait and see. But definitely we know that Saudi Arabian, with a ride speed of 23.025 over the first 3 loops of Abu Ras Fares, is going through 162. So they're in there. Everybody's below the pulse rate of 64. The re-inspection, just waiting to see, aren't we? 168 in the re-inspection. They're going in, they're in now. I don't think so. I don't think so. That's the second one. So we definitely have one going off, and that is Ger Ashir, and they're going off at 13:16:15.
Okay, we have here Ward Rima and Rima rider. I understand this is your first time coming to AlUla, and you finished your first and second. How do you see the second race compared to the first one?
It's very nice experience today in AlUla, and I'm feeling it's really the best race I participated in. It needs you to be more smart. You have to focus very well. Everything is well prepared. I'm enjoying every moment here. The race needs a rider thinking to how to manage, how to handle everything. For example, the second loop was the hardest. It's very tactical. You need to focus on all your body to see all the track. Sometimes I go slow down. It took from me 3 hours. As well as my horse is excited, his first time in AlUla. My plan is to prepare him to come again in 2026 to the World Championship, and I'm so happy to be here.
That's amazing. That's amazing. So, what is your next plan after this race? Do you have something in mind that you want to go to eventually?
Yes. Also, I qualified my horse Ward Rima to World Championship for young horses in Italy. So my plan, if I went today, I can ship him because shipping from Jordan is very high. So if I went today, inshallah, I will ship him in September to Italy to participate in World Championship.
That's beautiful. Rima and Rima, good luck today.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you.
And there we have it. That is what the prize money means to these riders. They aren't spending it on anything particularly luxurious. They're going to ship their horse to the World Young Horse Championships, which is in Sardinia later this year from Jordan. What a commitment to the sport. So a moment of quiet in the vetting area. Few updates. The leading horse then, number 76, ready to go. Past the re-inspection. This is Ger Ashir for Faros Abu Ras, representing the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia on home soil. We've lost the Omani rider though in the re-inspection, so that now means that the UAE rider moves up to second place. Hamad Humaid Ali Obaid Al Tanmi with Showman TE. We heard from Abdullah that Showman TE is an excellent horse and represents a lot of potential for the stables of F3. His presentation times have been excellent and his heart rate never in the 60s. So that would indicate to me that there is plenty of fuel left in the tank there for rider number 190. In third place we have 168 Saeed Yahya Al Naimi for Qatar. there, a fantastic aerial shot. We're delighted to bring you the aerial coverage of the infrastructure here in AlUla. It has grown exponentially over the last 4 years, and there are great plans afoot for what's to come down the line. They really want to build this venue as a centre of excellence, not just for the sport of endurance, but for equestrianism as a whole. So bridle going on now for the horse on the last loop. Looks keen and ready to run.
Here we are. All eyes are on the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and here specifically in AlUla. 6th century and a World Heritage Site.
So I'm down here on the red loop, traipsing through this pretty deep sand, having come from the canyon over there. Horses and riders descend on this deep sand track down onto the road down there. The red loop, 25.5 kilometers, and it happens late in the race. So horses and riders at this point could be getting tired. It's a technical loop. They will need to ride it very carefully. They'll have to go slowly through this bit, and then when they hit the harder ground down there, they'll be able to ease the brakes off and let the rhythm flow on. It's the end of a long day. The finish line is in sight. Just these last few kilometers to do, and the decision to make whether you're crossing the line with your teammate hand in hand, or you've left enough fuel in the tank for a race finish. The question on everyone's minds is who is going to make it to the podium and pass that final vet inspection.
There it is. There's the vet gate, and we're up in the sky. It's really interesting, isn't it? Because they're out in about 16 seconds, 1 minute, 20 seconds, 1:36. So they go out onto the red loop, 25.5 kilometers. This is when you see potentially real speed. This is when they'll find out what they've got left underneath them. And this is when you'll find out who's going to win the Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Endurance Cup 2024, the two-star. 900,000 riyals, 220,000 euro. Do they go all out, or do they just leave something and make sure that they've got a heart rate? It is all about knowing your horse, understanding the course, and seeing what they've got left. That's what it is. This is the culmination of years of training. This is the culmination of one of the biggest rides ever staged anywhere in the world, if not the biggest.
The tension's growing now, and you can see almost palpable with number 76 there. You know, he's warming his horse up this time. He's taking time to get it warmed up, because I think number 76 is going to go off like a bullet.
They're going to go.
Yeah.
But we also heard from the UAE, and we know how fast they are on the final loop, Harry. We know how fast. You see, just calling them in. The countdown clock will be in front of them, and they will not be able to go until it goes green. Here we go, and away we go. Very soon.
Well, he's
2 seconds.
1 second.
Yeah,
Go.
and off. It's a green for go.
There we go.
And they're going quick. Full speed. They're off on the red loop. 25.5 kilometers. Up goes the hand and says, "Come on, catch me if you can." But we've seen it before, Harry, and we will see it again. If they don't, ride sensibly, they could lose it.
And as Abdullah Ghanem Al-Mari said, the red loop is 25.5 kilometers, which is a long last loop.
Yeah, normally it's 20, 18 to 20.
You know, you go off like a bullet, you've got to maintain it. It's about being clever. Abdullah Ghanem Al-Mari has the experience, and so does the whole of the UAE team. You know, it plays it very cool, encroaches on first place, knows that they'll get tired, doesn't play their game, and then in the last couple of kilometers lets off the brakes and gives it everything they've got.
Yeah, goes down on what's called a loose rein and off they go.
Yeah, but we saw it in Boudid though, Nick.
We did.
It doesn't always work.
No, it certainly doesn't. But this is the favourite. This is the favourite that's going out in front, and going out in front with a minute to spare. And a minute is a very long time in endurance.
It is, and it equates to a good amount of distance on the track.
Yeah, they reckon every stride of a horse is worth a second to a second and a half, don't they?
Yeah.
So they're getting 300 to 400 metres in front.
Yep. It's a long way to catch up.
It's a very long way to catch up. But the conditions, it's now got hot out there. The conditions, the sand will have got deeper. But they also have the advantage of being first on track.
Yeah.
So it's so much to play for, isn't it? And what about that to win for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia? I mean, you know, the pressure that this man is under is huge.
He has the advantage of being on home soil, but also the weight of the kingdom on his shoulders for this final loop.
I somehow wouldn't call it an advantage, I'm not sure. Here we go. Look at this, incredible shots.
So they come out of the venue down this track through the village, which is straight ahead of you. The track down there is a little bit of deep sand, but when you hit through the village, it's really quite firm and hard going, which allows the horse to kind of run forwards and over that ground pretty quickly. You've got to watch out for the odd stone, any stumbling, etc., especially on, you know, slightly tired legs. The pink loop goes towards where the white loop went, so they'll be familiar with it. They've ridden all of this loop previously, but the white loop went one further up the hill, whereas the pink loop cuts back before then. And now the UAE team, I think that is Showman TE, number 190, out onto the last loop, and a much more relaxed, cool start for rider.
Yeah, Al-Tamimi, who made. So there is the UAE, and they're off.
And you can see by the dust that the horses are bringing up that they are moving at a speed, you know. On the footage we're seeing, you know, it might look quite slow, but out there, those horses are really motoring now, 25k an hour plus. This is a good bit of the course that they should let the horses run on. They might need to slow up later. There are elements on the pink loop that are deep. Now, I think that other rider was on a previous loop and was getting dragged along there, so he's had to take a pull.
Take a pull.
Yeah.
But the difference, Harry, is 3 minutes there or thereabouts. It's a big difference. It's a lot of distance. But look at that. So we've now got 5 out on the 4th and final loop. So 1 for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, 2 for the United Arab Emirates, 1 for Qatar, and 1 for Bahrain. And interestingly enough, the 2nd to the 5th, there it is. There's your status, bottom left. Riding time 6:21.03. The difference between the 2nd to the 5th is 30 seconds, but they've got 3 minutes to catch up. It's going to be different. It certainly is.
This is the first time as I've been doing this now for, this is the 3rd year, the first time we've had so many nations challenging for that final loop. It's almost been a dead cert who's got it in the bag previously, but we've got 4 nations there, all with the potential.
Just going out on course. It's 2 more for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, 1 for the UAE. They're out. But that is a big distance already. That is a very big distance.
And in just 1 hour, we will know who has made it across the finish line.
Yeah, they've still got to get through the vetting.
They have. And we saw in Boutip, the World Endurance Championships, we were at the edge of the course there, and on that day, it was the UAE versus Bahrain, and the UAE were the first 2 across the line, but they couldn't get the horse's heart rate down within the 20 minutes, so they were eliminated. And the 3rd place, which was His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa, was crowned the champion, the world champion on that day.
Yes, he was.
You see the deep sand there, rider sitting back, easing him down the undulating ground there on the pink loop.
So 7 out on the red loop, the 4th and final loop of the 2-star, the 120. And then the conditions change again, Harry. You can see there quite markedly the deep sand, and then they go hard, and then it goes deep again. So it's very technical, as we have said right the way from the start. 70 or so, and off it goes. Interesting there, they went left, and now they're... So that's a rider using all the skill.
Picking the way, you know, there's some tyre tracks on there where the course marshals have been, and the sand's a little bit compressed, so it's just picking the best ground across the track, trying to avoid those deepest areas, keep at a consistent pace. You know, go too fast and you hit that deep sand, you go into it, but go too slow, the same thing happens. You know, try and find that equilibrium where you're almost on top of the sand. And now look at this fantastic shot here as they turn right through this wadi into the canyon. And having been down there yesterday, I can tell you it's eerily quiet, and a rider on their own, they will hear nothing but the hoof steps of that horse echo amongst the valley.
Top 10 are out now, Harry. Top 10 are out. It's a lonely old place when you're so far in front. In 8th. Formidable and Rahman Sababi, and they're in 8th.
For Bahrain. Bahrain a little bit on the back foot here. They have got one rider up there, but the UAE almost showing a bit more dominance at this stage. And unfortunately, Nick, Rayan Al-Mobti didn't complete the previous loop, so he was out of the competition.
That's a shame, but he's got one more chance tomorrow in the 160.
Yep, on another strong horse.
So that is for Spain, Rocio Esperanza Herrera.
10th place and riding for Bahrain, I think. Spanish rider riding for Bahrain. And I think she's made a decision there not to push for the podium places, but just to leave it. It's all about making those judgments as a rider, you know, knowing when you've got enough fuel in the tank and being accepting when it just simply isn't the case.
Harry, when you've been out in front by such a distance, it's really difficult, isn't it?
It's very hard not to let the mind to flow ahead too far and think of the finish line. And almost as soon as you start doing that, as soon as you get complacent, that is when things go wrong, and it happens very quickly. As a rider, you've got to play it cool at this moment. There's still a long way to go on this loop.
So there's the top 10. Spanish have got into the top 10. 3 Bahraini horses, and the UAE just tickling along in 3rd place, and that's where they want to be probably. But Gamal and this wonderful combination. I'm not totally convinced about the team tactics now. I think it's individual glory, don't you? I really do. The distances between, they're not riding as teams. They're not riding as 2s and 3s, are they?
Yeah, I mean, they're all spaced out, but I would think the tactic from the UAE would be to try and consolidate. So they would, AlUla is the 3rd UAE rider.
Yeah.
I would think his tactic now is to catch the other 2 on the loop and form a trio again.
So to become the pace man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Bahrain the same, but I think we saw number 12 and number 50 on screen just now, and I think it's unlikely that they're going to be able to catch rider number 43 for Bahrain, who is with that leading group. They're just too far off the pace, and they weren't pushing out the vet gate. So 1 Bahrain rider, 3 UAE riders, Saudi and Qatar in the running. Fantastic for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to have 3 riders in the top 10.
But they've got to stay there.
They have.
That's the key. I wonder. Well, we've seen it so many times. This sport just changes. It is the only way you can describe it is the sport that is never over until it's over, is it?
Absolutely.
Unlike, yes, I mean, okay, in golf or something like that, yes, you can go wrong at the last, but on the final hole or the final back 9. But this time, and they're in deep going and really pushing. Just wonder.
So this pink loop is a red loop, sorry, is a long last loop, 25.5.
So 14 out on the final loop. 14.
So this area here, they've descended through the canyon down, and this is now heading out to the crew point on this loop, where they do a big U-turn before heading back on course. And that area is very deep sand, but as you hit the water point here, they come down onto a very hard track, almost a road which is used quite a lot by vehicles. So they go through this water point, they head a long way on a straight line now on the road where they can get up some speed. He's going to take some water quickly, but he's not stopping, and he carries on at full pace towards the crew point. And as soon as he gets to that crew point, he is at the furthest point away from home. He turns and then he heads straight back. He's got to navigate a few more of the deep sand canyons through the wadis.
Point 17. The water point.
Just 2 or 3 kilometers to the furthest tip of the loop. And what's nice now is that he's meeting horses on other loops, so that gives the horse psychologically a bit of a break.
They're not going as quickly as them, but very soon they'll leave each other, won't they? So they're heading up to the 3rd of the control points. And we've overtaken them, and look, go on, go on, go on. That's great, isn't it? It is real teamwork. It's real camaraderie, this sport. That's That's one of the things that you've got to love about it.
And, you know, Fares is a well-known name within the Saudi endurance scene. The other Saudi riders who are riding for completion will be absolutely thrilled and excited to see him in the lead like this.
So they've got a crew point right at the top of the loop, right in the wadi up there, and then they've got to turn for home. And still got a long way to go.
Still got a long way to go, but the horses almost know where they're going. You know, the ears will prick up as they go back towards the venue.
Well, this is what they're trained for, Harry.
Yep.
This is what they're trained for. This last loop, they're trained for every eventuality. It's not just getting on your horse and riding.
No. And remember, this horse has won here this season. It won the Junior Young Riders Endurance Cup, which was only 100 kilometres, but that was in December of 2023, and the speed there was 23.5, which is not dissimilar to what the horse is doing now. So we know it's capable of speed. And the same horse also won with Fares Abu Raz earlier in December, on the 2nd of December. So it's got real potential here on this final loop.
So there's the chasing group, and have they left it too late? Look at the distances involved. Look at the scenery involved.
This is the part of the course where they need to make up the gap, because it's unlikely they're going to make up the gap once they've turned and they head off onto the deeper sand. This bit of going is the fastest part of this loop.
So on the GPS and on the calculations, this combination that we're seeing before us, Fares and Gerashia, they're about 4 minutes in front, give or take. So that's a bit of a distance to catch up.
It's not insurmountable.
No, it's not.
It's got to keep this going now for the rest of the loop.
And I wonder, Harry, there are instructions going to the riders. They'll know, they'll get instructions via the crew. Will they be saying, you are 4 minutes in front? Will they be saying that?
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
You know, it's very similar to the leaders of any grand cycle race, anything like that. They've got it in their ears.
And they'll be seeing the crew shortly, and their crew will keep an eye on where the UAE and Bahrain and the Qatari rider are. But right now, we're looking at a solitary figure on the loop.
So it's looking at the stats, it's really interesting that Abu's going on at about 19 kilometers an hour, but and the others are just picking up the pace. They're increasing the stroke rate.
They are, you know, they have infinite experience of how to play the last loop, having ridden so many times in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. You know,
the UK, oh my word, we've seen them in Euston
yeah.
and Rushford. We've seen them come in and fly.
Yep. So we should very shortly see the crew point at the end of this very long straight section. Some considerable distance to go. Still on this straight section.
And you can see there, can't you? You can see the changes in conditions. They've got a bit of deep ground to come here, and then they'll go back onto the harder ground. It's a lonely old place when you're that far in front, isn't it? Mind you, it's a good place to be in.
Yeah, he's just got to maintain it. He's just got to keep that distance. But if I am reading the stroke rate there, I would say he's just slowed a little bit.
Yeah, it says they've dropped down to 17.8. and the UAE and the Qatari rider are about 19 to 19.1. So it's inch by inch by inch by inch. But he's got 3/4 of a kilometre in front, something along those lines. It's not a combined science. "17 kilometres to go." Done 8. So they're nearly at the crew point. They're nearly halfway. Estimated in the venue round about 22 minutes past 2. What a clever horse. What a clever horse.
So it's just approaching onto that crew point, and then it'll be turning for home.
You can see the distances, can't you? You can really see the distances between first and second and third, and that shows the vastness of this incredible space that they're riding across, but it also shows the distance that Fares is in front by. And as Harry and I were discussing earlier, just now, that they will know, and the crews will certainly know. So once they get to the crew point, turn the corner, and they are 45% of the way home. Out there in front. Good place to be. Waving to the security team. 16.4 kilometers, and 16.4 kilometers to go, and the chasing two are 1.2 kilometers behind. Coming up to the turn back towards the crew point. You can see the cars on the right hand side of your picture. That's the crew point, and the new rules this year is that there is a specific distance, start and finish, and the finish of the crew point and the start of the crew point has to be marked. So the stewards will be watching this. Here we go. Now, on goes the first of the bottles. You see the crews running alongside them. You see this is just, and there is one more bottle. Do they want it? And there will be the end of the crew point. So now we come back. There are 2 more water points on course. Will they take that opportunity? Because that is their last chance. The crews will have spoken to them. Fares in the lead, 16.4 kilometers, 1.2 kilometers in front at the turn. Now they turn for home. (16, 15.7), yeah, there it is. So we are 30% of the way through this 4th and final loop. 106.1 kilometers. There's the chasing pack. That is the UAE, that is Qatar, and that is Bahrain. As you can see on that picture, the Fares is well through the final crew point, and these 3 have still got to turn towards it. But it all depends on who comes over the line first and who passes the final vetting. 5th and 6th coming up behind. That's Yusuf Mohammed Hassan Al Sadoun, Bahrain, and then Abdullah Al-Amri for the UAE. So now that group are neatly bunched. But there's the leader, and they've taken the real turn. And they're well in front. They've just got to keep this pace up. Now we'll just wait and see. Just a little wake up there. It was an interesting. Might not have seen it. So it'd be a tremendous achievement. This would be phenomenal. They come up towards the crossing where the 3rd loop joins them. Bit of the green loop coming here, and then they're back on their own. So we look, 15.7 kilometers. The gap isn't changing, but the loose rein comes on. Wake up time. Not allowed to use the rein as an incentive or encouragement. It is all about the loose rein and the free running of the horses. Sure, the others have turned, gone through the crew point by now. So, 14.3 kilometers. 15.6, 1.3 it says, but there's a long, long way to go. And the equivalent in sport is final stage of the Tour de France, the Omnium, something like that, or the Le Mans 24-hour. But this is all about the relationship between one rider and one horse. Just to remind us that there was a gap of 3 minutes between first and second and third. See those flags on the right there that's just come out of shot. So this means that they're on the red and the yellow loop. Everybody's finished from the yellow loop. They won't see any more horses all the way until they're home, till they turn for home up the hill. Still that gap of 1.2 kilometers. The energy's is back now. The energy's back. Up a little bit of an incline. And they get up onto the plateau, then they come down, and then there's just that gentle pull downhill. So now we're going up. Is changing minutely. They're about 100 meters. The gap is closing. They're about 100 meters, the chasing pack, with 12 kilometers, 12.3 kilometers still to go. Yeah, they've made up 100 meters. So it's still about 1.2 kilometers, 1.1 kilometer behind. But they're making the distance. And as Harry and I were talking, the UAE are masters at this final loop. So now the leading horse, Fares and Gerasin, they'll see other horses. There it is. That's second to sixth. So that's the gap, and I'm sure that it's closed. Just overtaking some other competitors on the loop. Just squeezes and pushes them on. Gerashir. It's a great shot, isn't it? .1 kilometers to go. 12.2, it's dropped down now. 12.2 and 13.5, so still maintaining that gap of 1.3 kilometers. Shows what that difference made, wouldn't it? Right at the start of the fourth and final loop. Past the farms on the right-hand side, through the wadi. What we're seeing here, it really does show the magnificence of the Arabian horse. So there we are. There's the red and the blue. Now they won't see anybody. Blue in use tomorrow. That's the fourth of the 6 loops. Now we're on the red only. So now they're out on their own. .5 kilometers to go. 12.8, still that 1.3k gap. Just these shots just show the sheer scale. Still, we can't see second, third and fourth in the camera shot. So we just wait and see whether these 3 turn left. If they do, that's second, third and fourth. Almost down into single figures on the kilometre counter. Well, they're well out in front, aren't they? Fares and Gerashir. That wasn't second, third and fourth. So look at the gap. Just look at that gap. If they can maintain this, if they can pass the vet, water point. Water point. Final water point coming home. Will they stop? Up they come. Look at this. The next left turn in about 7 kilometers, they'll start to see the home straight. Gap still 1.3 kilometers. And with only 10 kilometers to go, that is an almost, providing everything stays fine, that is an almost insurmountable gap. So we got to give you some indication of where we're at in the ride. Starting at 7 o'clock this morning, 189 started. There are 94 on various loops around the course. There's 4 ready to go, and there have been 81 eliminations. So about 50%, something like that. But we're looking in the distance at the leader of the richest ride in endurance history, the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques Endurance Cup, and that is the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's Fares Abu Ras Gerashir. They're into single figures now after having ridden 110 kilometers. They've got 10 to go. Just under 10 kilometers. They're not far from home now. And the others still 1.3 kilometers behind them. And they are the UAE, Qatar and Bahrain. But they are riding as a group. And this to me just shows the sheer intelligence of this horse and of the rider. The horse is responding and it's engaged, and that is brilliant training and a brilliant brain, and so important in the world of the horse. So we'll turn left-handed in a minute. And then, as we'll see, as we get through the village towards AlUla, that's when the adrenaline will start, because they will be on the final leg, final of 120 kilometers. Fact, there is the chasing pack. There it is. So they're not far away, but can they do it? So that is the chasing pack coming past the farms, and maybe 7-8 kilometers away, I would reckon. And Harry, you've had a very interesting conversation with the head of sports here at the RCU.
Absolutely. I've just met with Ziad Al-Shahbani, who's the chief sports officer. A very exciting and ambitious plans for this AlUla venue, and the excitement around this competition, and also the FEI 3-star 160-kilometer competition that happens tomorrow ahead of the World Endurance Championships in 2026.
That is the gap. The gap is now closing.
They have got them in their sights.
They really have, Harry. And we've been talking about this for, what, 6.5 hours now? 7 hours? And that is in their sights. And I do believe that the leader is done.
Yep, he's trotting. That's it.
So now the leaderboard is going to change. The leaderboard is going to change. And that'll be the UAE in front. And as we keep saying, Harry, as we keep saying, the UAE are past masters and Bahrain are past masters. Off it goes.
So UAE, Showman TE now in the lead. Bahrain coming up in second. A really strategic and important moment in the competition there. And Fares Abu Ras is trying to respond with all his might there.
Just calm.
Just hasn't quite left enough in the tank to keep going with that UAE leader.
But but, and it is a very, very big but. Have they left enough?
And I think when you said they were riding as individuals on this last loop, Nick, you're absolutely right. You know, they're really pushing on now. There's no team riding here. This horse is flying.
What is that, 100 meters, if that?
This is Hamad Humaid Ali Obaid Al-Tami of F3 Stables. Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum of Dubai.
1, 2 and 3. Don't know, Harry, it could still change though, my friend.
It could indeed.
Don't forget, we've got a final vetting still to come.
Still 7.8 kilometers.
So the 2-star reaching its concluding stages, the CEI 3-star, the 160, totally different ball game. 2 more loops, another 40 kilometers, more rest, but a longer distance. It's completely different tactics tomorrow, the 160.
It is totally different, and there's horses for courses, and some horses suit that kind of slightly more slow build, whereas the 120 you can kind of get away with that sprint at the end. The tension is mounting here as the crews start to congregate around the finish line.
It's going to be about, I reckon, the crews always know when they're about 3.5 to 4 kilometers from home, Harry.
All eyes on the horizon.
But they haven't got to the village yet.
Nope. And this is a deep section and they are flying over it, but they still have to pass that veterinary inspection at the end. The motto, as we heard from Gianluca earlier, fit to continue. That is the motto that they will be judged on at the end. Have they got another loop in them? But we can see from the dust that's being kicked up by the leading horses there that they are really motoring now. They've found 5th gear and off they go.
Yeah, tomorrow will be a different ball game, no doubt about that. No way that they can do this speed on the 6th and final loop tomorrow.
Unlikely.
Very unlikely.
Also, we have the dark to contend with tomorrow. The organising committee have lit 2 loops of the course with solar lights to guide the riders, but that is a whole different challenge and the ultimate test of endurance, worthy of the World Endurance Championships.
169 and 43. Second, third, who knows? But here we go. Here goes Hamad and Showman TE. Keep telling everybody, here we go, into the village, Harry. Now we're coming towards home.
So it's straight back. Oh, they're at the last water point, so now they turn left.
Turn left.
And then it's straight back, maybe tops 2 kilometers from this point.
That's why the crews are there. And up we come. Here they go. It is like a sixth sense. So now it is the UAE, Qatar, Bahrain. It's the 1, 2, 3. Or
I think that's Bahrain.
That's Bahrain.
That's 43.
43.
Yep.
In second.
So it's Bahrain versus UAE. We anticipated that might be the case.
Yusuf Al Sadoun, 43 that we can see there.
So, 2 powerhouses of endurance. The same showdown that we saw at the World Endurance Championships in 2023.
Same showdown, Harry, that we've been seeing for the last 15 years, genuinely, with Saudi, Oman and Jordan just tucking in there neatly. Sometimes.
But that third horse looking strong as well.
Very strong.
Certainly not backing off the pace. And the first horse,
Qatari
slowing a little bit.
Yes.
Is that the UAE horse in front?
That's the UAE horse in front.
UAE
Bahrain
horse
is flying.
Bahrain
up
closing
on
the gap.
outside. And then the Qatari horse in third. And at the moment, my money's on the Qatari horse.
He's giving some extra ask there to the UAE rider, and he is not getting a response.
So now they're going to turn for home. Any minute now, they'll turn for home, and Bahrain are just about to come in front. But will that give the UAE a little bit more encouragement? Will that pick up the pace? We've seen it so often before, but will they get past the vet check? That is the situation.
Exactly the same as in Boudi. We saw
100%.
UAE against Bahrain, but they did not get the heart rate down at the end because they were fighting right to the nail.
Do they need to fly it? This is where it becomes knowing their horse after 119.8 kilometres.
And knowing what's left in the tank.
What's left in the tank. They can feel it.
And now the UAE horse looking stronger again. Now it's got company on the left-hand side. But it's all to play for now as they come into the last few moments.
Oh, I just wonder, Harry. I just wonder. They'll want to come past, but they'll want to pass. So, they'll be turning left any minute. They'll be coming up. The crews will all be cheering and
so on the left, on the far side, is Yusuf Mohammed Hassan Al Sadoun with Dajula Dubatas for Bahrain. And on the inside, Hamad Humaid Ali Obeid Al Tami with Showman TE just a nose ahead at the moment. This is the final road crossing, Nick, and then it is straight up to the finish line. They'll cross this road and then it will be all to play for.
Do not discount the Qatari. Do not discount the Qatari.
Bahrain now giving it everything they've got now for this final sprint to the finish line. He's asking, he hasn't quite got a response yet. The UAE back in lead. It's a gentle incline to the top. These horses having now run 120 kilometres, almost.
And look at the crews. The crews will come into picture any minute now.
They are waiting for the first glimpse. The UAE now quite significantly ahead.
But look at the body position. Leaning forward. I just wonder. Got a long way to go yet, Harry. A long, long way to go. We've got 10 minutes of vetting and 5 minutes of vetting we have.
Yeah. He's gaining ground now, UAE gaining ground on Bahrain. The crew have got sight of a rider. So they're trying to make out who's in the lead.
So now they turn. Now they take the final turn.
So they're just turning right. Left, sorry. Here they come.
Here they come.
Final 500 meters to go.
UAE. It is Hamad Al Tamimi and Showman TE that looks back. There's Bahrain and Yusuf Al Sadoun and Jola Debatas, and then Qatar and Saeed Al Naimi and GB Julien Fantasia. So they're coming up. Where's it going to go? They're going to finish first. They're going to cross the line first, but
it's always a moment of celebration, but that celebration always gets subdued afterwards. Well, they've got to pass the veterinary inspection, but hand in the air for F3 Stables. Oh, winners.
Victory salute. They're over the finish line now. now it's countdown time.
Here comes Yusuf for Bahrain. This second place still means a lot for them. A great success story there for Bahrain.
But Harry, I've been really impressed with the Qatari team and Saida Al-Naimi and Julien Fantasia.
Absolutely.
I've loved that horse since it went out on the second loop.
Amazing. If they can pass a veterinary inspection to get third place, it will be incredible for Qatar.
It really would be.
Yeah, here we go.
That horse has looked as bright as a button all the way around.
And our leader on the first loop, I think.
Yep.
Yeah. Al-Nami crosses the line in third place. But now the tension builds as they have to cool these horses and get the heart rate down and pass the final veterinary inspection.
So let's just recap. We started at 7 o'clock this morning. We've gone through 120 kilometres of the most beautiful and breathtaking scenery with some of the most testing and challenging terrain conditions of them all. They've had 4 veterinary inspections. They're now into the 5th veterinary inspection. They've come across the line in, we'll get the confirmed times in a minute, once we get the heart rate pass. Now this is the 3-stage vetting, Harry. It is.
Yeah, so on that point there, let's explain that. So that means that this is the finish. It is not now down to one individual vet, but it's a 3-card trick. So they have to present the trot to a panel, and it's a vote with no conferring between the vets. The piece of paper is passed to the ground jury, who then delivers the decision to the rider.
So that's the trot, and then the vet does the all the metabolics, and the heart rate will be done by one vet, and the metabolics will be done by one vet.
True, although if there was any concern, still
they would still go to a 3-card trick.
Yeah.
The complexities of this sport. Very pleased, as they should be. Really been impressed with that combination all the way through the competition. Be interesting to see where our leading Saudi is, Faris Abu Ras and Gerashir. The horse that's done so well here at AlUla.
So we're looking at Showman TE, who is an Australian-bred endurance horse. And then second and third are both French-bred. We've had Dajula, Dubartas, and the famous stud in the south of the country, and Duma Armour in the north.
The difference of this now, genuinely, is that the clock has stopped.
Correct.
Yeah. They've now got
20 minutes.
20 minutes to present their horse.
Yeah. There's no rush now.
There's no rush.
No.
Once they've gone over that chalk line, the finish line, clock has stopped.
Yep.
Here we go. Now they've ridden a very good race. They just perhaps run out of puff. Here they come. Into 4th. But we just don't know. Into 4th for the Saudi Arabian Faris Abu Ras and Gerashir.
Oh no, this is 4th place.
4th place.
So they've overtaken Faris Abu Rash. This is Faisal Al-Qarashi.
This is, yeah.
With Folco to Drasselin. Right. This is the first Saudi finisher who's been put in a very strong last loop.
And there is Faris.
Yep.
Gerashir.
Coming along the track, but slowly. No pressure now. Just take your time. Get home safe.
Get home safe.
You never know what happens in that final vetting. He's got to be mounted to cross the finish line, though.
Yeah, but there's nothing to stop him getting off the horse, walking, and then getting back on.
Absolutely.
Right.
Showman TE.
When are we going to present?
It looks good. Horse looks good. Wetting all the main muscle groups of the horse. Water between the legs, water on the neck. They start the pouring at the top, they ease it towards the back, cover it with as much cold ice water as they can.
People will say, why aren't they presenting if they're happy with the heart rate immediately? Get it done. Do you know what they want to do is they want to make sure that the metabolics are fine, don't they? Yeah. They want to make sure that everything is fine. That's why there is this 20-minute break between crossing that finish line to progressing forward.
But there's also a balance because you know you want your gait to look good, and the longer you leave it, you don't want it to stiffen up.
Stiffen up.
Yeah.
Listen, these crews know what they're doing.
These are professional crews.
Okay, which space?
So that's AlUla Ali Al-Amari. They're 186. Castle Bar touchdown. Trainer on the right, just putting the water on. Top trainer of F3.
Indeed. Apologies, it wasn't Showman TE, but it was Castle Bar touchdown. So heart rate is dropping.
74's dropping.
73.
They'll get it done.
Yeah. Which horse is this?
This is 43. This is the second horse for Bahrain, Yusuf Al-Sadur and Jola Dubatin. It's the Bahraini horse. So 73, but what have they got still left to go? 6, 7, 8 minutes maybe? 186.
So that last loop, Nick, was 29 kilometres an hour.
Wow. Wow. Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Faris Abu Ras did it in 24.4, so he just couldn't respond to get to that.
Just couldn't go sprinting.
No.
At the end.
Just didn't have that sprint finish.
It's incredible shots there. Horses being walked round, more water going on. Soon they'll get the heart rate monitors back out. It's the Bahraini horse.
Just looking at the record of the horse to cross the line first, Castle Bar touchdown, very famous stud in Australia.
Yeah.
Meg Ways owns it. The horse not proven at speed necessarily. It's done qualifiers in Dubai, at Rushford, at King's Forest in the UK, and then back in Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates, but has never run at this speed before. It's a 10-year-old gelding, still relatively young for the sport.
Just wonder who's going to go first. You never know, do you? There they are, they're having a look at the heart rate. Should be happy. Who's going to bite the bullet and go first? going. Not yet.
Check time, stand by.
Bahraini horse. Jula Debata came home second. Well, they crossed the line, second. Do you know, Harry, even as an organiser, I hate this bit. Because they've done so much.
Yeah.
And they've everybody has put their hearts and soul into it. But the horses look well, don't they?
They
really do look well.
really do, yeah. To say they've run at that speed, they really do look good.
What do they do now? Go in, have some electrolytes and some fluids, and then chill out?
Yeah, I would think so.
Physio,
yeah.
Chill out, a little walk out tomorrow's leg stretch?
Yeah, they're going to go back to the event stables here. They'll have a good few days before they have to travel back.
Qatari horse, really impressed with that combination. They've run hopefully they've run an almost foot perfect race. I really felt that going out onto the second loop, that was one of the most eye-catching combinations.
So they've been in 12 minutes, Nick.
12.
So they have 8 left.
Yeah, but they don't often take that 8, Harry.
They might be scarred from the event in Budib.
Yeah, but that was heart rate. Okay, that was heart rate. And we know that the heart rate's coming down. They'll just be thinking.
The trainer for F3, one of the trainers, heart rate monitor on, the Qatar team.
That's nice, isn't it? Love that.
Yeah, little bite to eat. Just
does that
helps just keep the gut, the gut moving, helps the metabolics. It's not a good idea to eat too much at this top point because it can just put the heart rate up a little bit.
Salt block there, Harry? Oh no, it's a sponge. He looks happy with it's not putting much water on, so obviously the heart rate, just looking at the hindquarters. That genuinely, that's all part of the training as well, Harry, isn't it? Teaching them,
But observing the horse, giving them some space.
Giving them the space, and then, yeah. Nine minutes now. 6 minutes, something like that to go in.
6 minutes.
Bit of fluids going in there, Harry.
Maybe a little bit of fructose, or just a bit of
glucose,
just
mix.
Something, just to maybe give them a little pick me up at that point.
Yeah.
That, much like a marathon runner would, grab an energy gel. Exactly the same here. Totally legal. That's all fine. You can see the shape the water that's left in the sand. And still, they cool the horses.
If they don't, they will be cooled by the stewards. And there'll be teams out there that'll be watching clocks and will be screaming at them, come on, in you go. 2 minutes. the leading horse?
I mean, we have to remember this horse has run 29 kilometres an hour on the last loop in some quite deep sand. So, you know, it will be hot. And as we heard, I think maybe even from the winner earlier, or maybe from AlUla Omari. Let me see what that says. Not quite.
No.
It's different to Dubai. In Dubai, they pull water on all the time. Here, they haven't got that luxury.
But it's also worth saying, Harry, that in Dubai, this is an FEI ride where you are not allowed to pour water on all the time. In Dubai, nowadays, most of the rides are national rides, so they can pour water on.
And we saw in Boudib
That's a big difference.
You know, Boudib, a desert environment, a very fast speed, but they were limited to where they could put water on. It had an impact, didn't it?
It did have an impact.
They really struggled with the heart at the end.
One of the stewards just saying, look, you've got 4 minutes.
It's really hard to keep track of the time when you're in that environment. You know, it's easy for us because we're looking at the stats, but they are so immersed in it. It's easier than you think to be 10 seconds late or something.
Yes, but you and I both know, Harry, that all these 3 teams, in fact, all the 5 teams that we've got in front of us, have all got timekeepers, have all got
very professional
clock watchers.
teams, yeah.
They're all there. And they'll be out on the far side just saying, right, 2 minutes to go, 1 minute to go. And actually the stewards will be doing that as well. So came in at 14:12:23. By my watch, they've got 3 minutes to go. Just under 3 minutes.
This is where, potentially, if the heart rates aren't down,
they just walk away, don't they?
It's just all change, yeah.
Well, they have to go through a vetting. They have to finish the competition, but it will be a disqualification.
Yeah, I just meant the rankings.
Yeah, the rankings change, yeah. To go now, Harry.
This to me indicates that they are not happy with the heart. Their heart is not where they want it to be.
Here we go. Bahrain go first.
Now we wait.
Now we wait.
He's the assistant trainer for Bahrain. He's probably done this hundreds of times, but he looks pretty nervous.
So there's the president in the black cap, there's Wojciech in the white cap, the two vets.
They look to the monitor to give them the number of the heart rate. All eyes on the monitor. 64 is the magic number we need.
There's Castlebar. Touchdown. They're going to present.
Right at the end of their 20-minute slot.
All 3 of them, actually.
Taking the full time.
Here we go.
Right, just a little circle. Let the horse just, you know, do a few steps of walk to limber up a little bit, and now we trot.
Nice loose rein. They'll be looking at that.
Looks good from this angle.
Bahraini team in the far distance.
Bit of encouragement as we go back now.
It is that gamesmanship, Harry.
Okay.
Of course it is. It's fine.
So it's a panel of 3. 3 vets decide the fate.
So that's the heart rate, that's the trot, now the metabolics.
Correct.
So they've gone their vet slips for the trot. That's been handed over to the ground jury member.
Yep.
Yes?
And the ground jury member now sits on that.
Sits on that, and now we wait.
Yep. Well, he's been asked to trot again.
I don't know, I can't see it. We can't see it from behind. To me, 120 kilometers. So that's the UAE horse. That's Castle Bar.
Touchdown.
Touchdown. Let's hope it is. Alfredo Greco, the vet, measuring the heart rate.
And that's the Qatari horse running up now, in the middle. Looks good from this angle.
Sweet, isn't it?
Yep.
Sweet horse. Look at the ears. That's what I like.
Now this is most likely just now waiting for the 3 vets to come over and possibly the president.
Yeah, but they're in position, so that's fine.
Yeah.
It's not wasting time or anything.
No, no, no.
If 168 comes in, we need to grab.
Right.
I think maybe there's a second heart check there.
I think there is.
So
and
if
I'm
they
not convinced
too high,
that the Bahraini has passed. I'm not sure. I'm not going to say that.
There was no cheering, was there? So if the first heart rate is too high, they go to a different lane. They use a different heart rate monitor. If that is too high, then another vet uses a stethoscope. If all 3 are too high, the horse is eliminated.
Right, here we are, Harry. 64, 60.
So 168 is our Qatari rider.
Qatari rider.
Heart rate for the Bahraini horse was 55.
55.
But we don't know if it's past the trot.
Don't know whether it's past the trot. All too confusing. Right, here we go. Touchdown.
Might be asked to trot again.
I'm sure that they will be under the
new rules.
Under the new rules, and I think rightly so. Under the new rules, you know, genuinely, the FEI will be looking.
I think maybe.
I think so.
Heart rate was too high, but they've had to trot anyway because, as you said, they have to complete the vetting. So I think.
So I don't think. I think that's it. I think. Yep.
Right. So all
out
changed.
to the clinic. It's all changed. Here we go.
Saudi on the podium.
Saudi. Well, we don't know, do we, Harry?
Well, they've got to pass too.
Got to pass the test. Anybody got any? So I'll tell you who's in. So who's in? We know that Castlebar touchdown. We think are out. We wonder about the Bahrainis. 43. There is the Bahrainis. That's out. So that's 1 and 2 gone.
Wow.
Okay. So now we look to Qatari. We know that that's passed, do we?
Well, optimistic look. I think what's happening now is we've got doping control. So the horses have been taken straight from the finish line to the doping box.
But that's normal.
For checking.
That's normal. But that will have no bearing on this live result.
No, of course. Control. No, I agree.
So this is the Qatari horse.
He looks happy, the groom.
Looks very happy. So that potentially is the winner. Then we go. That's Alfredo Greco.
Now on the stethoscope. That's the third.
That's the third for Castle. Is this Castlebar?
Yeah, this is Castlebar.
Yes, it is. So this is the third. This is Alfredo Greco.
Yeah.
Third heart rate.
Yeah. And then Halas.
And I think the trainer has said, no, look.
Look, the Qataris.
The Qataris.
They are very happy.
I'm very glad. Very glad I picked that out right at the start of the second loop. I said, didn't I? They look absolutely bright as a button. So, I think it's Qatar. We'll wait for the confirmation. Now, Saudi could go second and third. So we've got Faisal Al-Qurashi, 127, with Falco de Tracklin. They were fourth across the line. And we've also got Faris Abu Ras, our long-time leader, with Jara Shir, number 76. They were fifth across the line.
Huge celebration there.
Is that Qatar?
This, I think, is the Saudi rider. It's the Saudi rider. He's done it.
He's done it, and he's going in the water trough. He is. He is going in the water trough. Head first. That is Faris Abaraz Gerashir, number 76.
So he's just so ecstatic he's got round, and he's possibly moved up the rankings. We'll confirm as soon as we get the information.
So we're looking for the results.
So all I can tell you at the moment, Nick,
127.
is 168. The Qatari has finished and passed the veterinary inspection.
And I would say that 76 has passed. I would say that Faris has passed.
I think that's a good bet, yeah.
Otherwise, I wouldn't particularly want a bath like that. So I think they're second.
Well, if we, I mean, okay, let's wait and see. If we lose Castlebar touchdown, the UAE contingent, we've got Qatar on
a podium.
Top of the podium, and then a Saudi, 2-3. That is not a happy expression for the crew member of 186.
No, it's not.
It's deja vu, Nick.
We've been there, but, Harry, how long have we been doing this? Qatar? Turn up.
Yep.
Right, that's 127.
Right,
that
Nick.
is 127. That is the horse that came across the line third. Well, fourth.
I'm going to go and see if I can get those riders, Nick.
You go and see them.
See you in a bit.
We'll try and make some sense of this, Harry. But we do believe that Qatar have won the Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Endurance Cup 2024. And somebody else is going for another bath. There is Faris. He's already taken a bath. He's very happy. I think he's second. And there's lots of celebrations, but we've still got a lot of horses out on course. They'll need all that water. That is the trainer. Well, I do hope that Harry gets into the vet gate and makes some sense of it at the moment, but let's hope that Harry doesn't take an early bath. Right. So that is Faris's horse, Gerashir. They're classified second. But now we wait for the classification of number 127. So, just heard from the event director, Brian Dunn, 186, which was Castlebar touchdown, the horse of the UAE. They failed on the heart rate, 40 on the heart rate. 43, the Bahraini horse of Yusuf Al Sadoun's, Jose Dubatas, they failed lameness. So, classified and we've just heard from the event director, we can tell you, we know who's the winner, and the winner is 168 for Qatar, Saeed Yahya Al-Naimi and GB Julien Fantasia. So they are the champions of the Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Endurance Cup. Many, many congratulations to Qatar. It's not often you see Qatar on the top of the podium, and we feel that Faris is in second place. Faris Aburas and Gerashir for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. They led for so long. And now we wait to see about this horse, 127, because it did have another inspection. That is the second of the Saudi horses, 127. That of Al-Qarashi, Faisal Al-Qarashi and Falco de Traclin. So we don't know who is second or who is third. We do know that Qatar have won. Sport that keeps changing. We've got two classified results, first and second. Qatar first, Saudi Arabia second, first 168, second 76. Lots of very happy faces. That's the team trainer, the Qatari team trainer, and they will be thrilled. That's what it means to them. Lots of celebrations down in the vet gate, and lots of hugging, lots of water troughing, and I wonder if Harry has dodged a bath.
Hang on, wait. Okay, we're here with Farah Abu Ras, Saudi finisher for third place, and the owner?
Riyad Al-Hajri.
How did you get on today? Very tough race, left from the front.
Tough race in the AlUla. This big race.
What does it mean for you, a Saudi national, to have a Saudi place on the podium?
This good race and this.
He cannot describe.
Yeah.
He cannot describe.
Yeah.
Faris, what does it mean for you?
وش أقول؟ أوه فرحة كبيرة جدا، اللهم لك الحمد، هذا من أفضل الكوس عندنا وأفضل ريس. الحمد لله.
عندك أبو شايف.
He's so happy, and he worked for this race, and he designated for this race since 8 months. He said, I want to take this race, and he deserves it. He's a good trainer.
Namus, congratulations.
How would you feel if you've just ridden 120 kilometers in 30 degrees heat and you get the bumps? So well deserved, and you know what it means. Wow, that means the world. They'll be buzzing, and well done to the owner and the trainer, everybody. Right, so this is 188. This could be third. Abdullah Al-Mari, Michael El Milora. for the United Arab Emirates. So we've got the first two, Qatar, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Heart rate first. Stethoscope. So that means that they've been through all the different heart rates. Now we're into the metabolics. There's the Qatari trainer taking off his bib, trying to get dry in the sun. Phenomenal. Wait and see what's the result on this one. I think that's good. I think it's good. Two home. Just doesn't feel right to me. So that is Abdullah Al-Mari. There he is on the left-hand side of the picture. Transponders are taken off, end of competition. Not totally convinced that this is gone the way they want it to go. It doesn't seem to be all the crew hugging them, and I don't know. There's not a lot of hugging and there's not a lot of high fives. And we go into back into the barn, back into the rest area. Smiling? I don't know. Final stretch, here we go. Coming home, 66. It's a long way home, and it is for Iraq, Sugar Mardani and Apache. It's all about finishing. It's all about getting your horse home safe and sound, and that is exactly what we've heard all the way through. From the veterinary to the stewards to the officials to Gianluca to Brian. It's all about getting your horses home safe and sound. So Iraq come through. One 1-8 coming up the hill. Now remember, they do have to be in the saddle to finish, but there's nothing to stop this. Running the horses up the hill, then getting back in the saddle. And that is Abdulrahman Al-Rashid and Frima for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Two definitely home. Many congratulations to Qatar. Second for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It is Julien Fantasia and Said Al Naimi and Faris Abu Ras and Gerashir. They're the two that are definitely home. This is Abdul Rahman Al Rashid, Frima de Poncelet. Two more make it home. Well done to Al-Qatani and Gunnar Lazarak. Another one going out on the fourth and final loop, and that is Abdulaziz Al-Zaghi. Both for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So provided they get home on the betting. The celebrations continue. So there's 158. One of the Dutch riders. And Marijn Kok. Now we're getting ready to go out on loop number 4 very, very shortly. Right, 55 coming in. Heading out even. 55 is Elena Pettiford, Elena Great Britain, and F8 Ramba. So we're looking at it. It could be the UAE going into third, or it could be Bahrain. That's where it could be, because definitely Qatar have finished as the victors and the UAE in second. So we're looking at 190. We're looking at Showman TF from the United Arab Emirates, or we're looking at 12 for the Kingdom of Bahrain. That is Sheikh Naya bin Salman Al Khalifa and Yuriops de Diag. So out they go. It's a long way. They've got 25.5 kilometers still to go. Out they go onto the fourth and final loop of the red loop. There is an overall classification time, and they're just waiting up for a teammate. They'll catch up, and then the two will get on, and away they go. You watch. It'll happen.
Dave, I'll tell you when we're ready.
That's 23. 23, Melody Diosalat from France, Galaxy Real AA. Still waiting for the final classification of this third horse in the Custodian of the two holy mosques. Out they go. They look well. They look very happy. So there is the champion from Qatar. He cannot quite believe it. It is fabulous to see the Qataris on the top of the podium. Normally playing second and third fiddle behind the UAE and Bahrain. But well done to Saeed Al-Naimi and Fantasia. So, unbelievable. There's our Saudi in silver medal position. Well done, Faraz. Great ride. Just ran out of puff at the end. So we're waiting to see about Showman T. That's 83. .93 there. And as the Veti carries on, Harry is in the vet gate with a very special champion.
Saeed Al-Naimi, you have just won the Fursan Endurance Cup. How does it feel?
Well, it's my pleasure to ride here in this country, in this track, very difficult, technical, very hard race, and I'm really happy to win this race, and congrats to the coach, my father, and everyone who watched us, and the team, and everyone here. Thank you.
You've been leading almost all the day and saw off competition from the UAE, from Bahrain. It must mean an awful lot for Qatar to be at the top of the podium at such a prestigious competition.
I wasn't alone in the race. Everyone was here, Bahrain, UAE. We had a very difficult last loop, but we made it.
Saeed, congratulations. Namus.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Well, you can just show what it means, can't you? The raw emotion, and why not? 120 kilometers. I mean, they have done it, and they've done it brilliantly. And they have ridden almost a perfect race. We're still waiting to see who has come third. Some fabulous pictures. That is our champion. Blinkers all the way through. We said as they left for the second loop, my word, they look fresh. And there is Poland's Martina Kaminska and Magica de São Pedro ready to go out on loop number 4, out on the red loop. Good luck to them. It's at this stage of the competition when it does start to get a little bit lonely. Out they go. And that is Sabrina Arnold. Sabrina has trained so many, owned so many, bred so many of the world's best horses, and Champion de Venelle for Germany. Top class rider. So Sabrina out for the 4th loop. A lot of these horses may not have completed in a 2-star, or they need the second of the 2 stars. Remember, AlUla hosting the 2026 FEI World Championships for Endurance. They must, in a certain period of time, have completed a number of 2 stars, 2 stars. Then they have to go on to the 3 stars. This is the 2-star. They then have to go on to the 3-star, 40 kilometers more, and they have to complete 2 of those successfully to be able to ride in the World Championships. And it's a very difficult sport. You know, people think in Formula 1 parlance, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, the podium is done, so therefore there's a lower classification. Doesn't necessarily work in endurance because they need the classification to progress up the ladder. And so that is why Sabrina's out there. A lot of people may discuss, and this is certainly one for a later date, why they don't just finish the competition. You've got the top 5, they've been vetted, etc., etc. Let's go for a Grand Prix finish. But actually it's all about the classification and finishing at the end. So they'll help each other around, and we'll see Sabrina maybe in an hour and 10 minutes, something like that. There's Martina out of the gate for Poland. So now, we have had the third place because we know that the Qatari horses won it. We know that well done and brilliant news for Saeed. Then we go to Faris Aburas, and the scenes of that team meant so much. The emotion of these riders and their crews. And then we just heard that the UAE have been classified as third, and it's well done to Hamad Al-Tamimi and Showman TE. 190 takes third. So that is the full classification. There's 76, that's the second winning horse. And they look like they've had a jolly good roll in the sand, don't they, with the water. And now they're just getting a little bit of kip and a little bit of shut-eye, getting the food in, getting the molasses, making sure that everything's fine, and then it'll be the prize-giving ceremony. So it is the full classification. That is confirmed for the custodian of the two Holy Mosques Endurance Cup of 2024. 900,000 to the champion, and the champion is Qatar's Saeed Al-Naimi and Julien Fantasia. Then in silver medal position in second place, and what a brilliant ride. They just ran out of a little bit of puff coming towards the last 3-4 kilometres, having ridden for 117 kilometres. It is the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's Faris Aburas and Ger Ashir. They're in second, and what a result. They also win the small matter of 400,000 riyals. And in third place, also winning the same amount of 400,000 riyals, it is for the United Arab Emirates, Hamad Al-Tamimi and Showman TE. The vetting still continues, the whole competition still continues until they're all through the vetting. That could be anything up to 6 o'clock this evening. That is 87 there, just in the vets. 87 is Anas Alid from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Demira Delafish. And remember, 81 entered from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. A lot of those have never ridden in a two-star before, and a tremendous attribute to them all for coming and for riding in the two-star and aiming to the 2026 World Championships here in AlUla. There's the top three. That is classified. The top three classified. Very well done indeed to Saeed Al-Naimi and Julien Fantasia. Second is the tremendous run from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Faris Aburas. And then in third, well done to the UAE and Hamad Al-Tamimi and Showman TE. Those are the riding times. Look how close it was towards the last stage. 5:22, 5:23. There was nothing between it. There was 1 minute and 14 seconds, and then a bit of a gap, some 22 minutes to the third place horse. Well done. It does take a lot of push to get through 120 kilometres. There's still a lot of horses out there on course, still the officials working, and still the vets and all the officials are working, but there's your top three. They are the ones that are taking the honours of the custodian of the Holy Mosques, two Holy Mosques Endurance Cup here in AlUla. It's been a great day of endurance, and I hope that Harry is out there somewhere and not getting above. But there'll be a lot more out there on the course, and we'll try and get you some more of the results. So our champions await the podium. It's been a tremendous last loop. It really has, the red loop, 25.5 kilometres. And here are the highlights coming up very, very shortly. Unbelievable footage from the highlights of the red loop. There's the go, and they went off fast. That is the combination that went out first on this, the fourth and final loop of the custodian of the two Holy Mosques Endurance Cup. That is Fares Aburaz and Ger Ashir. They went out 1.5 kilometers in front. Then came the pack. Hamid Al-Tamimi for the UAE and Showman TE. They pushed on. They pushed as hard as they dare. Neatly tracked with the Qataris of Saeed Al-Naimi and Julien Fantasia. But they were leading. This partnership were leading all the way through. They were 1.5 kilometers in front. Through the water point. And at this stage, this combination were 1 kilometer in front, and the Saudi riders cheering them on, cheering their countrymen and teammate on. This is where they turned left-handed. This is where their stretch for home was. Through the water point, the final of the water point. And then this was the closing pack. And that's where the lead changed hands. Bahrainis, the Qataris, and the UAE. And it was a gallop to the last. It really was. And they take the turn. They come across the road through the village. They cross the line first. They cross the line first. Castle Bar touchdown. But could they get the heart rate? But this combination could. They cross the line third. And they won it all. The tremendous ride of Saeed Al-Naimi and Julien Fantasia. And here's Harry.
Hamid Al-Tamimi, congratulations. Third place here at the Fursan Endurance Cup. It wasn't easy out there.
It wasn't easy. Even the tracks was very hard. You need to have a lot of strength, you and the horse. The last loop was not that easy for the horse to complete, but he did good. He did good.
He did very good, and we just couldn't believe it. The UAE riders, they came in, and then there was a problem with the heart rate. One was out for gate, and so many riders removed from the competition at this stage. Did you play it safe on purpose? Was that your game plan, to hold back a little bit?
Yeah, so when I saw the condition that they are going like really fast, I felt that my horse cannot go that speed with them. So I chose to go safe.
Okay, and the horse, it hasn't run at this speed before, so is a relatively young horse, a little bit inexperienced perhaps, but a very good result today for the horse.
So no, the horse have experience back in Dubai. He came second, but here he doesn't have any experience in this track. But I'm surprised that he did good today. He showed me that he's very good and he's ready for this track.
Well, Hamid, congratulations for you, for F3, for Sheikh Hamdan, for everyone, United Arab Emirates. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
Yes, very well done indeed, Hamid. And still they come through to the vets. That 58, that is Nadia Ninnis, Nadia from Germany with La Ligue de Fignoles. So they'll be approaching the final stage. Remember, 5 vettings here in the CEI 2-star. Sometimes maybe 6, because they can ask for yet more vettings throughout the holds. So Nadia's horse will go in, but we can confirm that it is. Many congratulations to Qatar, second for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and third, as we've just heard, from Team F3 and to the United Arab Emirates of Hamad Al Tamimi and Showman TE. Rode a really good race, and here come some more of the finishers. Up the hill they come. It's been a valiant effort. A lot of the competitors from Europe and from Argentina, from Uruguay, and Chile, they will never have ridden in conditions like this, and this is all very good experience, and thanks to the incredible organising team here in AlUla for bringing the best 200 horses here in the world to the 2-star here of the Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques. So they're coming home, they will get the finish, that's the all-important. They can then move on upwards into the 3 stars and aim for the 2026 World Championships here in AlUla. So they will be coming home. They're not worried about the time. Genuinely, they're not worried about the time, because they have ridden for 120 kilometers. Tomorrow, getting the molasses tomorrow, it's all about the 160. Totally different ball game. 6 loops, 6 holds, and it's all about tactics tomorrow, and a much, much smaller field, and that will also play its part. Harry, welcome back. You didn't get a soaking.
Thank you, Nick. Almost. I mean, emotions are running so high out there. Unbelievable. The Saudis are ecstatic, absolutely ecstatic.
They're coming home, Harry, and they're doing well. And as I've just explained, it's not just about getting onto the top podium, is it? It's all about getting that classification of a finish.
Yeah, and you know, we were there now with one of the guys, and they said, "Oh, are all the horses back?" And I was like, you know, we could be going till 7:30.
See in the distance, more are going out on the 4th and final loop. So there's some more. That is 195. 195 is Jose Oliveira for Uruguay and Peru. Harry, the one thing that I haven't seen the Constanzas and the Maria Punta Stacks. I haven't seen the Pedros, haven't seen Roy, I haven't seen any of them coming in yet.
I think they have played it safe out there. They are still out on loop. They're still averaging 18 kilometers an hour. And I think because the leaders went so fast, it's dragged the field apart a little bit. They have just torn it to shreds, and they were putting such a strong loop in. The horses that the Spanish team have brought over have come from Europe, so they have had to adapt to this quite, you know, hot and humid conditions here. Let's have a little look at the summary and the statistics. So 4 confirmed finishers, 94 removed from the competition, failed to qualify. We've got 13 in the vet gate ready to lead out on course, and 68 horses still out on loop. I just saw Rebecca Jane Pinder down there with Zane Zodiac, who was the horse I was lucky enough to ride earlier. They are still going strong. They're about to leave on that final loop, taking it nice and steady. And she said to me, there's 25 grand riding on this.
So, and Rebecca said there's 20,000 euro.
Yeah, no risk taking.
No risk.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's where money plays its part as well.
Yeah.
It is. So that's Uruguay coming out. Here's the one with the high-vis kit, Harry, that we saw earlier, still going. So we've seen some amazing equestrian sport here in AlUla. We really have. But there are great visions for an equestrian village. Let's have a look and see what those visions really are.
So the Al Mutadil Equestrian Village will be the center for major competition here in the region. The idea is not only to have facilities or infrastructure standing and not being used, it serves the purpose of positioning AlUla as a global hub for competition. Endurance is one. The key milestone of the World Championship in 2026 will be the first stage. But we have also many different disciplines that will be represented. We are very strong on polo as well, but also we will have an outdoor stadium that will allow dressage, jumping. We will have heritage competition, so tent pegging, horseback archery. So this equestrian village will really encompass all the dimensions of equestrian and will promote thanks to these major events. Then we have the riders. We want to have AlUla riders represented, and we're investing right now very heavily in riders development program in order to have AlUla community represented at the best level. And this World Championship will allow to accelerate these developments. The ambition is to position AlUla as a global equestrian destination.
Well, we heard it there, the ambition, the vision to turn this not just into an endurance centre of excellence, but a centre of excellence for equestrian sports across the board. There is certainly no lack of ambition here and vision. That's quite remarkable. And when you step back and you think where this venue has come from, having started 5 years ago, it is really, really remarkable. So we await the prize giving for the top 3 riders. And while we await that, we have riders coming in off the loop. So 138 is a local AlUla rider, part of the academy, which is again part of the investment into AlUla. Abdul Malik Al-Suhufi with Sati, and he is coming off loop 3. So he is just coming in off the green loop. He's got a vet check to do, and he's out again for the final loop. It's been a day full of absolutely fantastic sport. It started very early this morning, 7 a.m., just as the sun was rising.
So, it's been a wonderful day of sport. Let's have a look at some of the action. Great shots, and there is the horse that came second. That is Faris Aburaz's ride of Ger Ashir for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Just chilling out now, Harry, and that's what it's all about. The feet in the bucket of ice, having some very, very good... So there's 107. 107. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, another of those from the AlUla Academy. Abdulrahman Al-Qatani and Granada Lazak. And that is fabulous for the sport of endurance. We keep talking about it. We really do. That this academy is going to promote the sport of endurance, particularly here in this part of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
It's all about the education of the riders, you know, developing their skills, learning the trick of the trade, how to ride a tactical race, how to pace yourself, how to get your horse prepared for this level of competition, the veterinary care, the horse care, the day-to-day management. That is all so important.
So in that group, Harry, we've got Spain, we've got Estonia, we've got Lebanon, we've got the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we've got Turkey. It is the League of Nations out there, and we've also got Belgium. And they still go out onto loop 4. Home they come. And why not? The scenery is quite magnificent. And they come home. 53 just coming up the hill there. That of Daniel Ceroli, Italy. Then 175. That of Thomas van Nijkerk from South Africa, going out. 133 on to loop 4 of Abdullah Al Talal at the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and out they go on to the fourth and final loop. So just checking, Harry's just checking, but this group, we believe, has got one more loop to go. So they go into the 50-minute hold, then they go into the 2 vettings, and then they go out onto the fourth and final loop.
Yep, that's right. So they're just easing up as they come into the vet gate. They're starting the process to get the horse's heart rate down by just easing off the pace.
And you talked to Rebecca Pinder about this earlier, and it's all about the completion certificate now, isn't it?
Yeah, there's nothing to be gained by, you know, really pushing on now and taking any risks. As long as you're above the minimum speed and you've allowed a little bit of a safety margin, I think it's safe to say the best way to approach this now is just to enjoy it. Take your time and enjoy the occasion.
And that minimum speed, 12 kilometers per hour.
That's right, yep.
A lot of rides, the minimum speed is 14, but here, because of the terrain, because of the conditions, and because of the heat, they've reduced it to 12.
Yep.
And tomorrow, for the 160?
I think it's 12.5. It's very slow for a minimum speed of a 160, which is going to make it a long day for some people. I'll confirm that now. So the latest arrival at the finish time in the 160-kilometre class, starting at 5 a.m. is 10:30 p.m.
10:30 tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Surrounded by the beauty of AlUla. And of course, we are so happy to witness one of the most important equestrian sports, the fifth edition of the Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Endurance Cup, hosted by the Royal Commission for AlUla in partnership with international...
So here is the prize-giving ceremony, Harry, after 120 kilometres of the Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Endurance Cup 2024. The crews are there, the teams are there to salute. 3 different nations.
We would love to invite to the stage the Prince Abdullah bin Fahad Al Saud to hand the trophies for the 3 place winners. And we would love to have Ms. Abir Al-Aqil, the acting CEO of the Royal Commission for AlUla, to hand the medals for the 3 places winners. And now is the moment that everybody was waiting for since early in the morning. The third place winner. The third place winner for today is Saeed Al-Naimi from Qatar. I'm sorry, it's my bad. We had it the wrong way, guys. So the third place winner from Emirates, Hamad Al-Tamimi.
In third, there it is, Hamad Al-Tamimi and Showman TE for the United Arab Emirates.
My bad.
In third.
The second place winner.
There'll be a huge cheer for this.
Faris Abu Ras.
Second, there it is, Faris Abu Ras and Gerashir. Second. Silver medalist.
Can you get on the podium? Go up, you deserve it. Congratulations. And the first place winner from Qatar, Saeed Al-Naimi.
There's a big cheer, isn't there? Congratulations. The champion of the Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Endurance Cup. It is well done indeed. Saeed Al-Naimi and Julien Fantasia. The gold trophy and the gold medal. And in that interview, you could just see how much it meant to all 3 of them. Congratulations to them all.
paid off. Thank you, our distinguished guests, for being here today. And of course, we'll see you tomorrow with a new game for the 160 kilometers CEI.
Sport makes heroes around the world, and there is one of them. Well done indeed to Saeed Al-Naimi and Julian Fantasia. That'll be on the front pages in Qatar tomorrow morning. And also here in the kingdom with Faraz Aburaz and Gerashia and Hamad Al-Tamimi and Showman TE. So Qatar, Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. Trainers, crew. He's dried off. That's a good sign after his early bath. And Faraz is completely mobbed by his support team, his owners, the whole team. Inevitable in endurance. This is exactly how the prize giving goes. And it just shows, doesn't it, what a team effort this whole sport is. It's not just horse and rider, it's absolutely everyone involved. And well done to them all. Well done indeed. Can he lift it? Yes, he can. The adrenaline's still pumping. The scenes that they will remember for the rest of their lives, there's no doubt about that.
You're going to be in shot with him, so you're next to the rider. Harry's got it. We need to get to it because we're live. We need to get to it because we're live. We're live on TV.
Please go first.
Yeah, we're live now. So thank you.
So tremendous prize-giving ceremony, and Harry is somewhere with our champion this afternoon.
Saeed Al-Naimi, you have just won the richest endurance race in the world. What does this mean to you, your team, and to your country?
الحمد لله التوفيق من رب العالمين والحمد لله سباق جيد جميل سباق قوي والحمد لله التوفيق من رب العالمين الحمد لله.
He would like to thank God. Obviously, it's been a fantastic race. It's been a difficult race, and it means so much to him.
And you led so early in the competition. Sometimes you can't lead that long and remain at the front of the pack, but you managed to do it. Tell us a little bit of the tactics that you deployed in the race.
الحمد لله هذا فضل المدرب حسن بن شقر ما قصر جهز الحصان جاهزية طيبة والحمد لله الحصان كان جاهز وقدر ان قدرت اتعامل معاه بشكل اللي ابيه الحمد لله.
It's all because of the coach's work. The coach has prepped him and obviously the horse as well so that he can do what he just did with that tactic. So it worked very well and he's so happy for that.
And tell us a little bit about how you prepared for such a momentous occasion here in AlUla.
والله نجهز من شهر 10 ركبنا سباقين انا والحصان والحمد لله ادينا اداء طيب جيت سادس في سباق وجيت ثاني في الناشئين والحمد لله.
So we started preparation on the month of October. They did 2 races with the horse and they got second in both places. So they came here ready and as you can see the result, they won the race.
Saeed Al-Naimi, congratulations. Namus.
Congratulations, Saeed. It is all about preparation. It is a day that has had twists, it's had turns, it has ups and it's downs, but above all, it has shown the true partnership between man and between horse, with Saeed Al-Naimi and Julien Fantasia taking the championship. Then Faris Abaras, who nearly won it and then just ran out of a little bit of steam towards the end, and then coming second at a huge podium finish for Saudi, and then Hamad Al-Tamimi and Showman TE. It has been a day of great success and great sport for the sport of endurance here. We come back tomorrow for the Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Endurance Cup. It is 5:30 start. We are live on air at 0700 with the 160 CEI 3-star here in AlUla.